Rise of the family begins with daily intelligence. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 151 The fisherman gains the advantage, kills Ping Xingang, and reaps a rich harvest. The mist was driven away by the spiritual light, and a narrow path appeared beneath their feet. The illusion was broken. Fu Changli, after years of seclusion, was about to embark on another adventure. She was almost impatient to step onto the narrow path, but seeing Fu Changsheng remained motionless, she tactfully retreated. Master, is there something wrong? The narrow path stretched out before her, ending in a canyon. Faintly, the roar of a golden-eyed ape could be heard. Fu Changsheng felt vaguely that the narrow path before him resembled the road to the underworld, and he felt uneasy. He immediately thought, exchange information, a buzz? The panel vibrated. A surge of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. The Golden Ape Canyon you have opened is a hidden stronghold of the Haika clan in Kayanaya Mountain. After their ancestors mistakenly stumbled upon this place, they reached an agreement with the second-rank Golden-Eyed Ape King. The Haika clan would provide the round fragrant horns needed by the Golden-Eyed Ape, and the Golden-Eyed Ape would return the Haika clan's spiritual ape wine. This transaction would take place every 10 years. Today is the day for the trade between the Ping clan and the Golden-Eyed Ape King. 200 miles away, Ping clan elder Ping Xingyang has arrived on his flying vessel. Oh no, Fu Changsheng shuddered. Not only is there a second-level Golden-Eyed Ape King in the canyon, but Ping Xingyang has also arrived. Ping Xingyang is a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, and a veteran at that. It would be tough to face him, let alone a second-level Golden-Eyed Ape King. Just as he was about to retreat, Grandmaster Yu frowned at the narrow path ahead, his eyes narrowing slightly. An array within an array, clearly. Besides the natural illusion outside, the Ping clan has set up another array at the entrance. If Grandmaster Yu hadn't warned them, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. Fu Changsheng hurriedly said, if that's the case, I'm afraid the contents are already owned. Uncle Yu, can you restore the rain to its original state within a cup of tea? Yes, Grandmaster Yu understood Fu Changsheng's meaning and formed a seal with his hands. Instantly, the surrounding formation flags rose from the ground with a clang, landing one by one into his storage bag. His fourth sister, standing by, asked reluctantly, Master, are we calling it a day? Yes, without hesitation, Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and the flying boat levitated into the air. As if the Grandmaster had finished his work, he immediately led the two of them back to Morin Ridge. Fu Molan, surprised to see they'd been gone for so long, asked, Master, are there any demonic beasts lurking in Kayanaya Mountain? Before Fu Changsheng could reply, Fu Changli quickly recounted the entire story. Fu Molan nodded in agreement with Fu Changsheng's cautious approach. Their goal was to safely reach their fiefdom for the handover, so naturally, less trouble was better. 200 miles away, Ping Xingyang, piloting a mysterious bell, slowly flew towards Kayanaya Mountain. Aboard the bell sat another young man, Ping Yunchong. Ping Yunchong was the son of the late Ping clan's third elder, Ping Xingfei. His cultivation has reached the peak of key training. Ping Yunchong's face was full of resentment at this time. Second uncle. Since it has been found out that my father died at the hands of the Shangguan family and that bastard Fu Changsheng, why did the head of the family let that little bastard Fu Changsheng go unpunished until now? Our Ping family is a 9th grade family. We should have sent troops to massacre the entire Fu family to comfort my father's spirit in heaven. It's okay that we can't do anything to the Shangguan family for a while. That little bastard Fu Changsheng has only been building his foundation for less than 3 years. If we don't take action now, when will we take action? Ping Yunchong became more and more angry as he spoke. If he hadn't been weak, he would have killed the Fu family long ago. Ping Xingyang was injured and retreated on the battlefield of the Demon Cave. Facing his irritable nephew, he could only patiently explain, the entire Fu family has only one foundation-building cultivator. Revenge for your father is only a matter of time. You don't have to worry. The head of the family has already made a plan. Once the battle in the Demon Cave is over, He will send Fu Changsheng to the underworld to confess his guilt to your father in person. Second uncle, I've heard you say this for 3 years, and my ears are calloused. In my opinion, the head of the family is clearly afraid of revenge from the Shangguan family, so he has been holding off on taking action against Fu Changsheng. Second uncle, since the head of the family is unwilling to take action, why don't we deal with that little bastard Fu Changsheng ourselves? I heard that the other party will go to Changsheng County to hand over the fiefdom within 3 years. According to the time calculation, they are probably on their way now. Yangang Mountain is the only way to go. Why don't we ambush here and lure the other party into the canyon? Second uncle, if you team up with a golden-eyed ape king, killing Fu Changsheng, who has just established his foundation, will be as easy as crushing an ant. The old golden-eyed ape king needs the essence and blood of cultivators to sustain his life in recent years. If we send him a foundation-building cultivator, he will be very happy. Ping Yanchang didn't want to wait any longer. If you waited any longer, Fu Changsheng would be fully grown in a few years after taking over the fiefdom, and it would be extremely difficult to take action. Ping Xingyang was somewhat tempted by this. After a moment's hesitation, he said, luring Fu Changsheng to the canyon won't be easy. Second uncle, do you agree? Ping Xingyang suddenly realized something and waved his hand, saying, no. If our clan's third-level Hununbo falls into Fu Changsheng's hands, even if I face him, I could be killed if I'm not careful. If I, Yanchang, fall from my lineage, it will be extremely difficult for you to establish your foundation. Don't risk yourself, just follow the plan laid out by the head of the family. Then, Ping Yanchang ignored whatever he said. Before they knew it, they had reached Yangang Mountain. Ping Yanchang, seeing his second uncle's indifference, grew angry. But Ping Xingyang refused to give in and said, Yanchang, you remain outside the formation. Remember, do not enter the canyon without my orders. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Ping Yanchang replied muffledly. Ping Xingyang pulled a token from his bosom and cast a spell. A beam of white light from the token shone into the Maotian stone, and a white mist rose, revealing a narrow path. As Ping Xingyang's spell shifted, the narrow path instantly transformed into a stairway to heaven. Another stairway led directly to the cliff top, hundreds of feet above. The canyon above the cliff top was the lair of the golden-eyed ape. Controlling the charming immortal bell, Ping Xingyang flew over the stairway and landed in front of the cliff-top canyon. After a long pause, a golden-eyed ape darted out from the canyon, chirping at him. With a flick of his sleeve, a bone seal forged from the golden-eyed ape king's finger bone suddenly levitated. Seeing this, the golden-eyed ape squeaked and led Ping Xingyang toward the canyon. At the canyon's entrance, Ping Xingyang paused. He had been to this canyon once before, 30 years ago. He remembered that the canyon, supplied with round fragrant horns by the Ping clan, had seen a rapid proliferation of golden-eyed apes. Over the centuries, there were nearly 1,000 of them. Therefore, every time he visited, the place was abuzz with chatter. Today's silence was unusual. Go back and tell your king that I have important matters to attend to today, so I won't be entering the canyon. Just bring out the spirit ape wine and trade. Ping Xingyang's pronunciation was peculiar. An ordinary person would have no idea what he was saying, but the golden-eyed ape scratched its head, as if understanding, and hopped into the canyon. A moment later, he emerged carrying a barrel of spirit ape wine. As he moved, a rich aroma emanated from the barrel. Ping Xingyang's nose twitched as he sniffed, confirming it was spirit ape wine. When the golden-eyed ape placed itself before him, he cast a spell, and the barrel's lid opened. The thick, emerald green spirit ape wine came into view. Just to be on the safe side, Ping Xingyang flicked his index finger, and a drop of spirit ape wine fell into his mouth. He carefully sensed it, and found it to be genuine, so he breathed a sigh of relief. He slapped his storage bag. Instantly, round fragrant horns fell to the ground, and in an instant, piled up like a small mountain. At the same time, he slapped another storage bag, and a pungent smell of blood filled his nostrils. Then, the corpses of mortals, seemingly recently deceased, piled higher than the round fragrant horns. A rough count showed that there were at least tens of thousands of them. Payment and goods were paid. Ping Xingyang bowed to the canyon and, with a flick of his hand, pocketed the spirit ape wine. This canyon was eerie and unusual, and he naturally didn't want to stay here for long. As he turned around, suddenly, swish! A skeleton claw from the ground struck at his dantian with lightning speed. Ling! At the critical moment, a blue light shield blocked the Bone Claw's attack. When Ping Xingyang sensed the uneasy atmosphere in the canyon, he silently activated his blue light shield. Simultaneously, the immortal bell blazed with incredible speed. Buzz! Waves of sound instantly rippled underground. Roar! From the depths of the earth, a golden-eyed ape king, emitting a decaying aura, burst forth. A pair of eyes as large as copper gongs flash rapidly in midair. Two beams of golden light, lightning fast, pierced through the blue light shield, undeterred, aiming directly at Ping Xingyang's brow. Bang! At this critical moment, Ping Xingyang's life-saving magical weapon, the immortal bell, collided with the two beams of golden light. Seeking death. Ping Xingyang gazed at the golden-eyed ape king, now a corpse-like spirit, and finally understood why the valley was so quiet. Apparently, the golden-eyed ape king, whose end was near in Wusheng, had devoured his entire descendants to survive. Apparently sensing his injuries, the ape king launched a murderous attack. The golden-eyed ape king's attack failed. With a whoosh, it sank back into the earth. Ping Xingyang was enraged. Now that all the golden-eyed apes were dead, there would be no more spirit ape wine. There was no point keeping the golden-eyed ape king alive. It would be better to kill him and take the elixir. He flipped his right hand, and a second-grade, top-grade earth-shaking talisman appeared in his hand. He quickly chanted an incantation and swung his sword. The earth-shaking talisman instantly fell to the ground, brewing a terrifying power. Ping Xingyang snorted coldly. Explode, rumble. Instantly, the ground cracked, and crisscrossing gullies formed. Deep beneath the ground, the golden-eyed ape king's eyes flashed with golden light, transforming into a shield that protected him. Then, looking up at Ping Xingyang, a smile of triumph adorned his eyes. I'm about to die? Ping Xingyang was about to activate the immortal bewitching bell for the final attack when he suddenly realized his internal ki and blood were suddenly reversing. What's going on? In a flash, Ping Xingyang suddenly thought of the barrel of spirit ape wine. The golden-eyed ape king must have poisoned the wine. Right now, he couldn't summon even a single drop of his true essence, and his blood and ki surged through his body like a surging horse. In an instant, bang, bang, bang. Strings of blood spurted out from all parts of his body. Ping Yanchong, waiting outside the formation, heard the sounds of fierce fighting coming from inside and hesitated, still worried about his second uncle. He had no children, so he had always treated him like his own son. His father was gone, and he couldn't let anything happen to his second uncle. He immediately slapped a flying talisman on himself and rushed in at breakneck speed. The activation of the Kayanaya Mountain earth-shaking talisman sent a tremor that spread directly to Moyan Ridge, where Fu Changsheng was. What's going on? Fu Changsheng carefully sensed the movement and realized it was originating from Kayanaya Mountain. According to intelligence, Ping Xingyang should have arrived at Kayanaya Mountain by now. Could he have fought with a golden-eyed ape king? But this transaction between the two families had probably been passed down for centuries. How could this sudden change happen? Fu Changli also sensed the fight taking place within Kayanaya Mountain. Such power was beyond the reach of an ordinary cultivator in the early stages of Foundation establishment. She was horrified. When the Patriarch had asked her to leave, she had been somewhat reluctant. Now, it seemed the Kayanaya Mountain Gorge was a trap. Fu Changsheng frowned. After a moment's thought, he immediately thought, exchange information, buzz? The panel vibrated. A surge of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. The golden-eyed ape king in the Kayanaya Mountain Gorge is nearing his end. To prolong his life, he has devoured the essence and blood of his descendants and added the colorless and odorless Kyanmi fragrance to his spirit ape wine. Ping Xingyang inspected the wine, and his energy and blood were reversed. The two are now locked in a desperate battle within the canyon, both suffering. Seeing the intelligence, Fu Changsheng broke out in a cold sweat. The golden-eyed ape king had lived for hundreds of years and had clearly become a spirit. If he had rashly intruded just now, he would have been the one to die. However, according to intelligence, Ping Xingyang and the golden-eyed ape king engaged in a fierce battle. Even if neither survived, their strength would likely be reduced to only 1/10 of what it was. He also had Zhaoking, who had evolved into a second-level green python, with him, equivalent to 2 Foundation establishment cultivators working together. We could go and see what's going on, Fu Changsheng said to Fu Changli and the others. I'll go ahead and take a look. Don't leave the cave even a step. He then handed Molin and fourth sister an explosion talisman each. He then used his invisibility technique and swiftly advanced with his Sky Thunder sword. Traveling at full speed, he reached the skies above Kyanaya Mountain in less than a quarter of an hour. Looking down, he saw the canyon hidden within Kyanaya Mountain had exploded. The golden-eyed ape king, whose legs had been blown off, opened his mouth, a flash of green light, and a demonic core roared out. The demonic core trembled slightly, and a 10-inch long broadsword condensed and slashed through the air towards Ping Yanchang, who was carrying Ping Xingyang and attempting to escape the canyon. Ping Yanchang looked up, and his spirits instantly trembled. The power of the long sword was comparable to a strike from the peak of the mid-stage foundation establishment stage. At this point, he had no power to resist. Ping Xingyang, already a bloody man, a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. He fiercely pressed his right hand together, unleashing a secret technique at a crucial moment, releasing his inner essence in blood. In an instant, he was reduced to a skeleton. The airborne essence in blood transformed into an evil-slaying spear. It seemed only an inch long, but with a swish, it easily pierced the long sword slashing through the air. And the evil-slaying spear continued its momentum. With lightning speed, it pierced directly through the golden-eyed ape king's demon core with a whoosh. Roar, the demon core was destroyed. The golden-eyed ape king roared, his eyes blinking again. Two beams of golden light, accompanied by two whooshing sounds, shot into the center of Ping Xingyang's brow, leaving him powerless to fight back. Bang! Ping Xingyang's head exploded. Second uncle, Ping Yanchang's heart trembled as he watched his loved one die before his eyes. But he knew this was no time to show off. He slapped another flying talisman on himself, and with a flash, he flew out of the canyon at breakneck speed. He secretly vowed to himself, "One day, I will destroy this golden-eyed ape king," but then, suddenly, a scream from the golden-eyed ape king rang out from below. Curious, he turned around and saw a young man in white appear in the air, flying on a sword. The young man activated the spiritual weapon in his hand, and a beam of three-colored aurora directly destroyed the golden-eyed ape king's head. The spiritual weapon looked familiar. The next moment, Ping Yanchang exclaimed, "Hunan Bol!" The young man before him was none other than his father's murderer. Without a second thought, Ping Yanchang flipped his right hand. And a talisman appeared in his hand, chanting an incantation. But before he could activate the talisman, he saw a green python several dozen feet long opened its mouth and roared, a cloud of green slime instantly engulfing him. Ping Xingyang didn't even have time to scream before he was transformed into a puddle of thick water, scattering everywhere. Fu Changsheng waved his hand, collecting the two storage bags on the ground into his pouch. Simultaneously, he slapped the bags, and a beam of light fell upon the corpse of the golden-eyed ape king. The corpse shrank continuously and was collected into the storage bag. Although the most valuable demon core of the golden-eyed ape king's corpse had been destroyed, its remaining essence in blood could be used to craft talisman blood. Moreover, its claws could also be used to craft a second-level magical weapon for Runzi. "We shouldn't stay here for long." Fu Changsheng was about to leave when his spiritual sense swept across the ruins. He saw a golden-eyed ape cradling two seemingly newly born golden-eyed ape cubs, trembling. Upon seeing this, Fu Changsheng's mind moved, and the cloud-ring purple immortal tower instantly flew out. He infused a spell into the tower, and the first floor door opened, sucking the three golden-eyed apes inside. Afterward, Fu Changsheng sent a message to Molan. The group quickly departed Kyanaya Mountain and flew towards the Yunshan County fiefdom at breakneck speed. In the Ping clan's Soul Hall, the soul lamps engraved with Ping Xingyang and Ping Yanchang extinguished one after another. The fourth elder, Ping Xingliu, who was guarding the Soul Hall, shuddered. "Second brother is dead. How could this be possible? Second brother is a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. He's incredibly experienced in combat, and possesses the earth-shaking talisman, a variety of life-saving methods. He'd survived the battle in the demon cave without incident. How could he suddenly die while retrieving the spirit ape wine from the Kyanaya Mountain Gorge? What happened in the Kyanaya Mountain wine cellar? The clan head and the other elders were currently fighting in the demon cave. He was the only foundation establishment cultivator left in the clan. Even if he wanted to go to Kyanaya Mountain to investigate, he couldn't get away. He quickly produced a communication jade talisman, inscribed a spell, and moved his lips. "Yunhan, immediately head to the Kyanaya Mountain Gorge. If you find anything unusual, do not act rashly. Report back to the clan and wait for the Patriarch to return before making a decision." The next moment, The jade talismans aura faded. Ping Xingliu paced anxiously in the soul hall. First, his third brother Ping Xingfei, then his second brother Ping Zhengyang. In less than 5 years, their clan had lost 2 veteran Foundation establishment cultivators. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the Ping clan. Chapter 152, Counting the Harvest and the Foundation of the Fiefdom. Ping Xingliu paced back and forth in the Soul Hall, anxiously awaiting Ping Yanhan's report on the situation in Kayanaya Mountain Canyon. An unspecified amount of time passed. A series of rapid beeps echoed, and the communication jade talisman on his waist instantly lit up. Finally, Ping Xingliu impatiently cast a spell into the jade talisman. The next moment, Ping Yanhan's panicked voice echoed, "Fourth Elder, a great battle took place in Kayanaya Mountain Canyon. The canyon is destroyed, and the golden-eyed monkey is nowhere to be found. However, there is a scorch mark at the scene that is identical to the Hunyuan Bowl, a third-tier spiritual artifact of our clan." Hunyuan Bowl? Ping Xingliu was stunned. He clearly remembered that the Hunyuan Bowl was lost when the third elder and the Yunji brothers traveled to Penglai Mountain. Naturally, they would not let it go unnoticed. After a thorough investigation, they discovered that the third elder and the Yunji brothers were likely killed by Shangguan Feng and Fu Changsheng. Meanwhile, Shangguan Feng and his daughter were fighting in the demon cave. The only possibility was that the Hunyuan Bowl had fallen into Fu Changsheng's hands. Kayanaya Mountain was the only route Fu Changsheng had to take to reach his fiefdom, and the timing also matched. This meant that Fu Changsheng was the culprit behind the murders of his second brother and Yun Chong. Little bastard, how dare he? As a newly minted Foundation establishment cultivator, he repeatedly challenged the Ping clan's bottom line. Ping Xingliu was so enraged that he smashed the 8 Immortals Gimu wood table to pieces with a single blow. He knew he couldn't keep Fu Changsheng alive. He quickly executed a hand gesture and sent a message to the Ping clan leader in the demon cave, informing them of the situation. The Ping clan leader coldly declared, "Everything proceeds according to plan." Meanwhile, Fu Changsheng and his group slowed down once they were sufficiently far from Kayanaya Mountain. His tense nerves relaxed. Fu Changsheng pulled out Ping Xingyang's storage bag. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed a barrel of spirit ape wine. In addition, there were 1 or 2,000 low-grade spirit stones and 3 boxes. With a flick of his right hand, the boxes fell into his hand. As a series of incantations were infused, the restrictions on the 3 boxes were successively unlocked. Huh? What is this? The first box on the left contained a red spiritual fruit the size of an adult's thumb. A faint flicker of fire patterns flickered on the fruit, imbued with vibrant spiritual energy. After sensing it, Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. It's actually a second-grade, mid-grade fire mulberry fruit. Fire mulberry fruits require no medicinal use. They can be consumed and refined immediately after picking. They are a vital tonic for cultivators practicing fire-attributed cultivation techniques. Just this one thing, after his trip to Kayanaya Mountain, was enough for him. With a fire mulberry fruit, his cultivation would surely improve significantly. To prevent the fruit's spiritual energy from leaking out, he quickly infused several incantations into the boxes, sealing the fire mulberry fruit once again. His gaze fell on the second box. It was a palm-sized, 4-petaled black velvet flower. The velvet flower exuded a faint, dark aura. Ping Xingyang had likely picked it in the demon cave, but he had no memory of such a spiritual flower. He immediately sealed the velvet flower. The last box contained the bowl-sized crystal. After sensing it, Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. It's actually second-grade, top-grade copper essence. Second-grade copper essence is the raw material for magical instruments refined from pure copper by Peak Foundation establishment cultivators using true fire. It's incredibly hard to find in the market. Fu Changsheng's lips curled slightly. This copper essence would be perfect for the magical instrument he was about to refine. Besides, Ping Xingyang, perhaps having just returned from the demon cave and fought a fierce battle with the golden-eyed monkey king, had exhausted all his talismans, elixirs, and magical instruments. Fu Changsheng carried the barrel of spirit ape wine onto the flying boat. Grandmaster Yu's nose twitched. He immediately exclaimed, "This is spirit ape wine." He then formed a hand seal with his right hand. A burst of magical energy struck the barrel, lifting the lid. Grandmaster Yu took a whiff, his expression instantly changing. He quickly closed the lid, furious. Which little bastard actually put 1,000-meter fragrance into such a good spirit ape wine? What a waste. Fu Changsheng heard this and couldn't help but give Grandmaster a thumbs up. He didn't need to speak. He instantly recognized the 1,000-meter fragrance in the spirit ape wine, demonstrating Grandmaster Yu's considerable background. He immediately said, "Uncle Yu, it's a waste to make this fine spirit ape wine inedible because of the 1,000-meter fragrance. With your vast knowledge, do you have any idea how to remove the 1,000-meter fragrance from the spirit ape wine?" "Let me think about it." Grandmaster Yu frowned. A moment passed. He clapped his hands and exclaimed joyfully, "Got it. The 1,000-meter incense is a pure yin object. As long as you find a pure yang object and place it inside, the combination of yin and yang will neutralize the medicinal properties. As for the pure yang spiritual object, it doesn't need to be too high grade, a lower grade, second grade, equivalent to the 1,000-meter incense, will do." Fu Changsheng silently memorized this. He then took out a black velvet flower and asked Grandmaster Yu to identify it. Grandmaster Yu glanced at it and said, "This is the ghost cherry blossom, the main ingredient in refining the lower grade, second grade ghost cherry pill." "Uncle Yu, what is this ghost cherry pill used for?" Fu Changsheng had never heard of it before. Grandmaster Yu glanced at the human emperor banner at Fu Changsheng's waist and said, "The ghost cherry pill is used by ghost cultivators to break through to the second stage. It has similar effects to the foundation establishment pill used by us cultivators to break through to the foundation establishment stage." To think such a spiritual pill existed. Fu Changsheng was amazed. It suddenly dawned on him. He finally understood why Chu Chan had failed in his attempt to reach the second stage. At first, he'd thought it was because the 100 Ghost banner wasn't brimming with yin energy, but now it seemed he needed a magical elixir. However, this was the first time he'd heard of the ghost cherry pill, and finding someone to refine it was still a question. "I guess next time I go to Wanning Market, I can probably get some information from the Wanning Chamber of Commerce." The fiefdom was fraught with danger. If Chu Chan could also successfully break through to the second stage, their fiefdom would have 3 foundation establishment cultivators guarding it. With the improved third stage 10,000 ghosts formation, they'd have a foothold. The group flew for several more days before the Taekyu mountain range, stretching 100 miles across, came into view. Entering the Taekyu mountain range meant they had reached a fiefdom's territory. The Taekyu Mountains were formerly the stronghold of the Donghuang Yunshan tribe. After being purged by the imperial court, Yunshan County was established. Fu Changsheng said, "Yubo, Molan, wait here for a moment while I go to Taeksuan Peak to investigate." Taeksuan Peak was the stronghold of the imperial court's Zhenshi division, guarding the area. It rose hundreds of feet high, seemingly towering atop Yunshan Mountain. A light barrier encircled the peak. Fu Changsheng hovered before the peak on his sword, bowed to the formation, and declared, "Fu Changsheng of Luofang Mountain has been ordered to hand over his fiefdom." As he finished speaking, the light barrier surged. A charming voice rang out, "Show me your aristocratic family seal." Clearly, the other party was also concerned about the Donghuang tribe impersonating him. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve. Buzz! The 9th rank aristocratic family seal flashed, a wisp of aura invisible to ordinary people lingering around it. A moment passed. But the light curtain of the magic circle before him flashed with ripples. Then, Xiao Xianger, dressed in a pale green palace dress, slowly emerged from Taeksuan Peak, stepping on a peach branch. Her cultivation had surprisingly reached the late foundation establishment stage. Behind her was a man in the early foundation establishment stage, dressed in the uniform of the Zhenshi division. Fu Changsheng bowed and said, "Greetings, Palace Master Xiao." Xiao Xianger wasn't even 30 yet, but she was already in the late foundation establishment stage and served as the right deputy palace master of the Huainan Prefecture's Henshi division. Xiao Xianger casually scanned Fu Changsheng with her spiritual sense. Her beautiful phoenix eyes twitched, a hint of surprise forming in her. She had received information that Fu Changsheng had only been in the foundation establishment stage for less than 5 years, yet he had already broken through to the 3rd level. Even within their Zhenshi division, he was a rare talent. His expressionless face softened slightly. "Well, I'm sure Deputy Palace Master Liu has already explained the handover to you, so I won't elaborate here. However, I do want to remind you of one thing. From the moment you take over the fiefdom, if the imperial court issues a call for conscription, your Fu family must respond unconditionally. This is the first thing. Furthermore, starting this year, for the 4th year, your Fu family will pay tribute as promised." After a pause, Xiao Xianger finally added, "From now on, your Fu family is no longer an ordinary cultivator family, but has entered the ranks of aristocratic families. This means that from now on, any ninth-rank aristocratic family appointed by the imperial court can attack you. Be on your guard." With that, Xiao Xianger waved her hand. Bang, bang, bang. The formation flags originally planted on Taixuan Peak burst out of the ground. After collecting them one by one, Xiao Xianger said nothing more, but instead, steering the peach branches, quickly vanished into the Taikyu Mountains. It seemed that the other party, who had been guarding this place for years, was already impatient to leave. Without the obstruction of the formation, Taixuan Peak now lay in ruins. A fierce battle had taken place between the imperial court and the Yunshan tribe on this peak, with the Yunshan tribe narrowly defeated. However, judging by the scars left on Taixuan Peak, it was clearly a fierce battle. "I hope the spiritual vein isn't damaged." Fu Changsheng produced a communication jade talisman and quickly sent a message to Molan. A moment later, Molan, riding the wind-splitting beast, and Master Yu and the others arrived at the gates of Taixuan Peak on a flying boat. Fu Changli, sensing the abundant spiritual energy that washed over them, was overjoyed. As expected of a second-tier spiritual vein, Patriarch, does this Taixuan Peak now belong to our Fu family? Yes, not just this Taixuan Peak, but the entire Taikyu Mountains are our fiefdom. Great. Fourth sister Fu Changli was already eager to enter the mountain for a closer look. Although all that could be seen were broken walls and ruins, as long as this second-tier spiritual vein remained intact, everything would be fine. Fu Changsheng said, "Fourth sister, have the double-eyed rat find the spiritual spring within the spiritual vein first." "Yes, Patriarch," Fu Changli responded excitedly. Finding the spiritual spring would make it much easier for Grandmaster Yu to set up the formation. After all, the center of a formation is often where the spiritual energy is most abundant. Squeak, 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 the double-eyed rat leaped from Fu Changli's shoulder, its black and white pupils instantly changing. Fu Changli hurried to follow. After disembarking from the flying boat, Grandmaster Yu also took out his formation plate and began surveying the terrain, with Fu Molan offering to assist. Fairy K was most interested in the spiritual fields within the spiritual veins. "Patriarch, where's the spiritual medicine garden on Taixuan Peak? Can you show me the way? Since this was previously the Yunshan tribe's stronghold, the spiritual fields should have already been opened." "Wait a moment." Fu Changsheng circled Taixuan Peak, wielding the heavenly thunder sword. Then, returning to the mountain gate, she said, "Master K, please follow me." "Yes, Master." Fairy K piloted the flying boat, followed by the other spiritual planters. After ascending from the mountain gate, they headed directly to the back mountain. Within the mountain, rows of collapsed wooden buildings lay. In front of them, patches of spiritual fields came into view. However, these fields now lay crisscrossed with gullies. Fairy K, descending from the flying boat, exclaimed with a pang of pain, "Such fine spiritual fields have been ruined like this." Truly, as she spoke, she led the spiritual planters from the spiritual planting hall to survey and measure the spiritual fields that could still be saved. The entire back mountain originally contained over 300 acres of first-grade spiritual fields, but now only 100 acres were suitable for cultivation, while the remaining 200 acres would require time to slowly repair. Squeak! Suddenly, from the waterfall in the back mountain, a double-eyed rat flashed out. Fu Changli spoke next. "Master, within the waterfall lies a small inverted five-element formation, containing a spiritual medicine garden. The spiritual fields within are all second grade, but unfortunately, all the spiritual plants have been harvested. A second-grade spiritual field that could be used to grow second-grade spiritual flowers and herbs." Fu Changsheng was delighted. "Fourth sister, let the double-eyed rat lead the way." Passing through the waterfall, a cave came into view. Within this cave, however, were thousands of winding paths, a dazzling sight. Without the double-eyed rat's guidance, they wouldn't have been able to escape the formation. As they turned the final corner, abundant spiritual energy immediately filled their nostrils, bringing them to a spiritual medicine garden. A quick scan revealed the garden's considerable size, boasting 13 acres of second-grade spiritual fields. 3 acres of this was second-grade mid-grade, 1 acre of second-grade upper grade, and 1 acre of second-grade ultimate grade spiritual fields. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Squeak, 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 the double-eyed rat chirped a few times at the collapsed wooden building. Fu Changsheng formed a seal with his right hand, and a spell was cast into the ruins. Bang! Thousands of broken wood pieces were crushed into powder. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and the powder fell into the spiritual field. These broken wood pieces were forged from first-grade, top-grade liling wood. Once crushed into powder, they were perfect for use as fertilizer in the spiritual field. After the broken wood pieces were cleared, a spiritual spring well came into view, and pure spiritual energy continuously swirled from it. A second-grade, mid-grade spiritual spring well. Fu Changsheng was surprised. Fu Changli was even more excited. He quickly walked over, sensed it, and said excitedly, "Master, the spiritual energy in this spiritual spring well is over 10 times richer than that in our clan's land. If we cultivate here, our speed will definitely be several times faster than at the spiritual spring well in our clan's land. This is a treasure." Taeksuan Peak contained a second-grade spiritual vein. It was common sense to have a second-level spiritual well. However, the exact quality of this second-level spiritual vein was unknown. If it was a lower-grade second level, then at most there would be 2 second-level spiritual wells. Seeing the double-eyed rat resting comfortably in the spiritual well, enjoying itself with its eyes closed, Fu Changsheng smiled and said, "Fourth sister, have the double-eyed rat continue searching to see if there are any more spiritual wells." "Yes, master." The two of them and the rat emerged from the waterfall. Upon learning of the second-level spiritual field within, Xianggu was excited but also a little worried. "Master, I only have a handful of second-level spiritual plants to tend to. I'm afraid I can't handle such a large field." A second-level spiritual field is planted with second-level spiritual creatures. The damage caused by carelessness could be enormous. Xianggu knew her own limitations and was not blindly confident. Fu Changsheng also recognized this problem. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Master K, you should first take care of the 100 acres of first-grade spiritual farmland in the back mountain. As for the second-grade spiritual medicine garden within, I'd like to see if I can hire a second-grade spiritual plant farmer to take care of it for a few years. You can then follow him and learn." "Yes, Patriarch." Fairy K breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Changli and the double-eyed rat toured Taeksuan Peak several times. In addition to the second-grade spiritual spring well in the waterfall spiritual medicine garden, another second-grade spiritual spring well was discovered in a ruined dojo halfway up the mountain. Furthermore, there were over a dozen first-grade spiritual spring wells. After hearing the report, Fu Changsheng could no longer conceal his smile. He had never expected that the spiritual vein on Taeksuan Peak would be a medium-sized, second-grade, mid-grade spiritual vein. This was more than enough for the Fu family's current needs. Everyone was busy at Taeksuan Peak. But Fu Yonggai, who had come with them, was somewhat bewildered. After all, he spent his days in class and practicing. He had no interest in the myriad arts of cultivation, so now he felt like a useless person, unable to offer any assistance at all. He could only help behind Xianggu. However, he wasn't a true spiritual plant husband, not even practicing the spring breeze transforming rain art, so his ability to help was limited. Fu Changsheng was busy exploring the incomplete secret realm of the fiefdom mentioned in the intelligence. By the time he noticed Fu Yongai's mood was off, 10 days had passed. He hadn't spoken to Fu Yonggai during the entire journey, due to constant vigilance. The primary purpose of bringing him here was, of course, to explore the medium-sized mineral vein mentioned in the intelligence. However, everything had to be completely settled. So, looking at the bewildered Fu Yonggai, he smiled and said reassuringly, "Yonggai, you don't have to stay in the back mountains all the time. You can wander around Taeksuan Peak as you please. If you don't feel like wandering, find a spiritual spring well to practice. After the fiefdom sets up a mountain protection formation, I'll take you somewhere else." "Yes, Patriarch," Fu Yonggai said, hearing that he had other plans. He heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, everyone was busy, while he was cultivating. This was totally unacceptable. He subconsciously rubbed his right eye. Ever since he woke up in the dilapidated temple at the age of 5, his right eye had mutated. Over the years, he had carefully concealed this secret. However, now facing the Taekyu mountain range of his clan, it was time for him to use his mutated right eye to do something for the clan. After all, he was already at the 4th level of key training and an adult. It was time to repay the family's kindness in nurturing him. Shitao Fu Yonggai and Xianggu apologized and immediately began to wander around Taeksuan Peak. They stopped and walked all the way. Everyone was busy with other things, so they didn't pay attention to him. On the other side, Fu Changsheng scraped the ground 3 feet deep on Taixun Peak, but still couldn't find any trace of the incomplete secret realm. Chapter 153, Third Level Ghost General, Formation completed, and another retainer added. The intelligence mentioned the incomplete secret realm within the fiefdom, but the fiefdom encompassed more than just Taixun Peak. The Taikyu Mountains alone contained dozens of peaks. Fu Changsheng murmured, "Looks like I'll have to exchange for more information." He hoped the information would provide more precise details, including, of course, the location of the medium-sized mineral vein. Just then, a series of squeaking sounds emanated from the cloud ring purple fairy tower. Fu Changsheng froze for a moment. Then he remembered that back in the Kyanaya Mountain Gorge, he had taken a half-grown, mid-stage, first-order golden-eyed monkey and a pair of baby golden-eyed monkeys into the tower. He'd forgotten about it later, busy with fiefdom duties. The cubs were now yelping with hunger. He wasn't the type to care for monster cubs. He infused a spell into the communication jade talisman and moved his lips several times. A moment later, his fourth sister, Fu Changli, arrived from the foot of the mountain on a flying boat. Fu Changsheng pointed at the cloud ring purple fairy tower. The first floor tower door clicked open, and accompanied by 3 streaks of green light, 3 golden-eyed monkeys instantly descended onto the flying boat. Golden-eyed monkeys, fourth sister Fu Changli's eyes lit up. According to the spiritual beast inheritance she had received from the Kingsu sect, golden-eyed monkeys had the potential to grow to the 3rd level. She happily asked, "Master, did you find this golden-eyed monkey in the fiefdom?" Fu Changsheng shook his head, instructing him to take good care of it. "Master, don't worry. I will do my best to nurture it," Fu Changli replied. Seeing the hungry cub, he quickly apologized and took it to find something to feed. Fu Changsheng murmured, "I hope this surviving half-grown golden-eyed monkey can brew spiritual ape wine." At the same time, a familiar mechanical sound echoed in his mind. "Ling, you have added 3 golden-eyed monkeys to the clan, earning 30 contribution points." The contribution value on the panel changed from 346 to 376. Seeing the relatively impressive contribution value, Fu Changsheng immediately thought, "Exchange information." Buzz! The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. After the major sects of the Western Desert joined forces to fight a great battle against the Imperial Court, the key cultivating families on the border of the Western Desert were affected. Only 1 in 10 key cultivators survived, leaving ordinary mortals with nowhere to stay. After these border inhabitants are dispersed, a group will be transported to your fiefdom in 10 days. Among these refugees, there is a spiritual plant husband whose Danshan has been destroyed, rendering him a cripple. The next 9 pieces of intelligence were mostly irrelevant. They did not specify the location of the incomplete secret realm or the mineral vein. He simply stopped the exchange. It seems that the incomplete secret realm is at least not in Taixun Peak, otherwise, at such a close distance, the intelligence would have revealed it. The 30,000 mortals sent by the Imperial Court are about to arrive, so they must at least be given a place to stay. Fu Changsheng summoned Molan and his fourth sister to discuss how to resettle the victims. Fu Molan spoke first. "East of Yunshan County lies the Shiwan Mountains. We've seen numerous instances of demonic beasts frequently infesting the Enfeft lands. I'm afraid we can no longer maintain the separation of immortals and mortals like in Anyang County." It wasn't just the demonic beasts. Fu Changsheng's divine sense had detected the presence of several waves of spies from the various tribes of the eastern wilderness. Mortals must rely on cultivators to survive here. Fu Changsheng nodded and said, "Since our Fu family won't be moving anytime soon, why not let them settle at the foot of Taixun Peak? Then, have Uncle Yu designate their settlement within the mountain protection formation, splitting it into 2 layers, inner and outer. While this won't be a true separation of immortals and mortals, it will certainly preserve the secrecy of Taixun Peak." Fu Molan and Fu Changli naturally agreed. Fu Molan volunteered, "Master, I'll use my puppet beasts to clear out immortal settlements." Several days passed like this. Grandmaster Yu had already completed his survey of several nearby peaks and offered Fu Changsheng 2 options. "Changsheng, although the 10,000 ghosts formation diagram you gave me is a complete set, only one side has been repaired. The maximum area it can cover is Taixun Peak plus the 5 adjacent peaks on either side, but, if this repaired formation is expanded to its full coverage, its protective effectiveness will be greatly reduced. After all, this formation is primarily offensive-oriented. So it depends on your choice. The fiefdom was sparsely populated these days. So what choice was there? Fu Changsheng said bluntly, Uncle Yu, the 10,000 Ghosts formation diagram only needs to cover Taixun Peak and the foot of the mountain. I wonder if it requires a supply of spirit stones for normal operation. Grandmaster Yu shook his head. If it only covers Taixun Peak, using this second-tier spirit vein as its source of power is sufficient to maintain normal operation. However, unlike the star formation on Luifang Mountain, to activate the formation against the enemy, mid-grade spirit stones are required to fill the 36 array points. Mid-grade spirit stones. Fu Changsheng was a bit perplexed. The clan didn't have any mid-grade spirit stones right now, but considering this formation was of the lower third rank, that was understandable. Uncle Yu, if I activate the formation with all my strength, how many mid-grade spirit stones would I need? And how powerful would this formation's strongest attack be? At this point, Grandmaster Yu beamed with pride. I've integrated this formation with the energy of Jiangqi Mountain, so by placing a mid-grade spirit stone at each key point, I can activate it to conjure up a third-rank ghost general to ward off the enemy, a third-rank ghost general. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up at the thought. This way, the safety of Taixun Peak would be guaranteed. However, to conjure up a third-rank ghost general, 36 mid-grade spirit stones would be required, equivalent to 3,600 lower-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, upgrading the Luifang Mountain Spirit Vein would require tens of thousands of spirit stones. The clan needed spirit stones in many areas, so it seemed urgent to mine that mid-grade vein. Elsewhere, Grandmaster Yu added, Changsheng, there's one more thing you must remember. To activate this formation to defend against the enemy, the person presiding over it must be at least in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. This made sense. He was already at the third stage of the foundation establishment stage, and he possessed a second-grade, mid-grade fire mulberry fruit. If he could neutralize the 1,000-meter fragrance in the spirit ape wine, then after refining the spirit ape wine and fire mulberry fruit, he should be able to break through to the fourth stage of the foundation establishment stage. Uncle Yu, in that case, please set up the formation as soon as possible. Many demon beasts and the eastern wilderness tribes have been watching, vaguely plotting to retake Taixun Peak. Naturally, it would be best to set up the mountain protection formation as soon as possible. Grandmaster Yu nodded and instructed Fu Changsheng to call Molin and his fourth sister over. Setting up the 10,000 Ghosts formation would be difficult given Grandmaster Yu's injuries, so the cooperation of the three of them would be necessary. The four men stood at the four mysterious locations of Tiangan and Disha, and following Grandmaster Yu's instructions, they launched each array disk into Taixun Peak one by one. This process lasted for several days. Finally, Grandmaster Yu waved his sleeve, and a formation diagram rose into the air. With a roar, 36 formation points in the mountain suddenly appeared. Boom boom boom. Pillars of light suddenly rose. The beams shot up into the sky, their brilliant light striking the formation diagram. Sinister winds and sword energy surged through the formation. Finally, with a humming sound, an inky light shield descended, covering the entire Taixun Peak and its base. Following several incantations, the light curtain revealed the faint roar of countless evil spirits, a terrifying sight. Finally, the entire Taixun Peak trembled slightly, and everything returned to normal. Grandmaster Yu, who had set up the formation, stumbled and nearly lost his balance. His face was pale, devoid of any trace of blood. Fighting the sweet, fishy taste in his throat, he handed a formation jade talisman to Fu Changsheng. After giving him a few more instructions, he retreated to the second-level spiritual spring atop the mountain to recuperate. Setting up this third-level formation had clearly revived Grandmaster Yu's injuries. Fu Changsheng felt a little guilty. If only the younger generation of the clan could train a formation master, that way, Grandmaster Yu would be responsible for technical guidance. This wouldn't require such exhausting effort every time. Because, next, their fiefdom would definitely need to rebuild a spirit testing platform. Otherwise, they couldn't send all the children of school age back to Luifang Mountain every year. The manpower and resources required for the trip back and forth were simply too much for them to afford. Building the spirit testing platform was the first priority for their fiefdom's development. After the mountain protecting formation was complete, Fu Changsheng felt a surge of peace of mind. By the time he had mastered the control of the mountain-protecting formation, a treasure ship slowly approached Taeksun Peak. Aboard the treasure ship, the officer escorting the 30,000 refugees wasn't a member of the Zhenshi division, but an imperial officer named Jiang. Officer Jiang had reached the late Foundation establishment stage. So Fu Changsheng naturally didn't want to slack off. After activating the formation, he hurried forward to greet him. Sir Jiang, thank you for your hard work on this journey. I've prepared a simple welcome banquet. Please come inside. Officer Jiang was handsome, but a faint, murderous aura lingered about him, revealing him to be a veteran of many battles. He waved his hand. Thank you, clan leader Fu, for your kindness. However, I have military duties to attend to. I'll wait for another time. With that, he formed a seal with his right hand. The treasure ship slowly docked at the foot of the mountain. The 30,000 refugees disembarked in a relatively orderly manner. After everyone had evacuated, Officer Jiang bowed to Fu Changsheng and turned to steer the treasure ship away. Fu Changsheng quickly handed over a treasure bag. I wish you a safe journey, sir. Officer Jiang scanned the bag with his spiritual sense and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Before leaving, he added, Patriarch Fu, while times are still peaceful, the best thing to do is to quickly improve your own strength. Thank you for the advice, sir. Since he took over the Fu family had never received a conscription order, thanks to the protection of Shangguan Feng and his daughter. However, now that they were no longer under the Shangguan family's jurisdiction, they would likely be unable to avoid future imperial conscription orders. Only by strengthening their family and their own strength could they avoid being used as cannon fodder. After the treasure ship sailed away, Fu Changsheng cast a spell into the Jade talisman of the formation. Ripples flashed, and the formation's light curtain instantly rose. At this time, except for Grandmaster Yu, who was in seclusion recovering from his injuries, everyone on Taeksun Peak had gathered at the foot of the mountain to settle the refugees. Fortunately, they had made preparations beforehand. A square capable of accommodating over 50,000 people was specially built at the foot of the mountain. The refugees were divided into teams and registered one by one. They were then relocated, by family, to 3 pre-built villages. The 3 villages were named Huaishu Town, Changsheng Town, and Wangniu Town. Fu Changsheng glanced at the registration form and noticed that no one listed themselves as spirit plant husbands. They're quite well hidden. The intelligence mentioned that one of the refugees was a spirit plant husband. But what rank was unknown. The other party hadn't revealed his identity, clearly considering the situation. Changsheng Town. Living in the courtyard at the inner end of Natung Lane was a family of 3. Gan Shenglan, the eldest son of the family, coaxed his 3-year-old nephew Yunru to sleep before pushing Old Man Gan's wheelchair into the main room and closing the door. Old Man Gan pointed to a wooden bench nearby and asked Gan Shenglan to sit down. Third brother, what do you think of this clan leader Fu? Although he looks immature, he seems calm and composed today. He also built a house for us ahead of time, with all the necessary supplies. He's clearly a thoughtful person. Gan Shenglan clearly knew what his father was trying to say. Without waiting for further questions, he quickly said, but, we've only met today. We'll have to wait and see what kind of person he is. That item was the key to the Gan family's revival. Although he understood his father's intentions, he still felt the need for caution. Elder Gan sighed deeply. Third brother, you and I are no longer Kigan practitioners, we're crippled. That thing we possessed has been watched by so many eyes along the way. If 1 or 2 Kigan practitioners like us, whose cultivation has been crippled, discover something and, seeking credit, report it to clan leader Fu, do you think we can keep it, father? Could clan leader Fu even try to seize it? Elder Gan smiled bitterly. Third brother, you haven't yet grasped your position. Rather than calling us refugees, we belonged to the Fu family the moment we set foot on Yuncheng County. How can we talk about robbing them? To put it nicely, they were refugees. In reality, they were merely slaves of the Fu family's fiefdom. Gan Shenglan had clearly realized this, his face pale. Not long ago, they were high-ranking Kigan practitioners, but now, with their danshan destroyed, they were crippled. But the word slave was extremely harsh. Elder Gan continued, just now in the square, clan leader Fu came personally to register us. From this, it seems the Fu family is desperately short of people right now. This presents a golden opportunity for father and son to turn things around. Whether Yunru possesses spiritual roots is unknown, but you are a worthy second-rank, lower-grade spiritual plant husband. While you may not be able to cast spells to care for spiritual plants, you do have experience. At a time when the Fu family is in dire need of talent, if you volunteer and become the first of the 30,000 refugees willing to serve the Fu family, clan leader Fu will surely look upon you with respect. We have no hope, but you're still young. To recruit you, clan leader Fu will surely allow you to marry into the Fu family. If you can produce 1 or 2 descendants with spiritual roots, then our Gan family will have a chance of recovery. Gan Shenglan has devoted his entire life to the study of spiritual plant cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been promoted to second rank, lower grade spiritual plant husband at the peak of key training. If the Gan family weren't a small key training clan, unable to gather foundation establishment pills for him, he might already be a foundation establishment cultivator by now. Gan Shenglan had always been the most obedient to his father. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and said, "Father, I understand what you mean. Yes, clan leader Fu shouldn't have gone far by now. Let's go." Gan Shenglan nodded heavily. Although he could no longer use his magical powers, he still knew worldly martial arts. He executed his footwork and sprinted towards the original square at breakneck speed. Leaving Changsheng town, he saw from afar several others, just like him, walking briskly towards the square. Gan Shenglan was struck by a sense of awe. It was indeed as his father had said. Among the refugees were cultivators who, like them, had abandoned their cultivation. Hoping to be the first to join him, Gan Shenglan quickened his pace. After overtaking the others, he saw Fu Changsheng leisurely sipping tea from a distance, as if he had known someone would arrive. He was even more astonished. Fu Changsheng had achieved a successful foundation at such a young age and even led his family to advancement to aristocratic status. Clearly, he was no ordinary person. From afar, Gan Shenglan bowed and said, "Master, I am Gan Shenglan. Yes, take a seat." Fu Changsheng said with a wave of his sleeve. A chair floated towards Gan Shenglan. Gan Shenglan was somewhat surprised, but only sat halfway down before bowing and saying, "Master, to be honest, before the war, our Gan family was a small key training family on the border of the western desert. Due to the chaos of war, all the members of the family perished, leaving only me, my father, and my 3-year-old nephew alive." A look of sorrow flashed in Gan Shenglan's eyes. "Before that, I was a peak key training cultivator and a second grade, lower grade spirit plant husband. Now my danshan has been destroyed, leaving me a cripple. However, I still have experience as a spirit plant husband. If Patriarch Fu finds me worthy, I am willing to contribute my humble efforts to the development of the fiefdom, a second grade, lower grade spirit plant husband." Fu Changsheng was somewhat surprised. The intelligence didn't mention the rank of the spirit plant husband, so he hadn't expected it to be a second grade, lower grade spirit plant husband. This was truly beyond his expectations. Furthermore, Gan Shenglan looked to be in his 40s, and his ability to reach the peak of key training showed he possessed considerable spiritual aptitude. If he truly remained committed to the Fu family, the Dragon Elephant Prajnaparamita Sutra practiced by his elder brother would certainly be a valuable tool for his cultivation. Of course, that was all for the future. Fu Changsheng smiled and said, "There are 13 acres of second-level spiritual fields in our fiefdom that need guidance in cultivation. Fellow Taoist Gan, you are a timely help. Since you have sincerely submitted to our Fu family, we will naturally not treat you unfairly. The 3 of you, Gan family, can move directly from Changsheng town to take Sun Peak. Furthermore, your salary will be distributed according to the standards of our clan steward." As for the first person to take the initiative and show goodwill, he naturally wanted to set an example for the remaining 30,000 refugees. His purpose was simple: as long as everyone contributed their efforts to the development of the fiefdom, they would receive their due rewards. Gan Shenglan was stunned when he heard this. "Master, are you serious?" Not only could he escape his pariah status, but he could also immediately settle in the sacred mountain of Taeksun Peak and enjoy the salary of a steward. This was completely beyond his expectations. After repeated confirmation, Gan Shenglan, who had been completely disheartened, suddenly felt a surge of hope. Just as his father had said, his life had come to an end, but he could still build a family fortune for future generations. As long as the Fu family, this mighty tree, stood up, then the Gan family could rise again. Gan Shenglan excitedly stood up and bowed deeply to the ground. "I will do my utmost to serve the master and live up to his high expectations." As he spoke, he pulled a dagger from his sleeve. Chapter 154, The ghost market opens, enemies meet, and treasures appear. Fu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Before Gan Shenglin even approached, he had scanned his body with his spiritual sense, noticing something hidden in his right thigh. So, he wasn't particularly surprised when Gan Shenglin produced the dagger. But Gan Shenglin, with a single thrust, swung the knife down. With a scream, a gash appeared on his right thigh. Then, a well-wrapped ancient tome flipped out. Enduring the excruciating pain, Gan Shenglin offered the tome with both hands. "Master, this tome was found by our ancestors in an ancient cultivator's cave. Our Gan family built its fortune on the spiritual plant techniques described within. I present it to you today, Master, to see if you can find it useful." Fu Changsheng was taken aback. He hadn't expected this. Gan Shenglin was a man of courage. Knowing it couldn't be hidden, he had presented the tome beforehand. Fu Changsheng stepped forward, activated his technique, and healed the wound before accepting the tome. This small gesture warmed Gan Shenglin's heart. Fu Changsheng flipped open the ancient book and quickly scanned it. Even as a layman in the field of planting, he found the methods contained therein for cultivating and improving the quality of spiritual fields quite valuable. With this ancient book, and Gan Shenglin's guidance, he believed the spirit planting hall would soon be able to cultivate a second-level spiritual plant master. Fu Changsheng smiled and said, "Shenglin, after we ascend the mountain, Mullen will give you an identity token. The merit points you contribute to this ancient book will also be recorded in it. These merit points can be exchanged for anything you desire, provided, of course, that they belong to the Fu family." "Shenglin, thank you, Patriarch." Gan Shenglin finally felt relieved. Fu Changsheng's move undoubtedly treated him as a retainer of the Fu family. By actively joining the Fu family, the Gan family had made a wise move. According to the Fu family system, more work, more pay. His passion was instantly rekindled. Meanwhile, a familiar mechanical voice echoed through Fu Changsheng's consciousness. "Ling, you have recruited a second-level spiritual plant master for your family, obtained an ancient book on spiritual plants, and earned 90 family contribution points." The panel displayed the family's contribution points, which instantly jumped from 356 to 446. This was a pleasant surprise. With Gan Shenglin's arrival, several of the 30,000 refugees revealed their identities. They were all Kagan cultivators unable to continue their cultivation, though these individuals had not yet mastered the 100 arts. Fu Changsheng registered them. First, he promoted them to acting mayors. Since they were cultivators, their children would have a higher chance of possessing spiritual roots, so he planned to relocate the clan members and allow them to marry. After handling the refugee affairs, Fu Changsheng, fearing a possible spy, habitually moved his mind. "Exchange information." Buzz. The panel vibrated. A yellow light surged, followed by lines of text. "In 1 month, a ghost market will appear in Ghost Crying Ridge, 300 miles from your fiefdom. The items sold in this ghost market are all-encompassing and everything in between. A ghost market. And it's all-encompassing." Could he possibly trade for the foundation building pill formulas he needed, the ghost cherry pills needed for Chu Chan's second-level breakthrough, and the lapis lazuli needed to repair the other side of the 10,000 ghosts Great Formation? Fu Changsheng suddenly became excited. This was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for him. Unfortunately, the ghost market would open in a month, and it was obviously too late for him to transfer supplies from Lufang Mountain. "It seems I can only use the training room to refine a batch of second-level mid-grade explosive talismans and escape talismans." These were hard currency. Even if they couldn't be exchanged for scarce items in the ghost market, they were still a source of capital. At that moment, Fu Changsheng immediately announced his retreat. Entering the secret chamber of the second-level spiritual spring, opened on the mountaintop, he activated the magic circle and immediately thought, "Activate the training room." Buzz. His eyes flashed. The next moment, he appeared in the training room. To save time, he immediately began crafting the explosion talisman. The talisman blood, extracted from the golden-eyed Monkey King, came in handy. In the blink of an eye, 3 months in the training room flew by. Working day and night, he had almost exhausted the golden-eyed Monkey King's talisman blood, leaving him with several thick stacks of mid-grade talismans. Since the ghost market was about to open, he didn't waste any time and immediately thought, "Exit the training room." Normally, crafting talismans day and night for 3 months would be too much for even a strong man, and the severe consumption of spiritual energy made it impossible for the average person to endure. However, the training room had this special effect. It seemed as if one never tired inside, and their mana seemed to be endless, with no end in sight. This was something he discovered after several attempts. So, he found the system's newly developed feature extremely useful. At this moment, the panel trembled slightly, and a line of text appeared: Second level Talisman Maker, mid-grade, 80/100. Clearly, after making talismans many times, his skills had greatly improved. With a little more experience, he would break through to the rank of second level, upper grade Talisman Maker. At the same time, the contribution value on the panel dropped to 344. He could double his chances of winning once, but he was afraid of drawing a recipe that had already appeared before, which would be a waste. He also needed to accumulate contribution points for the deduction method function. Previously, he had only deduced the foundation building chapter of the Green Emperor's longevity secret to the 5th level, but he was already at the 3rd level, and the next step would be the 4th level. So he had to prepare in advance, just in case. I have to go to Ghost Crying Ridge to investigate. Of course, before leaving, he still had the usual thought: exchange for information. Buzz! The panel trembled, a large amount of yellow light surged, and then lines of text appeared. 1. Gan Shenglin and K Xiangu hit it off immediately. Each was impressed by the other's unique insights into spiritual plant cultivation. It can be said that they met too late. 2. During Fu Changsheng's retreat, the battle between the Huainan Prefecture aristocratic families in the Demon Cave also came to an end. Pingshan County. 4th Elder Ping Xingliu and his clansmen had been waiting at the mountain gate since morning. They stopped and waited for most of the day. Finally, they saw 2 sword rainbows rushing in the distance. The sword rainbows disappeared, revealing the Ping clan leader and the 5th Elder Ping Xingliu, who had returned from the battlefield in the Demon Cave. Ping Xingliu stepped forward quickly. With his spiritual sense, he found that the clan leader and the 5th brother were both injured, and his heart skipped a beat. With the death of the 2nd brother, the Ping clan now only had 3 foundation establishment cultivators left. I hope the clan leader and the others are safe. He was about to ask. Clan leader Ping waved his hand. Everyone, disperse. 4th and 5th brothers, follow me into the meeting room to talk. Ping Xingliu felt a vague unease upon hearing this. After entering the meeting room and activating the formation, clan leader Ping wearily closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again and spoke slowly. 4th brother, let's put our earlier plan to attack the Fu family on hold. During the final battle in the Demon Cave, my 5th brother and I were targeted by a quasi-3rd level demon general. Although we managed to escape, our meridians were damaged, and will need to retreat for the next few years to recover. All clan affairs will fall on you from now on. Ping Xingliu, who sat at the lower right, felt a wave of self-blame upon hearing this. He had been in the Demon Cave at the time. He had been devastated by the news of his 3rd brother's death. Originally, the clan leader had intended for them to safely navigate the final battle, but he was eager to earn more Imperial merit points to exchange for Foundation establishment pills. Furthermore, he felt resentful, thinking of his 2nd and 3rd brother's deaths at the hands of that bastard Fu Changsheng. Consequently, he lost control and launched a violent killing spree, attracting the attention of the quasi-3rd level demon general. The clan leader was seriously injured while saving him. Fortunately, they finally got their wish and exchanged for a Foundation establishment pill. Ping Xingliu, unsure of the reason, simply nodded and said, Patriarch, you and your 5th brother should rest and recover. You don't need to worry about clan affairs. However, the Ghost Market barrier at Ghost Crying Ridge will open in just 2 weeks. Patriarch, do you and your 5th brother need anything to buy? If I can find it in the Ghost Market, I'll buy it all. Both clan leader Ping and Ping Xingliu mentioned a few spiritual items. Finally, clan leader Ping said solemnly, 4th brother, you're the only one going to the Ghost Market this time. After you leave, remember to return to the clan mountain immediately. With the Ghost Market open, it won't just be our Ping clan going. The He and Cao clans will also be participating. Although our 3 clans are allies, and the deaths of the 2nd and 3rd brothers haven't been announced, we must remain vigilant. Most importantly, the last time the Ghost Market opened, members of the Yangang tribe participated. This time, I'm afraid the number entering the Ghost Market will be far smaller than the Yangang tribe. You must cooperate with the He and Cao clans, but also be vigilant against them. Yes, Patriarch. Ping Xingliu nodded hurriedly. Clan leader Ping then patted his storage bag. A flash of rosy light appeared. Boxes with cloud patterns on white backgrounds flew toward Ping Xingliu. This is 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Fourth brother. Take these and buy a second-grade pure yang spirit plant. Fifth brother is suffering from a cold poison and desperately needs it. Also, I remember the Ghost Market's West Tower sells soul condensing incense, which aids in foundation building. No matter what, you must get it. Thanks to fifth brother's heroic efforts in the demonic cave, our Ping family has finally earned a foundation building pill. If we have the soul condensing incense, it will be easy for us to produce another foundation building cultivator, foundation building pill. Ping Xingliu's breathing became heavy upon hearing this. Master, don't worry. I'll get this soul condensing incense even if it costs me my life. Don't talk nonsense. Remember this, you two. Nothing is more important than your lives. Save your own first. Yes, Master. Ping Xingliu felt a warm feeling in his heart. After several days of busy work within the clan, the Ghost Market's grand opening had arrived in the blink of an eye. Ping Xingliu left the clan mountain and hurried all the way to Changsheng mountain. When he arrived, he saw Xiao Renchen and He Mingdian waiting for him from afar. Ping Xingliu smiled and bowed, saying, Brother Xiao, Brother He, I'm sorry I'm late. Xiao Renchen waved his hand, of course not paying attention to such a small matter. Instead, he used a soundproofing spell and said, Brother Ping, your clan leader said there's a change of plan. The attack on the Fu family has been postponed. What's going on? He Mingdian, standing by, was also clearly concerned. After all, the plan was set when the Fu family was promoted to a quasi 9th rank family. How could it be changed so suddenly? Ping Xingliu had clearly prepared his story. Brother Xiao, Brother He, the Shangguan family performed exceptionally well in the demon cave, even earning 2 foundation establishment pills directly. Our clan leader has received word that Shangguan Hongyu will be stationed in Xianlong City after emerging from the demon cave. Xianlong City borders Yancheng County, and at the speed of a foundation establishment cultivator, it would take less than 2 hours to reach Yancheng County. Our clan leader's message is that all 3 of our families have earned a foundation establishment pill. Once we have one more foundation establishment cultivator in our clan, we can then attack the Fu family together. This will undoubtedly be a safer strategy. How could this nonsense fool He Mingdian and Xiao Renchen? The two exchanged a glance, a flicker of realization in their eyes. Rumors had it that clan leader Ping and Ping Xingai were seriously injured, and it looked like their injuries were certainly serious, otherwise they wouldn't have postponed their plans to attack the Fu family. Furthermore, Ping Xingfei, the Ping family's second elder, hadn't been seen in years. Based on information gathered by spies, it seemed likely that Ping Xingfei had already fallen. The Ping clan was no longer the force it once was. Clearly at a disadvantage within the 3-clan alliance, no longer the leader, they were less polite towards Ping Xingliu. Ping Xingliu sensed the change in their attitude and felt a slight irritation, but the situation was stronger than his own, so he suppressed his anger. The 3 of them arrived at Ghost Crying Ridge. After a moment's wait, 3 streaks of rainbow light darted in from the west. They faded, revealing 3 foundation establishment elders from the Yancheng and Xianyang tribes. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. However, this time, everyone's goal was to enter the Ghost Market. Therefore, they all snorted coldly, with no intention of starting a fight. A moment later, another streak of rainbow light appeared from the north. It faded, revealing a young man in a flash, Fu Changsheng. Ping Xingliu's eyes narrowed, a surge of rage rising within him. He was just worried about finding an opportunity to avenge his second and third brothers, and this beast had simply bumped into him. Perfect. He quickly sent a message to Xiao Renchen and He Mingdian, you two, it seems we can bring forward our plan to attack the Fu family. As long as we kill that little bastard Fu Changsheng, the Fu family will be a complete ruin, Xiao Renchen chuckled. He hadn't expected Fu Changsheng to be so bold, daring to come to the Ghost Market alone. However, he glanced warily at the 3 tribesmen on the opposite side, but held back. Brother Ping, now is not the right time to act. Brother Xiao, you're absolutely right. After we enter the Ghost Market, I'll keep an eye on Fu Changsheng. After we emerge from the Ghost Market and separate from the tribesmen, the 3 of us can join forces. How about that? Excellent. The 3 were in high spirits. They had never imagined that their trip to the Ghost Market today would bring them such a great achievement for the clan. Fu Changsheng glanced at the 6 men to his east and west, his face showing no sign of shock. It was just as the intelligence had revealed. Fortunately. After refreshing the relevant information, he shared the ghost market intel with Lin Xianfu and his wife. Knowing of such a good opportunity, Lin Xianfu and his wife readily agreed to attend the meeting. A moment later, two red lights darted in from the south. The rainbow light faded. It was Lin Xianfu and his wife. Lin Xianfu bowed to Fu Changsheng from a distance and said, "Brother Fu, I'm sorry. I was tied up in clan affairs and arrived late. Brother Lin, you're too polite. The ghost market barrier hasn't been activated yet. It's still early." Fu Changsheng greeted him with a smile. The three of them chatted and laughed like old acquaintances, but the scene was particularly jarring to Ping Xingliu and the other two. Ping Xingliu was furious. "I heard that Lin Xianfu, a peasant, was the one who guaranteed the Fu family back then. Fu Changsheng is no fool, he even thought of calling for reinforcements. Brother Xiao, it seems this plan to ambush Fu Changsheng will have to be abandoned." Before the Patriarch retired, he repeatedly emphasized that less trouble is worse than more. Now they were 3 against 3. Ping Xingliu didn't want to cause any trouble. Xiao Renchen, however, said disdainfully, "Brother Ping, your Ping family has always been known for its daring and aggressive fighting. Lin Xianfu and his 3 are only in the early stages of foundation establishment, while the 3 of us are all in the middle stages, decades ahead of them. So, in a one-on-one fight, are you afraid of losing? If you're truly a coward, Brother Xiao and I will handle Lin Xianfu and his wife, and you'll take on that brat Fu Changsheng. If we miss this opportunity, it'll be gone forever. I heard that bitch Shangguan Hongyu will be stationed in Xianlong City soon. With her protecting the Fu family, it will be extremely difficult for us to fight again." He Mingdian, standing nearby, fanned the flames. Ping Xingliu pondered for a moment. With his 5th-level foundation establishment cultivation, 2 realms higher than Fu Changsheng, a one-on-one fight shouldn't be a problem. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, Brother Ping, that's right." He Mingdian and Xiao Renchen laughed. They waited for another half an hour. The night deepened. Suddenly, the once bright moon was shrouded by dark clouds. It was pitch dark. At this moment, faint sobs could be heard from Ghost Crying Ridge. A moment later, a woman seemed to be singing an opera, accompanied by a mournful melody. From the depths of Ghost Crying Ridge, a humming sound erupted, and a cloud of dark spirit energy surged out, then swirled back into the air, landing above Ghost Crying Ridge and condensing into a barrier gate. Above the barrier gate, a bright white lantern hung. The 3 groups exchanged glances. 3 members of the tribe waved their sleeves, and 3 mid-grade spirit stones fell into the white lantern. Then, with a flicker of their bodies, they transformed into a streak of white light and disappeared through the barrier gate. Xiao Renchen and the other 2 stood still. Clearly fearing Fu Changsheng would escape, they waited until Fu Changsheng, Lin Xianfu, and his wife entered the barrier gate before the 3 of them swayed inside. However, just as the gate was about to close, a shadowy figure glided through the darkness and entered. The gate flickered slightly and then vanished. Fu Changsheng felt a brief moment of dizziness before a blinding red light filled his vision. He stood still. He saw shops forged from withered bones lining the street. Each one hung lanterns shaped from holes. The fiery red wicks within were demonic spirits, forged to emit a dark red glow. The red light connected, filling the entire ghost market with a vibrant crimson glow. Unlike any other market, the shops were devoid of hawking, only the screams and wails of evil spirits. Furthermore, the shops were devoid of shopkeepers or servants. All goods were marked with a required number of spirit stones, and no item had the same number as the others. A treasure bowl sat on the counter. Fu Changsheng stopped and didn't rush to investigate. Instead, he thought, exchange information, buzz. The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. Soul condensing incense is for sale on the 2nd floor of the 3rd shop on the west side. 4,000 spirit stones can be exchanged for 1. 2. Chapter 155, Treasure Hunt, Foundation Building Pill Recipe, and Lottery Box. 2. In the 3rd shop on the east side, a broken jade contains the recipe for the ghost cherry pill. Use yin spiritual energy to activate the broken jade to reveal it. 3. At the end of the east shop, in the thatched hut, a dark box contains a red tobacco plant, a 2nd grade, low grade, pure yang item. 4. In the attic of the 1st shop on your left, the treasure pavilion contains a yellowed ancient book that summarizes the life experience of a 3rd grade alchemist. It contains 4 different alchemy methods. 5. In the second shop on your right, there's a lottery box. In the third round, a second grade, low grade, demon condensing pill will appear. This recipe is suitable for second grade spirit beasts. 6. In the shop at the end of the west side, there is a first grade, local grade cultivation method. 7. Scanning the information one by one, Fu Changsheng was both surprised and delighted. This ghost market truly encompassed everything. However, the spirit stones he brought from his clan had been used to set up the 10,000 ghosts formation, leaving very little. So, he had to find a shop where he could exchange spirit stones. The shops in the ghost market couldn't be penetrated with his spiritual sense, so he had to search through them one by one. He reached the fifth shop on East Street and entered, finding it completely different from the others. There were no shelves. In the center of the room stood a single black prism mirror, and beside it lay a vortex formed by hundreds of evil spirits. He hesitated. Fu Changsheng probed the black prism with his spiritual sense, and it trembled slightly like ripples on water. Then a line of text appeared. "What are you selling?" Fu Changsheng was stunned. This diamond-shaped mirror actually responded. Did that mean the owner of this ghost market was hiding behind it? The thought flashed through his mind. Entering the ghost market, his goal was to exchange for a few spiritual items he urgently needed. If he had any extra spirit stones, he would use them to purchase spiritual items unavailable outside. After a moment's hesitation, Fu Changsheng simply wrote the 3 words "Golden Needle Secret" on the mirror. The mirror trembled slightly. There was no reaction. It seems this ghost market isn't stupid. Since this wasn't his first day here, he probably wouldn't be impressed by some common spells. When he wrote down the recipe for a second grade, mid-grade explosive talisman, the diamond-shaped mirror still didn't react. He'd given up, knowing there was no bargain to be had. He quickly wrote, "Second grade, mid-grade explosive talisman, escape talisman." Then, the diamond-shaped mirror finally responded. Buzz! A line of text appeared on the mirror. "Second grade, mid-grade explosive talisman, 400 low-grade spirit stones per piece, escape talisman, 360 low-grade spirit stones per piece." It was a bit lower than the usual market price. Clearly, the owner of this ghost market knew that those who came to sell their goods were in urgent need of spirit stones, so he deliberately lowered the price, but kept it within everyone's acceptable range. Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag. A flash of light appeared. A white rune box appeared. When the box opened, it was filled with his accumulated explosive talismans and escape talismans. The moment the talisman appeared, the evil ghost vortex hummed and suddenly erupted with a suction force. In an instant, it swallowed the box with white runes. Then, a surge of white light appeared. Thousands of low-grade spirit stones emerged from it. Fu Changsheng counted them and found that the number matched. Without a moment's pause, he turned and left the shop. All the items sold in the ghost market were only one-offs. He had to hurry, or else the good stuff would be snatched away. According to intelligence, the second floor of the third shop on West Street sold soul condensing incense. Soul condensing incense is a spiritual item that aids in foundation building. With Molan's aptitude, with this item, even without the foundation building pill, her success rate would be over 80%. Once Molan established her foundation, the first requirement for advancement to 9th rank aristocratic family would be fulfilled. I hope this item hasn't been taken yet, Fu Changsheng prayed silently. He rushed across the street at breakneck speed and climbed the stairs to the second floor. Ping Xingliu had arrived even earlier. Upon seeing Fu Changsheng's appearance, he swiftly flicked his sleeve, dropping 4,000 spirit stones into the treasure bowl. Buzz! The light shield of the box, covered in white wood grain, shattered with a crack, and the soul-condensing incense fell into Ping Xingliu's hands. Damn! Half a step too late, Fu Changsheng frowned. He was already moving fast, but Ping Xingliu had rushed straight here after entering the ghost market. Clearly, he'd known about the soul-condensing incense. If he hadn't had to exchange it for spirit stones, he might have had a chance of snatching it. Ping Xingliu saw that Fu Changsheng was also after the soul-condensing incense. His mood brightened. He snorted, "A spiritual item like the soul-condensing incense is something a lowly family like yours, the Fu family, would only covet. You're overestimating your abilities." He was about to offer a few more sarcastic remarks. Fu Changsheng didn't pause for a moment. In a flash, he was already sprinting down the stairs. Ping Xingliu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Once we're out of the ghost market, let's see how fast you can run," Fu Changsheng naturally had no time for verbal sparring with Ping Xingliu. Here, every breath counted. Exiting West Street, Fu Changsheng's mind raced through the information mentioned in the intelligence. The third shop on East Street held the recipe for the ghost cherry pill. It was right across from him. I hope I can make it in time this time, Fu Changsheng silently prayed. As he entered the third shop on East Street, he saw a man dressed in Yuntang tribal attire also there, lingering before a dark, broken jade. According to the intelligence, the ghost cherry pill recipe was contained within this broken jade. The number 3,500 inches appeared on the broken jade, clearly indicating the required spirit stones for the item. Seizing the moment the man hesitated, Fu Changsheng waved his sleeves, and in a flash of light, 3,500 spirit stones fell into the treasure bowl. Buzz! The treasure bowl flashed with a brilliant light, and the spirit stones vanished instantly. Simultaneously, the black light shield surrounding the jade talisman trembled slightly, then shattered with a bang. The talisman transformed into a streak of black light, drifting towards Fu Changsheng. The scene seemed slow, but in reality, it was complete the instant Fu Changsheng entered. By the time Elder Kun of the Yuntang tribe reacted, the jade talisman had already been taken by Fu Changsheng. A flicker of regret crossed Elder Kun's face, but when he saw it was Fu Changsheng, a murderous rage blazed in his eyes. Elder Yun had died inexplicably at the Penglai Mountain ruins. Their tribe had gone to great lengths to track down Fu Changsheng and Shangguan Feng and his daughter. If it weren't for the fact that only 2 of their tribe had reached Foundation establishment, they would have long since launched an army to wipe out the entire Fu family. Now this brat dared to rob him of the treasure. He was courting death. However, remembering the purpose of his journey, he suppressed his murderous intent. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. As long as his journey was successful, he could lead his people to annihilate the Fu family within 5 years. Fu Changsheng ignored Elder Kun's undisguised murderous glare. He took the broken jade and, without stopping for a moment, flashed out of the shop. He also realized a rule of the ghost market: no violence. Otherwise, Elder Kun and Ping Xingliu would have already started fighting. After exiting the third shop, he immediately used the light body technique to rush to the end of East Street. While the first shop on East Street held a notebook on alchemy experience, what was more important to him right now was the red tobacco in the thatched cottage on East Street. With this item, the 1,000-meter fragrance toxin in the spirit ape wine would be neutralized. Everyone was browsing the shops on both sides, and when he arrived at the thatched cottage, he was naturally the first to enter. Entering the room, he saw 3 boxes placed on the table. Unlike the other shops, his spiritual sense scanned the contents, but these 3 boxes seemed to be restricted, impenetrable to his spiritual sense. If it weren't for the intelligence, he probably wouldn't have known that they contained the pure yang spiritual object, the red tobacco. The 3 boxes on the table were marked with varying values. The white box held tens of thousands, the red box thousands, but the dark box alone had the number 930 hovering above it. Fu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the red tobacco wasn't expensive. Without a second thought, he flicked his sleeve, and instantly, 930 low-grade spirit stones fell into the thatched hut's treasure bowl. Buzz! The dark box's shield trembled slightly and shattered. The box floated toward Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng cast a spell, and the box opened, revealing 3-inch long, thumb-wide, second-grade, low-grade spirit herbs with serrated leaves. Wisps of red spiritual energy lingered above the herbs. It's truly red tobacco, however, he only needed 1. Unfortunately, this ghost market sold bundles. Spiritual items like red tobacco were extremely rare in the outside world. Even if he couldn't use them himself, selling them in the market would recoup his investment, at least not a loss. After pocketing the red tobacco, he thought. He counted his spirit stones and found just over 3,000 remaining. The intelligence provided information about a treasure, a third-tier alchemist's alchemy notes on East Street, and a recipe for a demon condensing pill in the third draw from the raffle box in the second shop on West Street. Furthermore, a first-grade earth-tier technique was available in the shop at the end of West Street. However, with his wealth, the earth-tier technique was out of the question. He only had the demon condensing pill recipe and the notes on alchemy. I guess no one would spend spirit stones on a lottery, he hesitated. I guess no one would spend spirit stones on a lottery. A scan revealed a hidden ladder at the corner of the first floor. He cast a spell, and the ladder descended. Climbing up the ladder led directly to the attic. Within the attic's treasure pavilion, a yellowed ancient book caught his eye. Above the ancient book floated the number 9,999. So expensive, Fu Changsheng was stunned. He only had a little over 3,000, barely enough for a third of the total. What a pity. Fu Changsheng hesitated. His spiritual sense swept through his storage bag, and his eyes lit up. How could I have forgotten this item? Coming down from the attic, he returned to the fifth shop on East Street and wrote first-class intermediate-grade puppet beast on the diamond-shaped mirror. He then stared at it nervously. Before leaving, the only thing left in their fiefdom that could be sold were the puppet beasts refined by Molan. So, he left 10 at his fiefdom and brought the rest with him. He wondered what price they would fetch in this ghost market. The alchemy notebook in the attic was written by a third-level alchemist. With this item, Mei Zhen, with her natural talent in alchemy, should have no problem breaking through to the second level. For the long-term development of the clan, a second-level alchemist was essential. Otherwise, even if he obtained the second-grade elixir recipe in spiritual herbs, he would still have to beg for someone to refine it, and would lose at least half of his profits. Especially if he could find the Foundation Establishment pill recipe. Then the clan would need a second-grade alchemist even more. Buzz! After he put pen to paper, the diamond-shaped mirror flickered, and a line of text appeared. First grade, mid-grade puppet beast, 700 spirit stones each, 700 each. 7,000. And he had 12 in total. That's 8,400 spirit stones. Adding the 3,000 or so he had left, it was enough to exchange for the alchemy notebook. Maybe even enough to cover 3 draws at the second shop on East Street. A smile crossed Fu Changsheng's lips. He slapped his storage bag. A flash of light appeared. 12 puppet beasts flashed and appeared. After being swallowed by the evil spirit vortex, they immediately spat out low-grade spirit stones, exactly 8,400 in total. He pocketed the spirit stones and returned to the attic. Arriving at the attic, he unexpectedly encountered Elder Kun of the Yangang tribe again. This time, Elder Kun's reaction was extremely quick. They both poured spirit stones into the treasure bowl almost simultaneously. Due to the rush of time, neither knew how many spirit stones the other had added, so they were now nervously watching the Duabao pavilion. Fu Changsheng caught a glimpse of Elder Kun's gaze fixed on a yellow jade slip in the bottom corner of the Duabao pavilion. A scan with his spiritual sense revealed the words Foundation Establishment pill engraved beneath it. This, Fu Changsheng was stunned. Entering the attic, his attention was focused on the alchemy notes jade slip, so he hadn't noticed another jade slip hidden in the corner, and it was the recipe for the Foundation Establishment pill. As far as Huainan Prefecture was concerned, only the Imperial Court and the Wanning Chamber of Commerce currently possessed the Foundation Establishment pill. Damn it, how could the system not even mention such important information? It was his own fault for not being careful enough. He was so focused on rushing that he always went for the items provided by the intelligence, not even glancing at the others. Just as he was regretting this, he saw the words 50,000 on the Foundation Establishment pill recipe. Fu Changsheng's throat rolled. 50,000 spirit stones. Even if he sold all his wealth, it wouldn't be enough to buy it. However, on second thought, a Foundation Establishment pill sometimes fetches 40 or 50,000 spirit stones at auction. Considering this, 50,000 spirit stones for the Foundation Establishment pill recipe was a steal. The Yuntang tribe was willing to spend so much to purchase this recipe. Could it be that they had already gathered the main ingredients for the Foundation Establishment pill? In a flash, Fu Changsheng suddenly remembered the intelligence report about the second-level alchemist who had been captured and imprisoned by the Yuntang tribe. If he remembered correctly, this alchemist would try to escape their control during the Yuntang tribe's grand ceremony. A thought flashed through his mind, and a vague plan formed in Fu Changsheng's mind. Buzz! The Duabao pavilion trembled slightly. Then, the 2 light shields crackled and shattered, sending 2 different jade slips floating towards Fu Changsheng and Elder Kun, respectively. Elder Kun's tense shoulders finally relaxed after receiving the jade slip containing the Foundation Establishment pill recipe. He quickly placed the slip into his storage bag and put it away. When he looked up, Fu Changsheng had already vanished from the attic. You're quite a runner. He descended from the attic and exited the shop. Fu Changsheng turned and headed towards the second shop. Entering, he found Xiao Renchen and He Mingdian already inside, gathered around a lottery box, seemingly discussing something. When Fu Changsheng entered, they immediately stopped talking. Fu Changsheng glanced over and saw the words 900 floating above the lottery box. Each entry required depositing 800 low-grade spirit stones into the treasure pot. Xiao Renchen and He Mingdian seemed hesitant. The draw had probably not yet begun. So, Fu Changsheng wasn't in a rush. The system hadn't mentioned whether there were prizes or what they were the previous 2 times. He simply made sure it was his third draw. A second-tier demon condensing pill recipe. It would be useful for Zhaoqing and future spirit beasts in the clan. After all, in Huainan Prefecture, recipes for second-tier spirit beasts were rare. Xiao Renchen waited for a moment, then, seeing Fu Changsheng unmoved, curled his lips and telepathically called He Mingdian, "Brother He, that jerk Fu Changsheng is clearly thinking of us as a sample. What do you think? Do you want to draw? Since we're here, of course we should. I heard clan leader Ping drew a third-tier spirit talisman last time. Brother Xiao, time's running out, so I'll draw sample first." Since he was going to draw, He Mingdian still felt like this was his first draw, so he wouldn't end up with nothing. With a flick of his sleeve, 900 spirit stones fell into the treasure bowl. At the same time, the evil spirits surrounding the lottery box suddenly screamed, and then the machine began to spin rapidly. After a moment, with a humming sound, an object flew out of the box. A closer look revealed a top-grade, first-grade cloud broomstone. This cloud broomstone is a wind-attributed spiritual material. When tempered into a magical instrument, it can activate a top-grade, first-grade wind and sand spell. It only sells for around 200 spirit stones in the market. He Mingdian frowned. Losing over 700 spirit stones was naturally unsatisfactory. He stepped back and said, "Brother Xiao, your luck has always been better than mine. You should go." Xiao Renchen didn't want to be the second one to go. In a mysterious way, he felt the second draw wouldn't yield anything good, so he set his sights on Fu Changsheng, hoping he'd make the first move. However, Fu Changsheng had already turned and was edging towards the door. Short-sighted, for just 900 spirit stones, there was a chance he'd win a third-tier talisman. How could such a good thing happen outside? Xiao Renchen curled his lips, disdainful of Fu Changsheng's exit. Without further hesitation, he flicked his sleeve. Instantly, 900 spirit stones fell into the treasure bowl. The lottery box began to spin again. Xiao Renchen watched nervously. After a long moment, the box stopped spinning, but no items were released. How is this possible, Abai? Xiao Renchen was stunned. 900 spirit stones had simply gone to waste. Is this lottery box malfunctioning? Even a consolation prize would be fine. How could he not win anything? How unlucky he would be. Unwilling to accept this, Xiao Renchen quickly stepped forward to inspect the box. He Mingdian, standing nearby, was also stunned for a moment, then his gloomy mood suddenly brightened. He was just thinking of offering some words of comfort to Xiao Renchen when suddenly, a buzz. The raffle box started to work again. Xiao Renchen's sadness turned to joy. Haha, I was wondering, how could there be no prizes at all? So they're planning something big. Xiao Renchen suddenly became excited. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, A Plan Within a Plan, Showing Off One's Talent. Buzz! A jade slip shot out from the lottery box. It exuded an ancient, time-honored aura. It was obvious it wasn't ordinary. Xiao Renchen was so delighted he couldn't even see his face. Haha, looks like I'm lucky, he said, reaching for the slip. But then, the slip trembled slightly, deftly dodging his grasp and flying toward the shop entrance. Xiao Renchen was stunned. What's going on? He turned around and saw the slip automatically stop in front of Fu Changsheng, who was standing on the threshold. Xiao Renchen's face changed. Could it be that the lottery box had just started spinning because that little bastard Fu Changsheng had dropped spirit stones into the treasure pot? He was being played for a fool. Xiao Renchen was instantly furious. If it weren't for the ghost market's prohibitions on fighting, he would have crushed that infuriating little bastard to dust. He wouldn't be called Xiao if he hadn't already. He Mingdian, standing by, watched the show. It was rare to see old ghost Xiao get humiliated, so he was delighted, but he didn't show it on his face. He was just thinking of saying something to comfort him when suddenly, the flames of the skull lanterns at the shop entrance went out with a puff. He Mingdian's face changed. Even Xiao Renchen, unwilling to give up and eager to give it another try, scurried out of the shop with incredible speed. Fu Changsheng, already standing on the threshold, was puzzled by the two men's haste, but he stepped out of the shop as well. He then took a closer look and saw that the skull lanterns on East and West Street had all gone out. The next moment, with a bang, all the shop doors slammed shut. A thick, white ghostly aura emerged from the ground, engulfing all the shops. In this dense fog, the range of his spiritual awareness was less than 7 feet. Fu Changsheng glanced around and quickly joined Lin Xianfu and his wife. At the same time, they quickly transmitted a message: "Fellow Taoist Lin, after we exit the ghost market, would you two be willing to come with me to my fiefdom?" Okay, Lin Xianfu and his wife were no fools. They naturally saw the hostility that Ping, Xiao, and he families held towards the three of them. Separating and leaving at this point would clearly be even more dangerous. Elsewhere, Elder Kun of the Yantang tribe had also gathered with 2 elders from the Xianyang tribe. Elder Xiangxin of the Xianyang tribe, looking at the 2 great Zhou factions on guard against each other, quickly transmitted a message: "Elder Kun, it's clear these great Zhou families aren't on good terms. After we exit the ghost market, why don't we just follow them? If a fight breaks out, we can reap the benefits." The 5 families must have exchanged a considerable amount of treasures at the ghost market. If they could all find their way, it would be a great boon. Moreover, by killing that little bastard Fu Changsheng, they could also avenge Elder Yun and Elder Liaya, who died at the Penglai mountain ruins. It would be a 2-pronged approach. Elder Kun was tempted by this. However, glancing at the storage bag at his waist, he shook his head and said, although the great Zhou family may appear to be fighting each other to the death, once faced with an external enemy, they will immediately put aside all hatred and unite to face the enemy. We are only 3, and the enemy is 6. If they launch a counterattack, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to return to the tribe alive. The recipe for the Foundation establishment pill was already in hand. Elder Kun, not wanting to cause any further complications, instructed, "So, after we are teleported out, not only must we not follow them, but we must also leave Ghost Crying Ridge as quickly as possible." The 2 elders of the Xianyang tribe, though somewhat reluctant, reason prevailed and nodded slightly. "Then we will obey Elder Kun." Buzz! At this moment, the entire ghost market seemed to tremble slightly. Then, a series of pulling forces fell on Fu Cheng and his 10 companions. In the next instant, their bodies swayed, and all 10 of them were teleported out of the ghost market simultaneously. Standing on Ghost Crying Ridge, they looked back. Where was the barrier gate? It was as if nothing had happened. The moment the 3 men from the Yantang and Xianyang tribes teleported out, they immediately activated their evasion speed and vanished without a trace in an instant. Only Fu Changsheng and his 6 companions remained in Ghost Crying Ridge. Xiao Renchen quickly transmitted, "Brother Ping, Brother He, should we attack now? No rush. The Yantang tribe is lurking nearby. Let that little bastard Fu Changsheng fly for a while. Once we're sure the Yantang tribe has left, we'll follow." Ping Xingli still felt it was better to be cautious. After Fu Changsheng and his 2 companions emerged from Ghost Crying Ridge, they flew towards the Taikyu Mountains. After flying for most of the day, Lin Xianfu, seeing that Xiao Renchen and his companions hadn't caught up, breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Fu, it seems the Xiao family doesn't want to cause any more trouble. If so, my wife and I will take our leave now. We'll visit your fiefdom again when we have time." The Lin family had yet to cultivate a 3rd Foundation establishment cultivator. Therefore, the 2 dared not leave their fiefdom for too long. Furthermore, having exchanged for the items they desired at the ghost market, they were eager to return. Want to leave? Too late, a cold snort rang out. Xiao Renchen, He Mingdian, and Ping Xingli flashed out from the east, south, and west, respectively, and without a word, immediately unleashed their magical powers to attack. Rumble. A Lishan seal roared, swooping down on Fu Changsheng with the force of a mountain. Fu Changsheng, however, remained calm, as if anticipating this. With a flick of his sleeve, the already activated Hunun Bowl hummed. A streak of 3-colored aurora, at an incredible speed, shot towards the whirring Lishan seal. Bang! The Lishan seal was only a 2nd-grade, superior magical weapon. How could it withstand the attack of a 3rd-grade spiritual weapon? It shattered on the spot. Ping Xingliu saw the clan's treasure appear. He suddenly realized that his second and third brothers had indeed died at the hands of that little bastard Fu Changsheng, and his murderous intent intensified. As Fu Changsheng activated the Hunyun bowl again, he suddenly formed a strange seal with his right hand and chanted an incantation. A restraining rune at the bottom of the bowl suddenly illuminated, and Fu Changsheng felt the bowl was about to slip out of his control. Oh no, it was obvious. The ancestors of the Ping family had tampered with the bowl long ago to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. If Ping Xingliu had the bowl, he would be in danger today. Therefore, Fu Changsheng reacted with remarkable speed. Without a second thought, he slapped his storage bag. A ray of light fell into the Hunyun bowl, and with a humming sound, the bowl was instantly absorbed. Ping Xingliu was furious. Little bastard, you're courting death. He immediately transformed his spell, and with a blast of energy from his right palm, a surging primordial essence condensed into a golden hand. The golden hand was indestructible, and with a whistling sound, it blasted towards Fu Changsheng's face. Ding, ding, ding. Fu Changsheng tapped the cloud rings around the purple immortal tower. Cloud rings materialized, blocking the whistling golden hand. Simultaneously, he tapped the 9 revolutions divine lamp floating in front of him and chanted an incantation. With a puff, the 9 revolutions divine lamp instantly ignited. The next moment, a venerable, ancient aura descended from the void, seemingly traveling through time and space. With a shriek, a phoenix materialized from the void. The instant the phoenix appeared, it flapped its wings and pounced upon Ping Xingliu across from it. Feeling the phoenix's powerful aura, Ping Xingliu didn't dare to be careless. A flicker of pain flashed in his eyes, and he casually cast a 3rd-level talisman. As the incantation rang out, boom! The 3rd-level talisman burst into a brilliant golden light. Then, a palm as big as a mountain slammed down upon the phoenix. Chew! The phoenix, at the peak of its 2nd-tier strength, was no match for the 1,000 palms talisman. With a scream, it shattered instantly under the mighty palm. The talisman then spontaneously combusted with a bang, consuming a 3rd-tier talisman. Ping Xingliu, already ravenous with hatred, was about to launch another attack when his consciousness suddenly registered something. His cloud-stepping boots flashed with a magical light, and he mysteriously left his spot. The ground where he had stood was now stained red with blood. Had he not dodged in time, he would have been ambushed. Fu Changsheng was only at the 3rd level of the Foundation establishment stage, but his attack methods were truly endless. If he didn't fight tooth and nail today, he would have perished. Then, a palm slammed into the ground. The ground trembled. Immediately, mud and rock tumbled, rising into the sky, transforming into a dense stream of meteorites that shot towards Fu Changsheng. Ding, ding, ding. The cloud ring conjured by the purple immortal tower was instantly destroyed. A 2nd-tier, top-grade earth attribute spell. Each strike was equivalent to activating a 2nd-tier, superior-grade talisman. Fu Changsheng was shocked. As expected, the gap between the middle and early stages of Foundation establishment was truly significant. The meteorite was about to engulf him. Suddenly, a flash of green light appeared from the ground. Accompanied by a roar, a green python soared into the sky, its body stretching several dozen feet, coiling in a circle around Fu Changsheng. Simultaneously, its scales lit up with a brilliant green light, transforming into shields that protected him layer by layer. Boom, 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 the meteorite fell. The green shield trembled slightly, only slightly cracking, but not collapsing. A 2nd-tier spiritual pet, Ping Xingliu was horrified. No wonder that little bastard Fu Changsheng seemed so confident. It turned out he had a trump card up his sleeve. But from today on, this green python belonged to him. Ping. Ping Xingliu's spell changed. Just as he was about to switch his attack method, suddenly, from the ground below, bang, 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 green vines burst forth, coiling around him like spirit snakes. Ping Xingliu quickly slammed his palm into the ground. Rumble. An earthen wall instantly rose before him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The vines landed on the wall, seemingly fragile, but they instantly devoured its magical power. With a sudden bang, it collapsed, the vines growing thicker and faster, shooting towards him. What kind of sorcery is this? Ping Xingliu panicked. He quickly activated his cloud-stepping boots, narrowly avoiding the vines' attack. At the same time, with a thought, his life-defining magic weapon, the 2nd spirit ruler, roared out. The half-foot-long green ruler trembled slightly, transforming into the phantoms of a Caitian tiger and a Caitian wolf. Both beasts were surprisingly at the early second stage. Roar! The Caitian tiger and Caitian wolf roared, charging at Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng flicked his sky thunder sword, and it spun, transforming into three sword shadows. They shot at the Caitian tiger, the first to charge, at breakneck speed, while the green python engaged the Caitian wolf. By this point in the battle, his mana was nearly depleted. After all, he was only at the third stage of the foundation establishment stage. A quick victory was necessary. Fu Changsheng quickly slapped a flying talisman on his forehead, dodging past a Caitian tiger and Caitian wolf, appearing behind Ping Xingliu. Simultaneously, he raised his hand, unleashing three explosive talismans into the air. Explode! With a roar, the power of the second grade, mid-grade explosive talismans shattered the earthen wall in front of Ping Xingliu. A trifle, Ping Xingliu snorted coldly. Knowing Fu Changsheng had exhausted his skills, he was about to strike the second spirit ruler when he suddenly sensed something and tried to dodge, but it was too late. A burst of purple light, shrouded by the explosion of the explosive talisman, reached his face. Hastily, Ping Xingliu could only block it with the second spirit ruler in his hand. A crackling sound rang out. The purple divine light pierced through the second spirit ruler, shooting past his brow with lightning speed. Bang! Ping Xingliu could not believe it until his death. He would die at the hands of the man in the early stages of foundation establishment. He also couldn't understand what kind of magic Fu Changsheng had unleashed in that final burst of purple divine light, capable of even shattering his second grade, supreme grade second spirit ruler. Resentment and regret filled Ping Xingliu's body as it fell heavily to the ground. The divine light in his eyes faded, leaving only a deep sense of self-blame. Before he left, the clan leader, still worried about him, came out of seclusion once again and repeatedly warned him not to get into trouble when entering the ghost market, and to buy the soul-condensing incense and other items and return to the clan immediately. If he had listened to the clan leader, he wouldn't have died tragically here today. At the same time, the soul-condensing incense he had finally exchanged for was about to be handed over to someone else, and it had to fall into the hands of that little beast Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve and directly put Ping Xingliu's body into his storage bag. He then rode the Sky Thunder sword back to the battlefield 5 miles away, only to find that Xiao Renchen had been slain by Shangguan Feng. Shangguan Feng was currently assisting Lin Xianfu and his wife in encircling He Mingdian. He Mingdian's mana was nearly exhausted. Under the siege of the three, he could only hold out for 3 breaths before being split in two, deader than dead. Fu Changsheng made a hand seal with his right hand, and with a humming sound, the remaining mana in his body transformed into balls of flames that landed heavily on Kiuaya Mountain. Boom! The next moment, a raging fire spread across Kiuaya Mountain. Simultaneously, with a flick of his sleeve, the flying boat levitated into the air. With a tap of his toes, he landed on the boat and said to Shangguan Feng and Lin Xianfu, "Uncle Feng, fellow Taoist Lin, quickly board the boat." The fight hadn't lasted long, but if someone targeted them, it would be troublesome. After all 4 of them, except Shangguan Feng, were nearly depleted of their mana. After the 4 of them boarded the boat, Fu Changsheng activated the ship's invisibility barrier, sending it soaring at breakneck speed towards Taikyu Mountain. On the boat, Lin Xianfu, feeling as if he had just survived a disaster, bowed to Shangguan Feng in gratitude. "If it weren't for a fellow Taoist Shangguan's help today, I'm afraid my husband and I would have been in great danger. Thank you so much, fellow Taoist Shangguan, for coming to our aid despite your injuries. We will always remember this kindness. Our 3 families are allies. There's no need to be so polite, Brother Lin. If you want to thank someone, thank Changsheng for taking precautions and allowing me to conceal my presence and enter the ghost market, making the Cao family think you 3 were already the prey. Fellow Taoist Shangguan, you entered the ghost market too." Lin Xianfu and his wife were stunned. They hadn't noticed. He had assumed Shangguan Feng had ambushed them. Shangguan Feng explained with a smile, "After the Demon Cave battlefield ended, I received a letter from Changsheng saying that a ghost market would soon open in Ghost Crying Ridge. Upon learning of this, I used the deception to appear to have returned to Anyang County, but in reality, I headed straight for this place. Furthermore, I learned that 3 foundation establishment cultivators from the Xiao, He, and Ping families were all headed there. To avoid alerting them, I concealed my presence and entered the ghost market, letting the 3 CAO family members relax their guard so I could capture them all in one fell swoop. So that's how it was. Lin Xianfu and his wife were surprised and amazed at how thoughtful Fu Changsheng was at such a young age. Fu Changsheng apologized. Fellow Taoist Lin, I'm truly sorry. I didn't tell you ahead of time to prevent the CAO family from noticing anything. Fellow Taoist Fu, there's no need for formalities. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to eliminate the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators from the opposing faction. Each of the 3 families has lost a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. They'll have to keep quiet for a few years, giving our 2 families time to recuperate. We don't have to worry about the 3 families' combined siege of our fiefdom every time we go out. We should thank you, fellow Taoist Fu and fellow Taoist Shangguan. During the battle, Fu Changsheng had deliberately lured Peng Xingliu out of their sight. Yet, he was able to single-handedly defeat Peng Xingliu, who was at the 5th level, with his 3rd level Foundation establishment cultivation. This astonished Lin Xianfu and his wife. After all, even when they teamed up against He Mingdian, also at the mid-stage Foundation establishment, they could only barely manage a counterattack, let alone defeat him. Furthermore, they had also mastered the secret technique of combined attacks. From another perspective, Fu Changsheng's combat prowess was far superior to theirs. In the world of cultivation, strength was always respected. Therefore, Lin Xianfu and his wife clearly had a greater respect for Fu Changsheng. They were also very pleased with their decision to become the Fu family's guarantors. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to enter the ghost market. The couple exchanged pleasantries. Fu Changsheng looked at Shangguan Feng with concern. Uncle Feng, your injury, it's nothing. Although I can only exert the strength of a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator right now, I've already exchanged for a healing elixir at the ghost market. A few years of seclusion will heal your injuries. That's good, Uncle Feng. This demon cave is so dangerous, and after years of war, have you cleared out all the monsters inside? The demon cave has indeed been cleared, and the exit has been sealed. However, it's hard to say how long the barrier will last. So, Changsheng, you must take advantage of this peaceful time and improve your strength as quickly as possible. If the demon cave erupts again, the imperial court will issue a conscription order to your Fu family. Yes, Uncle Feng. The group arrived at the Taikyu Mountains. Lin Xianfu and his wife's magic power had almost recovered. They bowed and took their leave. Shangguan Feng also intended to return to his clan to retreat and heal his injuries. After seeing the 3 of them off, a familiar mechanical sound suddenly echoed through Fu Changsheng's sea of consciousness. Ding, you have slain a Foundation establishment enemy for the clan, earning 80 contribution points. This was clearly the reward for killing Peng Xingliu. He had been chatting with Uncle Feng and the others on the flying boat, and before he had even had time to check Peng Xingliu's storage bag, he was filled with anticipation and nervousness. Chapter 157, Layout, Counting Harvest, Breakthrough. Pingshan County. Clan leader Ping, trapped in his secret chamber, felt restless and unable to calm down and recover from his injuries. He decided to leave his confinement and sit in the Soul Hall. An unseen moment passed before he felt a chilling wind behind him. Turning, he saw Peng Xingliu looking at him apologetically. Fourth brother, you're back. Clan leader Ping's anxiety finally settled. Seeing Peng Xingliu's self-blame, he assumed he hadn't been able to find what he needed. He said with a smile, the ghost market isn't the only place in the world. If you have spirit stones, you can find something. Come in quickly, don't just stand there. Clan leader Ping smiled, rising and taking a few steps to pull Peng Xingliu into the hall. However, as he approached, he saw a trickle of blood seeping from Peng Xingliu's brow. 2 lines of bloody tears streamed down his face. Then, a chilling wind swept past, and everything inside vanished. Fourth brother, clan leader Ping exclaimed. He opened his eyes. He found himself still sitting upright on the futon. Everything that had just happened had been a dream. Clan leader Ping suddenly looked up at the soul lamp on the altar, only to see Peng Xingliu's tablet tremble slightly. The flame suddenly extinguished with a puff. Fourth brother dead? How? How is this possible? As a precaution, he had given his fourth brother the clan's 3rd level talisman before he set off. Only the 3 of them and the Yuntang tribe had entered the ghost market. How could fourth brother have perished? What had happened? With the fourth brother's death, The Ping clan was left with only 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, both of whom were still recovering from serious injuries. Clan leader Ping struggled to suppress his fluctuating emotions, trying to remain calm. He quickly produced a communication jade talisman and infused a spell. Yunshin, quickly, follow the direction of Ghost Crying Ridge and search for any signs of a battle. Fourth brother's death. It was highly likely that the Yuntang tribe had sent reinforcements. The Xiao and He families were allies, and they would never rob each other while they were struggling. Just as he was about to use the jade talisman to contact the Xiao and He families, the other 2 families simultaneously sent him messages. Upon learning that 2 He family Foundation establishment cultivators had also perished during their visit to the Xiao family, clan leader Ping's pupils constricted. He gritted his teeth and transmitted a message, Brother He, Brother Xiao, only our 3 families and the Yuntang tribe know about the ghost market. The deaths of Xing Liu and the other 2 at Ghost Crying Ridge are most likely the work of the Yuntang tribe. The Yuntang tribe are quite bold, daring to initiate a provocation. This vengeance must be avenged. Brother Ping, my spies have learned that the Yuntang tribe has obtained 2 Foundation establishment medicine ingredients from somewhere. If we're going to take action, we must act now, clan leader Xiao's words echoed. His words hinted at the 3 families' leadership, clearly seeing through the Ping family's current situation. Clan leader Ping's eyes narrowed slightly. I will follow Brother Xiao's orders. The 3 men deliberated for a moment. About a day or 2 later, Yunshin, who had gone to Ghost Crying Ridge, sent back a message. Master, Kiuaya Mountain, about 100 miles from Ghost Crying Ridge, has been set on fire. This was the Yuntang tribe's style. Clan leader Ping was instantly more convinced that the Yuntang tribe was the culprit. Yuntang tribe. Elder Kun returned from the ghost market and excitedly headed straight for the forbidden area in the back mountain. The area opened, and a fiery aura filled the air. Layers of magic arrays unfolded, revealing a room of underground fire. Inside the room, an old Taoist priest with a white beard sat cross-legged in meditation. Elder Kun glanced at the 10 pill bottles placed on the broken string table, a hint of joy on his face. With a wave of his sleeve, he gathered the overflowing herb box on the other side. Shutong, from today on, you don't have to refine the autumn cloud pill for the time being. With that, he slapped his storage bag. An array of light flashed. An ancient jade slip slowly floated toward Yao Lao. This is the recipe for the Foundation establishment pill. Study it carefully. We will send you a complete set of the elixir in 6 months. This time, if you can successfully refine the pill, our Yuntang tribe will set you free. You, Yunyang, and Ye can go wherever you please. However, if anything goes wrong with this furnace of Foundation establishment pills, Ye may die young. Elder Kun laughed heartily and turned to leave. Shi Shutong, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a calculating look flashing across his eyes. Yunshin County. After Fu Changsheng returned to take Sun Peak, he went straight into the secret room. After activating the magic circle, he flipped his hand, and Ping Xingliu's storage bag instantly appeared in his palm. This time, he was heading to the ghost market. He had successfully purchased the red tobacco, which could neutralize the spirit ape wine, and also received a demon condensing pill, a ghost cherry pill recipe, and a 3rd-level alchemist's notebook. It was a truly fruitful harvest. The moment he took out these items, his mind trembled slightly. A familiar mechanical voice echoed through his mind. Ling, you have added the pure yang element of red tobacco, a demon condensing pill, a ghost cherry pill recipe, and a 3rd-level alchemist's notebook to the clan, earning 500 contribution points. Then, the contribution value on the dashboard instantly jumped from 404 to 904. Watching the rising contribution value, Fu Changsheng's smile widened. His gaze fell on the storage bag in his hand. With a hint of excitement, he slapped the bag. Suddenly, a radiant light flashed, and 5 or 6 boxes appeared before his eyes. Fu Changsheng's eyes immediately fell on the white, wood-grained box. He cast a series of spells, unlocking the restrictions and letting the familiar scent of sandalwood fill his face. He peered closer and saw that the box contained the soul-condensing incense, sold at the ghost market for 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. He had arrived a step too late, and Ping Xingliu had snatched it away first. Now, after all this twists and turns, it was finally in his hands. Fu Changsheng's lips curled up slightly. With this item, when Molan reached the peak of key training, he could easily attempt to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Once successful, their advancement to the 9th rank family would be fulfilled. At that moment, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind again, Ling, you have added a soul condensing incense to the clan, gaining 350 contribution points. Then, the contribution value on the dashboard changed to 1,254. Soul condensing incense. Fu Changsheng was already satisfied, so he had low expectations for the remaining boxes. He cast one spell after another, only to discover that within the white box with the grass patterns was a single plant of Martian grass, emitting a hazy glow. The Martian grass was a low-grade, second-level product, specifically used to treat cold poison. If his guess was correct, the Haika family's foundation-building cultivator had contracted the cold poison in the demonic cave. He had no use for the Martian grass, but it could be added to the clan treasury. As the thought left his mind, the mechanical voice echoed again in his mind, Ling, you have added a low-grade, second-level Martian grass to the clan, earning 60 contribution points. Then, the value on the panel changed to 1,314. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the pure white box. Although it was covered in layers of restrictions, he could still vaguely sense the abundant spiritual energy emanating from it. What exactly is within this? As the spells were cast, the restrictions were lifted. A buzz. A surge of abundant spiritual energy rushed towards him. He took a closer look. But then he saw a drop of emerald green spiritual liquid in the elixir bottle within the box. From this liquid emanated abundant spiritual energy and the aura of life. This, Fu Changsheng felt a faint familiarity. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He finally remembered where he had encountered it before. With a wave of his sleeve, the cloud ring purple fairy tower hovered before him. With a single incantation, he infused the pagoda's second floor. The tower door opened, and a force pulled the soul-devouring insect out of the pagoda, hovering before Fu Changsheng. At this moment, the soul-devouring insect, nestled within the sphere, also emanated a similar aura and aura of life. What exactly is this green spiritual liquid? Fu Changsheng wondered. Glancing at the pure white box again, he saw a line of small characters inscribed in ancient script on its bottom, source of life water. 1 drop can increase the medicinal lifespan of spiritual plants by 500 years. Fu Changsheng was a little incredulous. After rereading it several times and confirming that the inscription was indeed 500 years, he was truly astonished, muttering, this aristocratic family actually possesses such a miraculous item. A single drop can give a medicinal herb 500 years of age. The wonders of the world of cultivation, like the ghost market and this drop of life source water before him, were far more mysterious than he had imagined. After his shock faded, Fu Changsheng could no longer conceal the smile on his face. With these 2 drops of life source water, wouldn't his third transformation Azure Lotus be able to be cultivated successfully? This way, he could finally refine his own natal magic weapon. Great, Fu Changsheng couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. After several battles, he found himself somewhat constrained without his own natal magic weapon. He resisted the urge to rush back to Luifang Mountain to water the third transformation Azure Lotus. He took a deep breath, and after calming down, he opened the other boxes. The remaining boxes were likely Ping Xingliu's personal stash, nothing particularly special. Finally, he opened the storage bag. Ping Xingliu's corpse suddenly floated in the air. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed that, in addition to the second-tier, lower-grade cloud stepping boots on his feet, he was also wearing a second-tier, mid-grade black turtle armor. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with delight. These 2 items arrived just in time. The cloud stepping boots allowed for instantaneous agility changes during combat, and were also extremely convenient for traveling. Furthermore, his personal protective magical weapon had long been damaged in battle. The black turtle armor perfectly replaced it. With a few incantations, the cloud stepping boots and black turtle armor slipped from Ping Xingliu's body. Then, with a flick of his hand, he pocketed them. Hiss. Meanwhile, Zhaoqing, on the second floor of the pagoda, was already salivating over Ping Xingliu's corpse. Fu Changsheng smiled and said, Zhaoqing, wait. As he spoke, a incantation struck the human emperor banner, and a chilling wind blew. Qiu Chan instantly flashed out from the human emperor banner. Having failed in her previous attempt to reach the second stage, Qiu Chan's aura had weakened considerably. Although nourished by the human emperor banner, the effects were slow to show. Emerging from the banner, upon seeing the Foundation establishment corpse, a look of joy immediately crossed her face. Master, can I devour this Foundation establishment ghost? Yes, But can you refine it with your strength? Fu Changsheng remained somewhat concerned. It was, after all, a Foundation establishment ghost. Qiu Chan smiled and said, Master, rest assured. With a human emperor banner's assistance, there will be no problem. Yes, Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. Qiu Chan's smile widened upon seeing this. Her mouth opened slightly, and a mysterious aura descended upon Ping Xingliu's corpse. A moment later, a milky white spirit slowly ascended from the top of her head. The moment it ascended, Qiu Chan blew a breath, trapping Ping Xingliu's spirit within the human emperor banner. Master, if you have no further instructions, I will enter the human emperor banner to refine this ghost. Wait, Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag. A flash of rosy light appeared, and another corpse appeared in the air. It was Xiao Renshin's. Qiu Chan was stunned for a moment, then, sensing it, confirmed it was another Foundation establishment corpse. A look of ecstasy spread across her face. Master, is this Foundation establishment ghost also for me? Qiu Chan's tongue twitched with excitement. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. Immediately, he cast another spell, trapping Xiao Renshin's ghost within the human emperor banner. Hiss! At this moment, Zhao King, who had been ensconced in the pagoda, could no longer bear it and flew out, entwining herself with Fu Changsheng in a fawning manner. Qichen finished casting her spell. Seeing her master slap the storage bag again, she blinked in disbelief. Master, there's more. As soon as she finished speaking, He Mingdian's corpse hovered in the air. Shangguan Feng and Lin Xianfu had no other use for the Foundation establishment corpse. They simply took the storage bag, and Fu Changsheng naturally took it all in. Hiss! Zhao King was also overjoyed at the appearance of the third Foundation establishment corpse. As Qichen sent He Mingdian's ghost into the human emperor banner, she eagerly opened her mouth, a humming suction force emanating, instantly swallowing all three corpses at once. With a flash of green light, she returned to the pagoda to refine them. Qiu Chan bowed. Master, I'll enter the human emperor banner first. Wait, Fu Changsheng, fearing Qiu Chan might resist and attempt another attempt at the second stage, instructed, Qiu Chan, I found a ghost cherry peel recipe and main ingredients. Find an alchemist and start refining. With a ghost cherry peel, your breakthrough to the second stage is almost certain. So after refining these ghosts, remember not to rush into it. Do you understand? Yes, Master. Qiu Chan was touched. Her fellow cultivator, Xiao Qing, had successfully reached the second stage, but she hadn't. Not only had she failed, but she had even had to go to the trouble of searching for the ghost cherry peel for her. It was truly damn deplorable. If she couldn't reach the second stage, at Master's current level, she would be a burden. Qiu Chan vowed silently. Next time, no matter what difficulties or obstacles she faced, she would overcome them and succeed. After Fu Changsheng finished putting the human emperor banner and the cloud ring purple immortal tower into his storage bag, he looked at the contribution value on the dashboard and pondered. According to intelligence, Shi Shutong, the imprisoned second-level alchemist of the Yantang tribe, will try to escape during the Yantang tribe's grand ceremony. If he's right, the Foundation establishment pale recipe that Elder Kun exchanged at the ghost market is likely in Shi Shutong's possession. If he can rescue Shi Shutong, the Foundation establishment pale recipe will be within reach. The Foundation establishment elixir obtained from the Kingsa sect ruins on Penglai Mountain can also be refined into a Foundation establishment pill. With the aid of the Foundation establishment pill, Mullen will absolutely be able to establish her foundation. Moreover, a furnace of Foundation establishment pills will surely contain more than one. At that time, human puppets or members of the clan with breakthrough potential can all attempt to establish their foundation. I wonder if the Xiao, He, and Ping families will attack the Yantang tribe before this. According to previous reports, only the three families in the Yantang tribe knew about the ghost market. With the deaths of Ping Xingliu and the other three, and the various traces of the battle he left behind, all modeled after the Yantang tribe's methods, the Ping family and others will likely assume the Yantang tribe is the culprit. Regardless of whether the three families attacked the Yantang tribe or not, he had to improve his strength as quickly as possible. Training time was crucial. Looks like I'd better activate the training room. The training room not only tripled the speed of time, but also made training twice as effective with half the effort. If he wanted to break through to the middle stage of Foundation establishment in a short period of time, activating the training room was the only way. His mind was made up. With a single thought, he said, activate training room. A buzz? The panel vibrated. A flood of yellow light surged. Then, in a flash, he vanished from his original position and entered the training room. The familiar scent of sandalwood filled his nostrils. As he sat down on the mat, his initially excited heart suddenly calmed. He circulated a great circulation. A puff of foul air escaped his body. Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag, and a barrel of spirit ape wine and red tobacco emerged. The moment the barrel opened, the red tobacco was tossed in. A buzz. The spirit wine seemed to boil. Wisps of gray vapor rose, then dissipated with a thud mid-air. The barrel ceased its vibrations, and the spirit ape wine within returned to its calm state. A pure spiritual energy filled his nostrils. He took a deep breath, feeling instantly refreshed. He looked inward at his dantian and found that his magical power was not imprisoned. This indicated that the spirit ape wine's odor had been completely eliminated. It's time to practice. Fu Changsheng immediately opened his mouth, gulped down a bottle of spirit ape wine, and activated the Green Emperor's longevity secret to rapidly refine it. Spirit ape wine was different from elixirs. The medicinal power contained in it could be completely transformed into one's own true essence after just one circulation. Therefore, the refining speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. Only 4 bottles of the barrel of spirit ape wine remained, the rest having been refined. As he refined the spirit ape wine, he discovered that his body seemed to be developing a resistance to the drug, and the amount he could convert into true essence dwindled. When it reached less than 20%, he stopped refining and left the remaining 4 bottles to Grandmaster Yu. Huh? He glanced closely, only to see a line of text appear on the panel. Foundation Establishment, 3rd level, 92/100. He was still a bit short of breaking through to the 4th level. However, the spirit ape wine's potency was greater than he had imagined. He had thought reaching 80 would be considered impressive. Fu Changsheng flipped his right hand. A box with a white background and leaf patterns appeared in his hand. He opened it, revealing a 2nd grade, mid-grade fire mulberry fruit. This fruit was exactly what he needed to advance to the middle stage of Foundation Establishment. He opened his mouth, and the fruit instantly fell from his mouth into his stomach. Boom! Unlike the mild potency of the spirit ape wine, the fire mulberry fruit exploded like an explosive talisman the moment it entered his dantian. The immense medicinal power surged through his dantian like a galloping horse. Fu Changsheng grunted and hurriedly channeled his true essence, dispersing the medicinal power into clusters and sealing them away, to be refined one by one. Time passes in the blink of an eye. Fu Changsheng, meditating with his eyes closed, heard a crackling sound within his body. A mysterious barrier was breached, and his dantian expanded to over 3 times its original size. Simultaneously, his spiritual awareness also tripled. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. Foundation Establishment Level 4, he had finally achieved his wish of entering the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment stage. No wonder others say there's an insurmountable gap between the 3rd and 4th levels of the Foundation Establishment stage. The expanded dantian clearly showed it. He then spent several more months consolidating his realm, cultivating the cloud stepping boots and the black turtle armor, and removing the restrictions left by the Haika clan ancestors at the bottom of the Hunun Bowl. Just as he was about to emerge from seclusion, suddenly, there was a tremor coming from the Yunhun Zixin Tower. Chapter 158, 3 Joys, Important Intelligence, and a War About to Start. Just in case, every time he entered the training room, Fu Changsheng placed a cloud ring purple immortal pagoda and the human emperor banner in his storage bag. This way, his spirit pets and ghost servants would have 3 times the training time, while ensuring they wouldn't discover the existence of the training room. Since there was movement coming from the cloud ring purple immortal pagoda, he naturally had to exit the training room. A thought struck him. The next moment, a surge of yellow light surged. Then, in a flash, he was back from the training room to the real secret room. He glanced at the hourglass beside him. It was 1 year outside, while he had spent 3 years inside. At the same time, the contribution value on the dashboard dropped from 1,314 to 114. He slapped his storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and the cloud ring purple immortal pagoda floated before him. A pagoda appeared on the 2nd floor. The green python had transformed into 3 corpses of a mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, naturally breaking through to the mid-stage 2nd stage. However, The unusual movement from the pagoda came from a soul-devouring insect that had just emerged from its cocoon. After consuming the demonic energy from the blood demon sword and the outer layer of the life source water, the soul-devouring insect successfully broke through to the second stage. Its color, now golden, gained a hint of green. Buzz buzz buzz. It was now flying around the lazy green python within the pagoda. Fu Changsheng's lips curled slightly. This was truly a triple blessing. Not only had he successfully broken through to the fourth stage of foundation establishment, but his two spirit pets had also broken through. With this calculation, the Fu family now had the equivalent of 3 foundation establishment cultivators. A cloud encircled the purple immortal pagoda. The second floor door opened. The life source water, now free of its outer shell, instantly wafted out. Sensing the abundant spiritual energy and vitality within, Fu Changsheng quickly placed it in a bottle and sealed it. Including the single drop, he now had 2 drops of life source water, enough to successfully ripen the third stage green lotus. Guess I need to find time to return to Luifang Mountain. However, before that, he had to find a way to rescue Shishu Tuong. His eyes fell on the panel. He immediately thought, exchange information. Buzz. The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. On the way back from Ghost Crying Ridge, there is a top grade cold antelope tree at the foot of Wuli Mountain. The fruit on the cold antelope tree will be ripe in 3 days. 2. Zhangguan Shangguan improved the spiritual field cultivation method left by the ancestors of the Gan family and found a way to use top grade yellow feather soil to improve the grade of first grade spiritual fields. 3. Fu Yonggai explored the Taikyu Mountains and discovered a small, first grade, low grade gold sand mine at the foot of Fairy Peak. 4. Your wife Liu Mizhong has successfully broken through to the 9th level of key training, but she is determined to break through to the peak of key training before coming out of seclusion. 5. During the year you were in seclusion, Fu Molan rented the treasure ship of the Shangguan family and safely transported the members of the clan who were to migrate to the fiefdom. She also arranged marriages with the refugees who were settled there. 6. Your wife's spiritual pet, the quasi second grade wind-splitting beast, is on the verge of a breakthrough, but there is not enough spiritual energy environment in Luifang Mountain for it to break through. 7. Fu Changli spent a year successfully gaining the trust of the golden-eyed monkey and forging a spiritual pet contract with him. The golden-eyed monkey then provided the recipe for spirit ape wine. 8. Liu Runzi, with his accumulated experience and the assistance of the Earth Firehouse, successfully refined the second-level red-tailed fox claw you gave him into second-level, lower-grade red-tailed claw magical weapon 3 days ago, becoming a second-level, lower-grade weapon refiner. 9. The Ping, Xiao, and he families discussed the attack on the Yuntang tribe last month, deciding to launch the attack during the Yuntang tribe's grand ceremony in 5 months. 10. After receiving your message, Yu Qingru remained in seclusion. Her second attempt at foundation building failed, and Grandma Yu would pass away in 3 months. Upon receiving the news, Yu Qingru emerged from seclusion and was forcibly married to Ping Xinghe, a newly promoted foundation building cultivator from the Ping family, by the Yu family elders. A total of 10 pieces of information were exchanged. Fu Changsheng scanned them one by one. When he saw the 9th piece of information, his eyes lit up. Here's my chance to fish in troubled waters, as expected. The Ping, Xiao, and he families all tacitly accepted that the Yuntang tribe had attacked Ping Xingliu. Perhaps the 3 families had already learned that the Yuntang tribe had gathered foundation-building spiritual herbs and were planning to steal their foundation-building pills. In short, since they were going to war, he had an opportunity. Rescuing the imprisoned second-class alchemist Shishu Tuong should be no problem. Now he had another second-class spiritual pet. Upon seeing the 10th piece of information, Fu Changsheng's eyes narrowed. The Ping clan has a new foundation-building clan. He had promised his mother-in-law Yu that he would lend a hand to Yu Qingru in her time of need. Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment, then produced a communication jade talisman. He infused a spell into it, and the talisman illuminated. Miss Yu, I have received information that your clan elder will marry the new foundation-building clan elder upon your release from seclusion. Your grandmother only has 3 months left to live. I have now relocated to my fiefdom in Yunqing County. If you have any plans, please contact me as soon as possible. I will do whatever I can to help you. The jade talisman flickered slightly. The spiritual light disappeared. He studied the information again. At the same time, He was a little puzzled. Strange, why hasn't there been any hint about the medium-sized mineral vein and the secret realm mentioned in the intelligence? However, if you want to mine the medium-sized mineral vein, you must set up a set of second-order magic array. He had to ask his eldest brother to save some of the profits in recent years. In addition to purchasing the set of second-order magic array, he also had to save 36 medium-grade spirit stones to activate the 10,000 ghosts array to prevent it from happening. It's time to come out. Coming out of the secret room, I found that Taeksuan Peak was different from before and much more lively. The 7-star grass and red marrow rice planted in the more than 100 acres of spiritual fields in the back mountain are almost mature, with green and golden colors intertwined, and the spiritual plant workers are busy in the fields. Seeing Fu Changsheng coming out of retreat, they hurriedly stopped and saluted. Fu Changsheng flashed in from the waterfall on the back mountain, and when he entered the water curtain cave, he found that the original 13 acres of second-level spiritual fields were also planted with seeds. Because they are second-level spiritual plants, this piece of spiritual field is taken care of by Yangang Shangguan personally. A year later, tender sprouts have emerged in the soil. In the field, Yangang Shangguan were busy, and when they heard footsteps, they turned their heads and saw that it was Fu Changsheng. They hurriedly saluted, and when they sensed that the breath on Fu Changsheng's body was much stronger, their faces lit up. Congratulations to the head of the family for breaking through the middle stage of foundation building. At this time, in a newly built 3-story wooden building behind him, a little girl rushed out from the main room on the second floor, leaned on the railing, and waved to Fu Changsheng excitedly. "Daddy, Daddy," as she said that. Yao went downstairs. With a flash of light under her feet, she actually performed the light body technique, and in a flash she jumped in front of Fu Changsheng, saluted properly and said, "Daughter greets Daddy." Before he finished speaking, he hurriedly asked for praise. "Daddy, I successfully broke through to the second level of key training last month, and also learned the light body technique, but my second brother is very lazy. He just sleeps all day long and still hasn't drawn ki into his body. Mother is in seclusion, Daddy, you are also in seclusion, and my eldest brother stayed in Luofang Mountain. My second brother doesn't listen to me. Daddy, please take care of my second brother. He hasn't woken up yet. Humph, I'm really angry. I complained to Grandpa Yu, and Grandpa Yu just said that my second brother is weak and we can talk about it when he is a few years older. But I think my second brother is clearly lazy." Yao's voice was very crisp. Her little mouth chattered non-stop. At last, she pulled Yulian, who came downstairs after hearing the noise, and said, "If you don't believe me, ask Sister Yulian." Yulian smiled and touched her bun. Fu Changsheng smiled and said, Okay, Daddy will go and teach your second brother, that lazy guy, a lesson now." As he said, he went up to the second floor. He saw Rongir still lying on the bed in the wing room and snoring. He did not move when he heard the footsteps. He looked like he was sleeping soundly. Fu Changsheng stood beside the bed, and his spiritual sense swept across Rongir's body. Rongjin looked like he had not yet drawn the energy into his body. He glanced at the mark between his eyebrows and shouted, "Rongir!" Hearing Fu Changsheng's voice, Rongir, who was originally sleeping soundly, immediately rolled up from the bed. He babbled and gestured to Fu Changsheng. Obviously, this was to ask Fu Changsheng to fulfill his promise and take him into the Shiwan Mountains to hunt. "Rongir, wait a little longer. Wait until your father finishes the chores at hand, and then I will take you into the mountains, okay?" Rongir's mouth puffed up immediately. He was obviously unhappy. He fell asleep again. He seemed to be even more sleepy than before he signed the contract with a mysterious stone egg. Fu Changsheng was still a little worried about his condition. The third floor was where Master Yu lived alone. Master Yu had come out of retreat after the 2 children were brought over. His expression was obviously much better than when he was setting up the formation. Fu Changsheng presented 3 bottles of spirit ape wine with both hands. "Uncle Yu, this is spirit ape wine that has neutralized the cayenne fragrance. Please try it." Master Yu's eyes lit up when he heard the words. He quickly took the bottle, opened the bottle cap, sniffed it hard, then raised his head and gulped down a large bottle. He touched the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Not bad, it's more fragrant than snowflake wine." Fu Changsheng pinched a soundproofing spell. He said, "Uncle Yu, I think Rongir is even more sleepy now, but what's the reason?" "He is sleepy because the symbiotic beast in his body has not been able to get nutrients. Changsheng, it has been almost 2 years since Hongyu last ate. You have to find a time to take him into the Shangguan Mountains. You don't have to go deep into the mountains, just stay on the outskirts. Remember, unless Hongyu's life is in danger, try not to interfere with his foraging. After Grandmaster Yu finished speaking, he raised his head and gulped down the remaining part of the bottle of spirit ape wine in his hand. Coming out of the back mountain, Fu Changsheng returned to the meeting hall. During his retreat, the clan affairs were handed over to Fu Molan. Seeing that Fu Changsheng had broken through to the middle stage of foundation building, Molan hurriedly congratulated him. Fu Changsheng waved his hand for her to sit down, and Molan hurriedly reported the situation of the fiefdom. At the end, he said, "Master, the preliminary project of the gold grain sands mine on Fairy Peak has been built, and people with mining experience have been selected from the 30,000 refugees to go to mine. If the entire gold grain sands mine is fully mined, it should be able to sell for about 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. In addition, Yangang wanted to go out of the Taekyu Mountains and survey farther away from the fiefdom. I refused because his cultivation was too low, and asked him to stay in the Taeksuan Peak Spirit Spring Well to practice first." Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. Before this, Mizhen and the eldest brother had always been in charge of the clan. But now Molan is in charge of miscellaneous affairs with ease, which may be related to the fact that she has been working in the brothel for more than 10 years. "Molan, you will hand over the miscellaneous affairs to the fourth sister." "Master, what did I handle improperly?" Fu Molan has been working diligently for more than a year, fearing that others would find fault with her. She strives for perfection in everything. Although she doesn't say it, she knows in her heart that she only returned to the clan halfway through. Over the years, she has obtained the most resources. In addition, she has been practicing in seclusion for many years. In the long run, she is also afraid that some people in the clan will be resentful. She does not want to see the clan unhappy because of her. Fu Changsheng saw that Molan was unusually nervous, and knew that she was overthinking it, so he quickly waved his hand and said, "Molan, you have done a good job. The reason why I asked you to hand over the chores at hand is because I don't want you to waste your time managing chores. You know your qualifications well. Needless to say, after handing over the chores, go to the spiritual spring well in the Taoist temple halfway up the mountain to practice in seclusion until you reach the peak of key training before coming out." Having said that, Fu Changsheng transmitted another voice. Fu Molan's body shook, an incredible look flashed in her eyes, followed by a warm current passing through her heart, but she was still a little uneasy and said, "Master, when I returned to Luifang Mountain this time, I heard that the mistress had broken through to the 9th level of key training. Should such a precious thing as this soul condensation incense be left to the mistress? Over the years, the mistress has not only trained several alchemists for the sake of the clan, but has also been idle for a moment." If the mistress knew, Fu Molan certainly wanted the soul condensation incense. But with her mutated ice spiritual root qualifications, as long as she cultivated to the peak of key training, she would have the confidence to break through without the need for foundation building auxiliary spiritual objects. It would not be good to cause discord between the master and his wife. Moreover, over the years, the contribution points she made to the clan were indeed not enough to exchange for the soul condensation incense. Fu Changsheng saw that Fu Molan was willing to refuse the foundation building auxiliary spiritual object, and he comforted her and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mizhen understands the overall situation better than I do. Furthermore, with your sister-in-law Mizhen's cultivation speed, you've broken through to the foundation establishment stage while she hasn't even reached the peak of key training yet. There's no need to rush. Furthermore, once the clan has another foundation establishment cultivator, the chances of obtaining foundation establishment spiritual objects will increase significantly, at least allowing us to advance to the 9th rank family. Becoming a 9th rank family would qualify them to enter the Xianlan's secret realm. Opportunities would follow." Upon hearing this, Fu Molan stood up without hesitation and said, "I will forever remember the Patriarch's kindness. If it weren't for the Patriarch, she would have been abused by those despicable men by now, and she wouldn't have been able to embark on the path of cultivation." Fu Changsheng gave a few more instructions before summoning his fourth sister, Fu Changli. Upon learning that she would be taking over the responsibilities of the fiefdom, Fu Changli waved her hands repeatedly, saying, "Patriarch, I'm fine raising spiritual beasts, but managing the chores is beyond my ability. Fourth sister, you don't need to feel too much pressure. There aren't many people practicing Kigang in the fiefdom, and Fairy K is in charge of Lingzi Hall. You don't have many affairs to take care of. You just need to receive messages from 1 or 2 people in the tribe. If there's anything you can't handle, just let me know. I won't be in seclusion in the near future. Fu Changli bit her lip. She couldn't say no at this moment, so she could only nod and agree. Then I'll try. Fu Changsheng sighed slightly when he saw this. 15 years ago, the clan suffered. Only 4 cultivators were left. The third brother was obsessed with brewing wine all day long, while the fourth sister was busy taming beasts. Obviously, the 2 were not management talents, but the elders in the clan had not yet grown up. If the clan really had no manpower, it would not have let the fourth sister take charge of miscellaneous affairs. Fu Changsheng said, "Fourth sister, I passed by the foot of Wuli Mountain and Ghost Crying Ridge before and found a first-grade top-quality cold antelope tree. The fruit on the cold antelope tree will mature in 3 days. I will lend Zhaoqing to you temporarily. You go there, pick the cold antelope fruit, dig out the cold antelope tree, and give it to Kaiyangu to plant. Even if the cold antelope trees in Wuli Mountain have a companion spirit beasts, it should not be difficult to deal with Zhaoqing, who is in the middle stage of the 2nd level." As he said that, Fu Changsheng circled the purple fairy tower with a cloud. A green light flashed on the 2nd floor of the tower, and a green python jumped out instantly. Zhaoqing had followed the fourth sister for a period of time, so she was not unfamiliar with him. The green light surged and turned into an earring hanging on Fu Changli's right ear. Fu Changli blinked. If she saw it correctly, Zhaoqing had clearly broken through to the 2nd level. But the head of the family had never revealed this information before. Fu Changli became excited all of a sudden. Head of the family, Changli promises to complete the task perfectly. She hasn't come into contact with a 2nd-level spirit beast yet. She was faintly excited at this moment, and seemed to be impatient to ride Zhaoqing to set off. Fu Changsheng instructed, "Don't waste time when you are outside. Dig out the cold antelope tree and return to the fiefdom in time. Remember to send 2 cold antelope fruits to Molin and leave 2 to Mizhan. Take 1 yourself. If there are any extra, put them in the treasury and exchange them for the tribe members in the future when they need them." "Yes, head of the family," Fu Changli responded loudly. She didn't expect that she could also get a 1st-level top-grade cold antelope fruit. With a spirit fruit, she can retreat for a few more years, and breaking through to the 9th level of key training will be a natural thing. "Head of the family, if there are no other instructions, I will take Zhaoqing with me now." With that, they hurriedly left a meeting hall. Fu Changsheng shook his head at this. His fourth sister's temperament was still too impulsive. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ling, you have found a 1st-grade, top-grade spiritual plant for the clan, earning 46 contribution points." Immediately, the contribution value on the panel changed to 160. After leaving the meeting hall, Fu Changsheng walked towards the dojo halfway up the mountain. In addition to a 2nd-grade spiritual spring well, the dojo also had 3 1st-grade spiritual springs. Stone Fu Yonggai was practicing at the one on the moon-watching terrace. After sending a message to the other party, Fu Yonggai came down from the moon-watching terrace a while later. Thanks to the 2nd-grade spiritual vein in the fiefdom, the spiritual energy was abundant, and he could practice in the spiritual spring wells day and night. Fu Yonggai had already broken through to the 5th level of key training. Seeing Fu Changsheng, Fu Yonggai hurriedly saluted. "Greetings, Patriarch. Well, I heard you discovered a gold rain sands mine for the clan. Good performance. What reward do you want?" Chapter 159, Ancient Monk's Cave, Farewell to Hongyu, and the Appearance of the Spiritual Treasure. "Thank you, Patriarch, but I don't need anything at the moment." Fu Yonggai planned to save his contribution points. The clan was developing rapidly. He believed that by the time he reached the peak of key training, Aunt Molin would have broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and perhaps even the mistress would too. With 3 foundation establishment cultivators in the clan, the chances of obtaining foundation establishment spiritual objects would be much greater. He planned to use his contribution points to exchange for spiritual objects. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng said without further ado, "Come on, I'll take you for a walk." He planned to take Fu Yonggai to the border with Pingshan County to see if he could find that medium-sized mineral vein. "Yes, Patriarch." Fu Yongai's face suddenly broke into a smile. He had wanted to go out for a while, but Aunt Molin hadn't let him go. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and the flying boat levitated. With a tap of his toes, He landed steadily on the boat, and Fu Yonggai hurried to follow. Fu Yonggai had already explored the Takeo Mountains. Therefore, Fu Changsheng did not stop. He steered the flying boat westward. To the west, the Hanling River divides Yuncheng County and Pingshan County. The river's waters are turbid, swirling with yellow sand and surging with turbulent waves. Crossing the Hanling River leads to the fiefdom of Pingshan County. Fu Changsheng piloted his flying boat to the river's edge. Less than 10 miles from the river's edge, 5 rolling peaks rose and fell, but he sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy as the boat passed by. Fu Yonggai leaped from the boat and paused to gaze at the surging Hanling River. His thoughts were unclear, and he observed it silently for a long moment before saying, "Master, let me take a look around." Fu Changsheng nodded. The two men completed their exploration of the 5 peaks. Not even a single low-level spiritual herb had been found in this borderland, let alone a mineral vein. Fu Yonggai, however, remained undeterred. "Master, these 5 peaks are clearly undeveloped, and few have set foot here. These places are often more likely to harbor mineral veins. How about I use the Earth Escape Talisman to search deeper underground?" "Okay," Fu Changsheng nodded. After the other party had retreated underground, he decided it would be more reliable to use the intelligence system. If they had easily discovered this medium-sized mineral vein, the Haika clan, with their long-standing presence here, would have discovered it long ago. This time, at such close range, he hoped the intelligence could provide more specific information. He immediately thought, exchange for information, buzz. The panel vibrated. A flood of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. An ancient cultivator's abode is hidden in an underground cavern on Duohu Mountain in the Shilwan Mountains. 2. A medium-sized, first-grade, high-quality black iron ore vein is hidden in the 3rd peak to your west. Black iron stone is a common spiritual material used for forging magical instruments. Stop exchanging. Finally, it appeared. Fu Changsheng felt a faint sense of excitement. His body swayed, and he emerged from the 3rd peak, Wangniu Mountain. His spiritual sense swept across the mountain inch by inch, then dove into the ground, but still found nothing. Could this mineral vein be deep underground? Or perhaps it contains a natural magic array? He hesitated. Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag, and a palm-sized black iron stone fell into his hand. A moment later, Fu Yonggai emerged from the underground of the 1st peak. After seeing the black lump in Fu Changsheng's hand, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Master, this black iron stone is, I found it in this Wangniu mountain." "Yonggai, take a closer look. Does this mountain contain a mineral vein?" "Yes, Master," Fu Yonggai responded loudly. This was his first trip with a master. If he returned empty-handed, wouldn't it disappoint him? He took a deep breath. This time, Fu Yonggai held nothing back, pouring his surging ki into his right eye while chanting an incantation. The next moment, his tightly closed right eye suddenly opened. A strange divine light flashed within it, piercing through layers of mud and rock like a knife through tofu. Fu Yonggai continued to plummet underground. Fearing his power was failing, Fu Changsheng formed a seal with his right hand, and a shield of light descended around him, instantly easing the surrounding pressure from the earth. He sank several hundred feet. Fu Changsheng saw blood seeping from Fu Yongai's right eye. Clearly overexerting himself, he was about to ask him to rest for a few days before continuing, when Fu Yonggai exclaimed in surprise, "Master, we've found it. We've found it. There truly is a black iron vein here, and it looks quite large. It's probably a medium-sized one." Fu Changsheng followed the direction he pointed. But there was only a rocky wall ahead. His spiritual sense passed through, and a scorching aura immediately hid him. Clearly, there was something else behind the rock wall. Fu Changsheng said, "Yonggai, you go to the surface first." "Yes, Patriarch." Fu Yongai's mana was exhausted, so he didn't try to show off. But he was pleased to know that he hadn't made the Patriarch's journey in vain. Especially since if this vein were mined, while he wouldn't be the first to receive the credit, he would still accumulate a considerable contribution, bringing him one step closer to his foundation-building dream. After Fu Yonggai left, Fu Changsheng touched the rock wall and found it scorching hot, as if a powerful heat emanated from within. Normally, a black iron ore vein shouldn't possess this kind of heat before it's been opened. He slapped his storage bag, and the cloud ring purple immortal pagoda suddenly appeared in the light barrier. He tapped the pagoda, and the soul-eating insects on the 2nd floor flew out with a buzzing sound, landing on the rock wall and devouring it with a gurgling sound. About half an hour passed. The entire stone wall was devoured. At this moment, a thin red light curtain came into view. Behind it, a long wormhole snaked its way inward. Within the wormhole, densely packed black centipedes swarmed in and out, like ants moving house. These black centipedes were almost all at the late first stage. Beneath the wormhole, a number of exposed black iron stones could be seen. Fu Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Wangnia Mountain actually harbors a millipede mother. The millipede mother's strength must be at least semi-mature, meaning at the second stage, to produce such a large number of late first-stage centipede beetles. This was recorded in the spirit insect notes. As long as the millipede mother survived, it would continue to produce centipede beetles. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator trapped within would be drained of their mana and blood. Fu Changsheng didn't act rashly, as the wall of fire the soul-devouring insect had just devoured recondensed. Buzzing, the soul-devouring insect tried to pounce again, but he summoned it back. After emerging from underground, Fu Yuangai, with a nervous expression, telepathically transmitted to Fu Changsheng, "Master, I see someone across the Hanling River, acting suspiciously, seemingly watching us. Well, let's return to our clan," Fu Changsheng said with a wave of his sleeve. A flying boat hovered before them, and the two boarded, quickly departing Wangniu Mountain. The black iron ore veins lay deep underground, shielded by a self-healing illusion array. Even if the Ping clan entered the mountain, they would be unable to detect any clues. Once they were gone, Ping Yunshan from the Hanling River, after riding the crane Du Jiang, landed on Wangniu Mountain. After searching Wangniu Mountain for several days without finding any clues, he hesitated for a moment, then, considering this was the border of their fiefdom, he activated a spell and channeled a stream of magical energy into the Jade Communication Talisman. The talisman shone faintly, and he quickly said, reporting to Elder Hai, the head of the Yunshan Commandery, Fu Changsheng, has been spending several days at the 5 peaks of Hanling River. I've surveyed them and found nothing unusual. Elder Hai, do you think you'd like to come in person, in the Ping clan's meeting hall? Newly promoted Foundation establishment cultivator Ping Xinghe, after hearing Ping Yunshan's message, thought they still had 5 months before attacking the Yuntang tribe and had no energy to focus on the Fu clan. He decisively said, Yunshan, continue to monitor Hanling River. Report back if you see anything unusual. After Ping Xinghe finished his message, he felt it was no big deal and didn't want to interfere with the clan's recovery, so he didn't report the matter. Little did he know, however, that he had just missed an opportunity. Fu Changsheng piloted his flying boat back to Taixun Peak, his fiefdom. He said to Fu Yuangai, please keep the Wangniu Mountain incident secret. Wait for my arrangements. Yes, Patriarch. Having endured more than a decade of his stepmother's torture, Fu Yuangai had long since mastered keeping his affairs secret, which reassured Fu Changsheng. The Wangniu Mountain mineral vein. If mining were truly underway, it would require the extermination of the millipede mother, and also the need to guard against the Ping clan. Therefore, a second-tier magic array was essential. He had originally planned to wait a few years for the clan to accumulate resources before purchasing it, but now it seemed he couldn't wait any longer. While the Ping clan was busy attacking Yunshan County, setting up a second-tier magic array for mining was undoubtedly the best time. Looks like we'll have to head to Xianlong City. He had received a message not long ago. Miss Hongyu is already in charge of Xianlong City. She's a second-tier formation master, and the Shangguan family is renowned for their formations. They should have some second-tier formations in stock. If they can rent one, that would be ideal. If not, they'll have to ask Miss Hongyu and Lin Xianfu and his wife to borrow spirit stones and purchase one at the market. Fu Changsheng flew his flying boat south. Xianlong City was formerly the headquarters of the Xianlong tribe. After their destruction, the Haika sent a foundation-building cultivator to guard it. After traveling hundreds of miles from the Taikyu Mountains, passing through a peach blossom forest, Xianlong City came into sight in the distance. The cultivators at the Xianlong City gates were nervous upon seeing the foundation-building cultivator approaching, but upon recognizing Fu Changsheng, they breathed a sigh of relief and bowed, saying, Patriarch Fu, I'm sorry, but according to protocol, please show us the first and second family jade seals, because this is a southern barbarian land. The city's restrictions are somewhat strict. Fu Changsheng complied by presenting the jade seal. As the monk guard in the city gate opened the magic circle, plum blossoms fell from the sky. He hurriedly bowed and said, Greetings, Elder Yu, it was Shangguan Hongyu, upon receiving the message, who couldn't wait to go out and greet him. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time since their separation on Penglai Mountain. Shangguan Hongyu's phoenix eyes fell on Fu Changsheng. Just as she was about to exchange pleasantries, she jolted back, a look of surprise crossing her face. Changsheng, you've reached the middle stage of foundation establishment. Such rapid cultivation speed was incredible. She had reached the foundation establishment stage years earlier than him, having earned a barrier-breaking pill through merit in the demon cave, and had successfully reached the middle stage. It seemed Changsheng's spiritual roots were at least Earth's spiritual roots. He smiled and congratulated him. Fu Changsheng bowed and said, Miss Hongyu, congratulations to you, everyone. The two entered the inner city's meeting hall and took their seats. After Shangguan Hongyu cast a soundproofing spell, the two exchanged experiences on their breakthrough to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Finally, Shangguan Hongyu took the initiative and said, Changsheng, fellow Taoist Lin and I have agreed to visit the Shiwen Mountain soon. In Kailin Valley, there's a second-grade, mid-grade undead tree. It's estimated to mature in 3 years. There's also a pair of second-grade, mid-stage 3 flower demon butterflies stationed there. Would you be willing to team up and go there? Kailin Valley wasn't far from Duohu Mountain. Fu Changsheng also wanted to explore the ancient cultivators' cave. He nodded immediately. Shangguan Hongyu's phoenix eyes gleamed with a smile. Then it's a deal. By the way, since you've come to Xianlong City this time, if you encounter any difficulties in your fiefdom, just let me know. Given our close relationship, even if I can't help, I'll have my father take action. Miss Hongyu, you're truly discerning. To be honest, I came here to purchase a second-tier magic array. However, our Fu family is a bit short on funds right now, and I'm afraid I won't be able to come up with the spirit stones right away. I'd like to write you an IOU, promising to pay you back within 3 years. Is that okay with you, Miss Hongyu? Shangguan Hongyu glared at Fu Changsheng. I thought it was something big. I'm a second-tier array master myself. If you don't need a mountain protection array, I have a second-tier, lower-grade yellow sands array. This array is primarily defensive, but it can also trap enemies. If you don't mind, you can take it. A second-tier, lower-grade protective magic array would be sufficient for Wangniu Mountain. Fu Changsheng was delighted. Thank you very much, Miss Hongyu, he said. He quickly produced a talisman and wrote a few lines on it. The talisman's aura faded, and it floated towards Shangguan Hongyu. Shangguan Hongyu noticed the amount of spirit stones written on the IOU was slightly higher than the Yellow Sands Formation's market price, evidently including 3 years' worth of interest. Her phoenix eyes lowered, but she said nothing more. She handed the Yellow Sands Formation to Fu Changsheng and explained in detail how to set it up and control it before sending him out of Xianlong City. The silhouette of the flying boat vanished into the sky. Shangguan Hongyu paused in silence for a long moment, her thoughts unsettled. After Fu Changsheng returned to the clan's land, his fourth sister, Fu Changli, had also returned from Wuli Mountain. She excitedly slapped her storage bag, and a white box with a fruit pattern floated toward Fu Changsheng. Master, this cold antelope tree has produced 16 fruits. Unfortunately, most of them were eaten by the companion spirit beast, she said. Fu Changli opened the box, revealing 7 first-grade, premium-grade cold antelope fruits. This was a significant haul for the Fu family. Fu Changsheng nodded in appreciation. Fu Changli, however, kept it a secret, smiling. Master, guess what else I discovered in Wuli Mountain? The companion spirit beast of the cold antelope tree. Fu Changli blinked. Master, you're truly wise, he smiled, patting the spirit beast's bag. A flash of rosy light flashed. A bleating sound accompanied it, and a cold antelope, its belly bulging, landed in the hall. Fu Changsheng swept his consciousness over it. She was somewhat surprised to discover that this cold antelope was pregnant with 6 cubs, but hesitated and said, Fourth sister, if I remember correctly, cold antelopes usually travel in pairs. Why is the male missing? It's dead. When I arrived at Wuli Mountain, I found only a single skeleton in the cold antelope cave. Judging by the weathering, it must have been dead for at least a decade. I searched the entire Wuli Mountain but couldn't find any other cold antelopes. I don't know how this one got pregnant, it's a shame it's dead. Fortunately, this cold antelope is pregnant. Cold antelope milk can be used in medicinal food or directly for the elderly and children. It has strong bodybuilding benefits. Most importantly, its manure is an excellent spiritual material for cultivating spiritual plants. Otherwise, even the cold antelope tree couldn't thrive in the sparsely populated environment of Wuli Mountain, yet it still produced 16 fruits. Fourth sister, you've performed a great service this time. You can keep one extra cold antelope fruit. Also, report the corresponding contribution points to my elder brother, and he'll record it for you. Fu Changli accepted with a smile. After leaving the meeting hall, Fu Changsheng headed to the waterfall grotto in the back mountain. After ascending to the third floor and finding Grandmaster Yu, he got straight to the point. Uncle Yu, I've discovered a medium-sized black iron vein in Wangniu Mountain, near the Hanling River. However, it contains millipede mothers. I need your help in setting up the yellow sand formation. Grandmaster Yu looked at Fu Changsheng in astonishment at the discovery of a medium-sized vein. Fu Changsheng smiled and said, perhaps after being designated a noble family, good fortune has finally arrived for our Fu family. By the way, that millipede mother is a fire-attributed demonic beast. Uncle Yu, do you think we can use the yellow sand formation to separate the black centipede beetles it has spawned? If so, perhaps we can bring Ranger along this time. Grandmaster Yu nodded slightly. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng hurriedly said, then I'll wake Ranger up, and the three of us will go together. Zhao King had already returned to him from her fourth sister's place. With 2 second-level spirit pets to join the fight, and the second-level yellow sand formation, they should be enough to deal with the millipede mother. Reaching the second floor, Fu Changsheng quietly woke Ranger. Hearing he was being taken out, Ranger babbled excitedly, and the mark between his eyebrows glowed brightly. This time, Fu Changsheng was going out in secret. Therefore, he activated the flying boat's invisibility formation and headed west. After arriving at the Hanling River, they docked at Wangniu Mountain. Fu Changsheng asked Zhao King to stay with Rongye on the mountain while he and Master Yu retreated underground. Arriving at the Wall of Fire, Master Yu surveyed the entire wormhole terrain for 10 days before, with a wave of his sleeve, tossing the 12 flags of the yellow sand formation to Fu Changsheng. The two of them worked together for several more days before finally setting up the yellow sand formation's flags in array. Because they were underground, the formation was even more complex. Master Yu's lips moved as a spell was cast into the central array. Rumble. Wangniu Mountain trembled slightly. Across the Hanling River, Ping Yunshan, who had been keeping an eye on Wangniu Mountain, was stunned when he saw the trembling on the opposite hilltop. Huh? What's going on? Over a month had passed since the Fu family and their companions had last appeared. Meanwhile, Wangniu Mountain had been completely still, and no one from the Fu family had returned. Why was it suddenly shaking? Could it be a terrestrial dragon rising? Ping Yunshan pondered. Still riding his crane, he flew over the Hanling River. Just as he reached Wangniu Mountain, he saw 3 yellow rays of light suddenly shoot up into the sky. Ping Yunshan's body trembled. Could it be the appearance of a rare treasure? His eyes lit up with excitement. Chapter 160 Millipede Mother, Huge Reward, Surprise. My opportunity, Ping Yunshan, has finally arrived. Ping Yunshan was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. When he began his cultivation, the clan's resources were almost exclusively directed towards the 3 outstanding individuals, leaving him with very little. Although the 3 individuals later passed away, he was already old, and the clan placed its focus on other rising talents. He had thought his life would be wasted. Who could have imagined that, in a moment of pity, he, Ping Yunshan, would also encounter a heaven-defying opportunity. He now piloted his crane, rapidly descending the mountain. He was already eager to discover what kind of treasure had been unearthed, capable of causing such a commotion. Just as he regained his footing, 3 pillars of yellow light shot up into the sky and then rolled back. With a hum, they transformed into a yellow light shield, enveloping Wangniu Mountain. This wasn't a treasure revealed. It was a trap. Oh no. Ping Yunshan's heart trembled. He formed a seal with his right hand, and strands of silvery threads shot out from his fingertips, landing on the light shield. The yellow light shield hummed and trembled slightly, yet remained motionless. This was a first-grade, top-grade spell, powerful enough to kill a late-stage key training cultivator. It was over. It was over. This was clearly a second-grade formation. The one who could cast it must be a Foundation Establishment cultivator. In a flash, Ping Yunshan's mind flashed to the image of Fu Changsheng. It's him, damn it. A dignified Foundation establishment cultivator acting so shady and unpresentable. One moment, he was still fantasizing about whether he could seize this opportunity to soar to the sky, the next, he was plunging to the bottom, knowing his life was imminent. At this critical moment, he hurriedly produced a communication jade talisman. However, before he could move, a sudden sound wave struck from the air. Ping Yunshan, who had yet to cultivate his spiritual consciousness, felt his vision go black, and the next moment, he collapsed straight to the ground. A white-robed autumn cicada descended. After refining 3 Foundation establishment spirits, autumn cicadas had reached a quasi-second stage, poised to break through to the second stage at any moment. Now, dealing with a late-stage key condensation cultivator was a piece of cake. Chu, the immortal crane, upon seeing its master under attack, opened its mouth and launched a water arrow towards autumn cicada. Ling. The water arrow was blocked by the heavenly thunder sword and shattered with a crackling sound. Fu Changsheng emerged from the underground, a cloud encircling the purple immortal tower. A suction force suddenly erupted from the first floor of the tower. The crane whined unwillingly a few times before transforming into a streak of white light and being absorbed. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Fu Changsheng's mind. Ling, you have captured a late-stage first-stage crane for the clan, earning 30 contribution points. The next moment, the contribution value on the dashboard changed to 186. Wrong. Aboard the flying boat, was somewhat displeased at Fu Changsheng's taking the crane into the cloud ring purple fairy tower. He had been starving for years and was ravenous. Fu Changsheng smiled. I'll take you down there to satisfy your craving. With a wave of his hand, he tucked the flying boat into his pocket. Carrying Rong, he landed on Zhaoking's back. Zhaoking flicked her tail and transformed into a ball of green light, plunging into the ground. Hundreds of feet below, they found Grandmaster Yu standing before a wall of fire. Fu Changsheng then pointed at the cloud ring purple fairy tower. Buzzing, soul-devouring insects flew out of the tower and settled themselves on the wall of fire. Soon, the firewall was completely devoured. A long wormhole came into view. The vibrations from the formation unnerved the black centipede beetles within, causing them to crawl restlessly back and forth. Eat, eat, eat. The sight of the dense swarm of black centipede beetles made them cry out. Ranger mumbled his first word, then the mark between his brows flickered. Then, with a bang, a blazing flame erupted from it. In an instant, Ranger vanished, transformed into a fireball. With a humming sound, the fireball instantly plunged into the centipede black beetle. Seeing the intruder, the centipede's abdomen throbbed, unleashing a barrage of arrows. A dense, overwhelming barrage of arrows descended upon Ranger, who had entered the wormhole. Ranger, even Fu Changsheng, who had already broken through to the middle stage of Foundation establishment, felt a pang of fear at the sight. After all, Ranger was still a child in his eyes. How could he withstand such an attack? He instinctively wanted to help. But then, Grandmaster Yu tapped the formation's collar. Suddenly, a brilliant white mist filled the wormhole. The beetles' eyes, each as big as a green bean, blinked in confusion as they discovered they had fallen from the wormhole into a vast expanse of yellow sand. Ding, ding, ding. The arrows, having lost control, fell helplessly to the ground. Wrong gear, transformed into a fireball, let out an excited cry. Immediately, from the fireball, countless hair-thin tentacles whizzed out. These tentacles extended continuously, piercing the stunned black beetle's jaws with lightning speed. Zzz, like a blazing flame, the beetle's essence and blood flowed through the long tentacles at an astonishing speed, flowing into the fireball. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of beetles in the wormhole were devoured. Burp, Wrong Gear let out a contented burp within the fireball. Looking at the corpses of the black centipede beetles scattered across the ground, Fu Changsheng's eyes flashed with disbelief. Zhaoking was nothing compared to the instantaneous devourment of such a vast amount of demonic blood. Roar! At that moment, a furious roar echoed from the wormhole. It was the millipede mother who had noticed something was amiss. With a roaring sound wave, the remaining black centipede beetles trapped in the illusion suddenly trembled, their eyes regaining clarity. Simultaneously, under the mother's command, they quickly gathered together. Their auras merged in an instant, emanating a force no less potent than that of a mid to late Foundation establishment cultivator. Brother Wrong, come back. This was no longer something Brother Wrong could handle. Grandmaster Yu cast a spell on the central array disk, sending a pulling force down upon Roger. Though reluctant, Rong knew he was no match for the mutated centipede black beetle, so he returned to Grandmaster Yu's side. Uncle Yu, you and Roger go first. Changsheng, be careful then. Grandmaster Yu's array power was exhausted, and knowing he was a burden to remain, he cast a talisman to escape the earth. Embracing Roger, who had transformed into humanoid form, he vanished in a streak of yellow light. At the same time, the mutated centipede black beetle opened its mouth, and a cloud of white mist shot out. Wherever the mist passed, it shot out. They all transformed into rock. Stone skin technique. Fu Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly, having never imagined that this centipede could even possess a second-tier spell. Unable to act with caution, he stepped on his cloud boots, aura surging, and deftly dodged. Simultaneously, he formed a magic spell, and a ray of purple light shot out from his body, shooting towards the mutated centipede with lightning speed. Ding! The indestructible purple divine light was unexpectedly blocked by a black armor shield conjured by the centipede. Fu Changsheng snorted coldly. The spell changed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Green vines shot out from the ground, wrapping around the centipede like serpents. Ding, ding, ding. The vines were cut in two by the wind blades swung by the centipede's claws. The wind blades continued their momentum, shooting towards Fu Changsheng in a dense mass. Ding, ding, ding. The wind blades were blocked by the clouds conjured from the cloud ring purple immortal tower. Seeing this, the black centipede beetles were actually getting more and more courageous as the fight went on. Fu Changsheng immediately abandoned the fight and poured his surging true essence into the Hunun bowl. Buzz! The Hunun bowl trembled slightly. A three-colored aurora suddenly appeared. Roar! The moment the three-colored aurora appeared, the mother millipede, commanding from the rear, panicked and tried to disintegrate the black centipede beetles. But it was too late. The aurora from the Hunun bowl successively pierced through the black armor shield, and with a loud bang, it directly blasted hundreds of the gathered black centipede beetles into a pool of flesh. Roar! Deep in the wormhole, the mother millipede let out a shrill roar. Boom! Boom! The ground shook. Then, the mother millipede, resembling a white jade spider, rushed out of the wormhole. Over 30 feet tall, a human face appeared on its back. Roar! The face opened its mouth. A thick, white mist shot out, disintegrating with a thud in the air, transforming into a vast white net that descended upon Fu Changsheng with a crash. Chew! Simultaneously, the nine-turned divine lamp ignited. A phoenix descended from the void, its wings flapping. A billowing flame instantly ignited the falling white net. The phoenix flapped its wings, and in a flash, it soared above the millipede mother, slashing its claws through the air at her. The mother reacted with remarkable speed. With her 1,000 legs flailing, she narrowly avoided the attack. Just as she turned, she saw a purple light and an aurora borealis blaze towards her, one after the other. A phoenix swooped down overhead. Suddenly, a green python emerged from the ground, ambushing from all sides. The millipede mother, unable to escape, closed her eyes in resignation. But she had thought her death was certain. But when he opened his eyes, he saw a two-legged beast appear before him, speaking something to him. The mother millipede, having lived for centuries, was timid by nature, having spent her entire life cultivating deep underground, never having interacted with other creatures. It took her a while to understand what the two-legged beast meant. It was asking her to recognize the beast as her master. The mother millipede hesitated. Once she did, her freedom would be gone. But saving her life was more important than freedom. So, though tears welled up in her eyes, she nodded and relaxed. After signing the spirit beast contract, Fu Changsheng sensed the mother millipede's emotions, a crybaby with a girlish personality, and couldn't help but laugh. He then conveyed his intentions. From now on, your name will be Xiao Bei. For the next few years, until this black iron ore vein is fully mined, you will remain here. But you must protect the miners. Do you understand? He repeated this a dozen times. The mother millipede finally nodded in understanding, and a faint sense of joy welled up in her. For it, staying in its original nest was naturally the best option. Clearly trying to please Fu Changsheng, the mother millipede waved its claws, signaling Fu Changsheng to follow it into the cave. At the same time, the familiar mechanical voice echoed through Fu Changsheng's sea of consciousness again. Ling, you discovered and successfully captured a medium-sized black ironstone vein, earning 1,234 contribution points. Immediately, The contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 1,420. Fu Changsheng was delighted that the contribution value had reached 4 digits again. This would allow him to deduce the subsequent foundation building techniques and the Blue Emperor's longevity secret. Finally, his pressing need was resolved. Following Xiaobei into the cave, he could sense a surge of abundant fire-attributed spiritual energy from afar. Then, at the far end of the damp cave, a 3-meter-tall fire abundance tree came into view. It's a fire abundance tree. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. The fire abundance tree is a second-grade, mid-grade spiritual tree, and its fruit can be consumed without medicinal use. The fire tree looked 1,000 years old. Clearly, the millipede mother had grown up on this fire tree. A closer look revealed 2 ripe fire fruits still on the tree. Xiaobei pointed at the fire fruits in a flattering manner, suggesting that Fu Changsheng pick some. Fu Changsheng smiled and praised him. He immediately cast a spell to gather the 2 fire fruits from the fire tree and placed them in a box. Simultaneously, he used the 5 spirits transporting technique to unearth the fire tree as well. The millipede mother's eyes were filled with reluctance. Fu Changsheng soothed her, "Don't worry. Every time this fire tree bears fruit, I'll send you the first ripe fire fruit." Upon hearing this, the millipede mother's sadness turned to joy. Although she had lived for hundreds of years, she had never been exposed to the outside world, and her mind remained as simple as a child's. Meanwhile, the familiar mechanical voice echoed through Fu Changsheng's consciousness again, "Ling, you have added a second-grade, mid-grade fire abundance tree to the clan, earning 80 family contribution points." Immediately, the contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 1,500. Fu Changsheng resisted the urge to immediately have the system deduce his cultivation technique and surveyed the entire vein. He discovered that the ore deposits were even richer than expected. If they could be fully mined, not counting labor costs, selling them in his own shop would probably fetch nearly 100,000 spirit stones. 100,000 spirit stones would be enough to elevate the spirit vein in Luofang Mountain to the 2nd tier. Thus, the second condition for advancement to 9th rank family was met. However, the fiefdom currently had very few people. If he didn't continue to recruit miners, it would likely take 10 years to mine the entire vein. Therefore, he had to transport more clansmen from the clan territory of Nanyang County to try to mine the entire vein within 3 years, otherwise things would change. After emerging from underground, he saw Rongyir already in the Grandmaster's arms, deep in his sleep. Between his eyebrows, it contained a terrifying energy. After continuous refinement, this energy automatically flowed into Rongyir's Danshan, causing Rongyir's cultivation aura to steadily rise. Despite this, Fu Changsheng remained somewhat uneasy. After all, he still knew nothing about the creature parasitic within his son's body. Grandmaster Yu, noticing the worry on his face, reassured him, "Don't worry, Rongyir will be fine. He will, however, be in a deep sleep for several years. When we return to our fiefdom, we'll find a suitable excuse to conceal his condition. Well, then, I'll have to trouble you, Uncle Yu." Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and the flying boat levitated. After the two landed on the flying boat, Fu Changsheng tossed the unconscious Ping Yunshan onto it. With Ping Yunshan's death, the Ping family would surely come to Wangniu Mountain. Before settling the miners, Fu Changsheng decided to avoid further trouble. Upon returning to his fiefdom, he would imprison Ping Yunshan in the dungeon. Because the flying boat's invisibility array had been activated, the return journey was safe. Arriving at the fiefdom's meeting hall, Fu Changsheng summoned Fu Yonggai. "Yonggai, we've already set up a second-level yellow sand formation for the Wangniu Mountain vein. Furthermore, I've subdued the millipede mother in the vein's wormhole, temporarily serving as the mining area's guardian spirit beast. From now on, you will be fully responsible for the mining of this vein. I hope you can utilize your talents, plan the project rationally, and strive to complete the mining as quickly as possible. Do you have the confidence?" Suddenly entrusted with such a heavy responsibility, Fu Yonggai was stunned. First, he felt happy. Then, he felt the Patriarch's trust. The vein would yield at least tens of thousands of spirit stones, yet the Patriarch had entrusted him with full responsibility, demonstrating his Patriarch's recognition of him. He immediately stood up and bowed, saying, "Please rest assured, Patriarch. Yonggai will mine the vein as quickly as possible, while ensuring the quality of the black iron stone." "Yes," Fu Changsheng thought for a moment. He summoned the cloud ring purple fairy pagoda. A tap on the pagoda sent a buzzing soul-eating insect from the second floor of the pagoda flying out. Fu Changsheng's lips moved a few times before he said, "This soul-eating insect will temporarily stay with you while you mine the vein." Although the millipede mother was guarding it, just in case, Fu Changsheng decided it was safer to have the soul-eating insect stay with Fu Yonggai. Yonggai's cultivation talent was comparable to Molin's, so he naturally couldn't let him fall into danger. Fu Yonggai was overjoyed to be entrusted with such an important task. He had never imagined that the Patriarch's personal spirit pet would be given to him as a guardian. He felt a surge of warmth in his heart, having never felt such care in his life. He silently warned himself that he would become the Patriarch's right-hand man and live up to his kindness. Fu Changsheng gave him a few more instructions before he stood up to leave. The familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind again. "Ling, you have received Fu Yonggai's deepest approval and gained 10 family contribution points." Immediately afterwards, the contribution value on the panel instantly changed to 1,510. This was a pleasant surprise. After handing the fire tree to Xianggu and Shangguan for planting, Fu Changsheng returned to the secret chamber of the spiritual spring well on the mountain top. After opening the magic circle, he quickly reviewed his next goal. The 3 major families of the Haika clan were about to attack the Yangang tribe. To rescue Shi Shutong, he naturally needed to be as powerful as possible. Therefore, before that, he had to refine the 2 fire fruits. Without hesitation, he said, "Activate, training room." Buzz! The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, he felt a flash before his eyes. The next moment, he appeared in the system's training room, walked over to the cushion and sat down. With a wave of his sleeve, a white box with leaf patterns containing the fire accumulation fruit floated in front of him. He touched the box, and the fire accumulation fruit inside instantly fell into his stomach. The powerful medicinal power rushed into his meridians like a torrent of water. Fu Changsheng hurriedly activated the Green Emperor's longevity art to gradually gather the uncontrolled medicinal power, wrapping it with his true essence, and then refining it bit by bit. Chapter 161, Storm's Surge, Battle Begins, 5 Beasts and 7 Stars Formation. While Fu Changsheng was in seclusion, in a hidden cave in Qianming Mountain, clan leader Ping was meditating with his eyes closed. Ping Xingyu, however, was feeling restless, rising from his seat to scan the cave with his spiritual sense. Ping Xingyu's restlessness affected clan leader Ping, who reluctantly said, "Old Fifth, please sit down." He thought of the immediate attack on the Yangang tribe. He couldn't sit still now. "Patriarch, we agreed to meet at noon. Why haven't the Xiao and He families appeared yet? Have they changed their minds at the last minute?" Clan leader Ping sneered. The 3 families were attacking the Yangang tribe to avenge the deaths of the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators at Ghost Crying Ridge. In reality, they were all tacitly pursuing the Yangang tribe's Foundation establishment pill formula. With the formula, as long as they could gather the necessary spiritual elixirs, the clans would be able to produce a steady stream of new Foundation establishment cultivators. Why wouldn't the Ping and Xiao families come? The reason they hadn't appeared so long was simply because they saw the Ping family's current decline and wanted to give them some space. As the 2 spoke, 4 rainbow lights darted in from outside the cave. Then they faded. They were none other than the Xiao and He families. Clan leader Xiao smiled and said, "Brother Ping, I'm truly sorry. I was caught up in some chores and was temporarily held back. That's why I'm late. I've kept you waiting." Meanwhile, clan leader He didn't even bother to explain. Currently, apart from clan leader Ping, the remaining 2 Foundation establishment members of the Ping family were both in the early stages of their cultivation. Their status and position were far inferior to those of the Xiao and He families. If it weren't for the friendship established by their ancestors and their accomplices within the Yangang tribe, the opportunity to attack the Yangang tribe and seize the Foundation establishment pill formula would have been completely out of their reach. So, as soon as they sat down, clan leader He bluntly stated, "Clan leader Ping, your Ping clan has had an insider in the Yangang tribe for at least a decade. Are you sure he hasn't been assimilated by the Yangang tribe?" Clan leader He acted like a superior treating an inferior. This was clearly difficult for clan leader Ping, accustomed to being the head of the 3 clans and giving orders, but he remained unfazed. He smiled and said, "Clan leader He, rest assured. The insider we've planted in the Yangang tribe holds the lives of their parents and brothers in our hands. Furthermore, he's been trained as a Deadpool from birth. so he'll definitely have no ulterior motives. While the Ping clan may be declining now, it's still a well-established 9th-rank family, its legacy still intact. As he spoke, clan leader Ping waved his sleeve, and a scroll materialized in the air. The scroll slowly unfurled, revealing a map of the Yangang tribe's layout. Clan leader Ping cast a spell on the scroll. With a humming sound, a 5 beasts and 7 stars formation suddenly rose from the Yangang tribe's mountain. Chief Ping said, "As far as I know, there are only 2 foundation establishment cultivators left in the Yangang tribe. One is in the late foundation establishment stage and is also the chief of their tribe, and the other is Elder Kun, who is in the middle foundation establishment stage. The reason they have survived until now is because of this 3rd level 5 beasts and 7 stars formation. This formation can draw on the power of the stars to transform into 5 2nd level monsters to fight the enemy. Moreover, if you don't hesitate to consume the power of the formation's origin, you can also let the 5 beasts merge and temporarily increase their strength to the 3rd level. Therefore, if you want to capture the Yangang tribe, how to sneak in is the key. Fortunately, the Yangang tribe's triennial grand sacrifice is coming soon, and it is also the time when they are most relaxed. Our Ping family's insider has already sent a letter. On the day of the grand sacrifice, a gap in the northwest corner of the formation will be open to let us sneak in. The Yangang tribe's formation center is in the chief's cave. However, on the day of the grand sacrifice, the chief and Elder Kun will go to the sacrifice site. As long as we seize the opportunity and destroy the formation center first, the entire Yangang tribe will be ours, 6-2. This was a crushing defeat without a doubt. Thus, the existence of a traitor within the Haika clan became crucial to their ability to capture the Yangang tribe. In the eastern wilds, within a hidden cave on Penglai Mountain, at the border of the Yancheng and Xianlong tribes, a white-bearded Taoist priest dressed in Yangang tribal attire sat cross-legged. He was Elder Kun, the only remaining foundation establishment elder besides the chieftain. Elder Kun closed his eyes in meditation for a long moment, then suddenly, his consciousness stirred. With a flick of his sleeve, the cave's magic circle curtain opened, and 2 figures flashed in. Both were dressed in Nidang tribal attire. They were none other than the 2 great elders of the Nidang tribe, Murakisi and Nagano Hiro. Nagano Hiro, a burly man, stood still and spoke eagerly. "Fellow Taoist Kun, you sent an urgent message for us to come here in secret, but what's going on in the Great Zhou?" The Great Zhou had repeatedly probed the various tribes of the eastern wilds, successfully defeating over a dozen. This had left them feeling on edge. Elder Kun's face was solemn as he quickly transmitted a few words. Nagano Hiro's eyes lit up after hearing them. The Fu clan of Taixun Peak. 9 months had passed as Fu Changsheng, meditating with his eyes closed in the training room, refined the last trace of the fire accumulation fruit's medicinal properties. As he retracted the incantation, the panel trembled, revealing a line of text: Foundation Establishment Stage, 4th Level, 42/100. Seeing the progress above, Fu Changsheng was quite satisfied. After all, the fire accumulation fruit was only a mid-grade, 2nd grade 1. Furthermore, since the millipede mother didn't know how to care for it, the 2 fire accumulation fruits were only of lower quality. Such a significant improvement in cultivation was a pleasant surprise. "It's time to leave," he said. According to the intelligence, the Ping, Xiao, and He clans had likely already arrived at the Yangang tribe. A thought suddenly struck him, and his eyes flickered before his eyes. The next moment, he emerged from the systems training room, and returned to the secret room of reality. 9 months in the training room, while only 3 months had passed in the outside world. The panel vibrated slightly. Then, the contribution value immediately dropped to 1,210. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the deduce technique button. He had already reached the 4th level of foundation establishment, and it was time to begin deducing the subsequent techniques. The last time he deduced the foundation establishment chapter of the Green Emperor's longevity secret, he had spent 1,000 contribution points. He wondered how many would be needed to deduce the subsequent techniques this time. He immediately thought, deduce the Green Emperor's longevity secret, The panel vibrated. A surge of yellow light surged. Then, tadpole characters emerged one after another. 36 tadpole characters trembled slightly, and then, with a hum, they all sank into a sea of consciousness. After closing his eyes for a long moment, sensing the situation, Fu Changsheng finally opened them with joy. He had spent 1,000 contribution points and had successfully deduced a complete foundation establishment technique. Back then, practicing the key training chapter of the Green Emperor's longevity secret offered 3 major benefits. First, a 30% increase in the success rate of foundation building. Second, the ability to cultivate the purple key divine light. And third, an additional 30 years of lifespan. The current foundation building chapter offers the same 3 advantages. First, if one has mastered the secret technique Purple Key Rising Sun, then opening up the Purple Mansion will be more than 3 times easier than for an ordinary person. Furthermore, the Purple Key Divine Light can now materialize and defend against enemies. Second, generally speaking, during the foundation building stage, each breakthrough in the Green Emperor's longevity secret increases one's spiritual awareness by 1 level, extending its reach by 10 feet. However, once one enters the late stage of foundation building through practicing the Green Emperor's longevity secret, each subsequent breakthrough in spiritual awareness doubles, practically equivalent to cultivating both mana and spiritual awareness simultaneously. This is unheard of in any text. Third, the foundation building chapter of the Green Emperor's longevity secret also includes a secret technique called Ancient Source Thunder Sutra. Upon reaching the 2nd level of cultivation, one can condense the evil-repelling divine thunder. Only cultivators with thunder-attributed secrets could perform them. However, the Ancient Source Thunder scripture could directly transform true essence into thunder essence, a feat truly miraculous. Changsheng was extremely satisfied. He then thought about copying the Ancient Source Thunder scripture, but, like the Green Emperor's longevity secret, his mind was completely blank. What a shame! Whether it was the Green Emperor's longevity secret, the Ancient Source Thunder scripture, or the 9 transformations of the rising sun, they were all excellent inheritances, perfect for passing down to his wife and children. Looks like I need to improve my cultivation even more. Once his realm reached a higher level, he'd surely find a solution. Changsheng's gaze fell on the control panel, and seeing that he still had 210 contribution points left, he felt a sense of relief. Before setting off for the Yangang tribe, he naturally had to exchange for information. Immediately, under the urging of the mind, the panel trembled, and a large amount of yellow light surged, followed by lines of text. 1. The Ping family, the Xiao family, and the He family each sent 2 people to build the foundation. They will arrive at the Yangang tribe in 10 days. After the Yangang tribe's grand ceremony begins, the Ping family's spies in the Yangang tribe will open a magic circle in the northwest corner, allowing the 6 of them to enter the 5 beasts and 7 stars formation too. The Ping clan's spies had been lurking in the Yangang tribe for many years. They had already married and had children, and were assimilated by the Yangang tribe. This time, they opened the magic circle and let the 6 Ping clan foundation building people enter the formation. In fact, they were playing the same trick on the Yangang tribe. Elder Kun of the Yangang tribe had already moved 2 foundation building people from the Nidang tribe to help them. He planned to use the 5 beasts and 7 stars formation to wipe out the 6 Ping clan foundation building people. 3. The imprisoned alchemist Shi Shutong took advantage of this battle and escaped from the Yangang tribe with a narrow escape. When passing through Yangang mountain, he was encountered by Ping Xingyu and was imprisoned in the Ping clan again. He died of his injuries in less than 10 years. 4. A total of 10 pieces of information were exchanged. Except for the first 3. The rest were some irrelevant information. Changsheng carefully studied the first 3 pieces of information and murmured, "It seems that no matter which tribe or family, there are unknown backgrounds. If they really want to destroy a force, they will be capsized in the ditch if they are not careful. The Yangang tribe is too dangerous." He had originally considered running over there to see if he could take advantage of the situation, but now he had lost all interest. Furthermore, his target was always Shishutong. Yin-Yang Mountain, he seemed to have no recollection of the place name. With a flick of his sleeve, a topographical map of the outer reaches of the eastern wasteland floated before his eyes. Among the towering peaks, one, resembling a chicken's head, stood at the border of the eastern wasteland. The 3 characters Yin-Yang Mountain were prominently inscribed on it. So that's it. This place was not far from Kili Mountain, where he had discovered the 3-colored soil. However, if departing from the Taikyu Mountains, the fastest journey would take 7 days. According to the intelligence, the attack by the 3 Haika clans would not begin until 10 days later, which was still just enough time. After emerging from the secret room, Changsheng, donning his invisibility cloak, emerged from the mountain gate and headed east. 7 days later, after climbing over Kili Mountain, Yangang Mountain came into view. In the bushes outside the northwest formation of the Yuntang tribe, the Ping clan leader and his 6 companions used invisibility techniques to remain hidden for the better part of an hour. Their breathing was minimal, and they stared nervously ahead. Another cup of tea passed. Ripples of light surged through the formation's screen ahead. Then, a gap appeared. "Here we go." Ping Xingayu's eyes lit up with joy. He was about to enter, but a look from the Ping clan leader stopped him. The other 4, wary, did not proceed. At that moment, a middle-aged man flashed out from the gap, waving a half-jade talisman at the air. The Ping clan leader took a closer look and said to the other 5, "It's our Ping clan spy." Clan leader Zi and Cao stood still, even taking a step back. "Brother Ping, please go first." They knew nothing about Ping clan spies, so, as a precaution, they naturally decided to let the Ping clan go first. Along the way, Ping Xingai was constantly looked down upon by the other 2 clans. But the Ping clan was the key to attacking the Yuntang tribe. Now that the formation had been activated, they were being used as guinea pigs. This was intolerable. 2 clan leaders, "If you don't trust us, then don't enter. We'll return home." This time, no matter what, they wouldn't budge. They truly treated the Ping clan like servants. Clan leader Ping's face was expressionless, but he showed no intention of stopping Ping Xingayu, clearly having endured the Cao clan and the others for a long time. Clan leaders Cao and he exchanged a quick glance. Even if the Ping clan had the audacity to collude with the southern barbarians, they wouldn't dare. Clan leader Cao smiled and said, "Since that's the case, I'll set an example." Clan leader Cao flashed and entered the formation. A moment later, the jade talisman on the Cao clan member who remained behind shone. He nodded joyfully to the other 4, "Everyone, you may enter." Before he finished speaking, clan leader he and the other 2 were quicker than anyone else. With a flash, he entered the formation. Seeing this, Ping Xingayu hurriedly said, "Chief, let's go too." Ping Xingayu stood still, his gaze fixed on the spy. Deep within the spy's panicked eyes, a hint of guilt seemed to linger. "No." Chief Ping's pupils shrank. "Retreat." He immediately transformed Ping Xingayu into a streak of light and sped off in the direction they'd come from. At the same moment, behind them, the 5 beasts and 7 stars formation's light curtain crashed down. Ping Xingayu glanced back, his face filled with disbelief. Their spy planted in the Yuntang tribe had been turned against them. If it weren't for the chief's quick thinking, they would have been trapped by now. The 5 beasts and 7 stars formation was a 3rd-tier formation. Entering it with a foundation establishment apprehension was a near certainty of death. Ping Xingayu felt a wave of dread, a near-death experience. He was about to say something when, 100 feet ahead, a sudden buzzing sound erupted. The once clear sky suddenly erupted in a blanket of icy rain, transforming the surrounding atmosphere. Ice hurricane. The Yuntang tribe had actually set up an ambush here as well. Ping Xingai was horrified. If anything went wrong today, they would both perish here. If anything happened to them, Xinghe, the only member of the Ping clan who had just established his foundation, would be left. The annihilation of the Ping clan was imminent. He could die, but the clan leader must return alive. Ping Xingayu's mind raced, and he reacted with incredible speed. He activated his magic spell, and a spirit shield hovered above the 2 of them. Ding, ding, ding. Ice spikes struck the spirit shield, sparking a myriad of starlight. At the same time, a whirlpool of hurricane force winds coalesced in the air. Ice arrows from within the vortex rained down on the spirit shield like a dense raindrop. With a crackling sound, cracks began to appear on the spirit shield. A flicker of determination flashed in Chief Ping's eyes. He formed a hand seal with his right hand, and an explosive spirit bead levitated into the air. As the incantation rang out, the explosive bead expanded, and the next moment, it exploded with a resounding boom. The ice hurricane formation was broken. Just outside the formation, Muraki and Nagano Hero from the Nidang tribe flashed into view. Both were in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. Chief Ping, upon seeing this, hurriedly called out, "Xingayu, you retreat first. I'll hold them back." Quick, Ping Xingayu had been determined to ensure his chieftain's survival, but facing 2 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, he had no power to fight back. Without hesitation, he crushed a flying talisman in his hand. 2 streaks of green light transformed into a pair of wings that grew from his shoulder blades. With a flap of his wings, he vanished without a trace in an instant. Without a word, Murikisi and Nagano, hero of the Nilidang tribe, immediately took action, raising their hands and throwing out 100 swords talisman. The talisman spontaneously combusted with a bang, and then hundreds of sword lights shot out, densely packed and encircling Chief Ping, directly severing his retreat. Yuntang tribe. Chunyu came to the dungeon door with a food box and stuffed a box into the dungeon, guarding Ali's hand in a flattering manner. Ali, you know what kind of person your aunt is. I just want to go in to see my husband and come out. It won't take more than half a cup of tea. Just because your aunt raised you when you were a child, you should let your aunt in. Today is the tribal festival. Everyone is busy and no one will visit the dungeon. Don't worry, let your aunt in. Ali's head shook like a rattle. 7th aunt, half a year ago, Elder Kun gave a death order. Without his order, no one can enter the dungeon without permission. Those who violate the order will be killed. 7th aunt, it's not that I don't appreciate your kindness, it's really the king's order that cannot be disobeyed. Chunayu's face turned cold. I can't go in, then you can at least help me deliver the Shangguan cake in the food box. Today is my husband's birthday, the food could not be delivered in. Yali was about to refuse when Chunyu thrust the food box into his hands and stormed off. Yali glanced down at the food box, which had opened slightly, letting in the alluring aroma of jasmine. A foodie, he couldn't resist. Since the Shangguan cakes couldn't be delivered anyway, he might as well help out. When 7th auntie asked, he'd just say he had delivered them, a white lie. Glancing around, seeing no one was around, he immediately opened the food box and began to devour them. In a flash, he'd devoured the entire box of Shangguan cakes. Huh, why am I feeling a little sleepy? He asked. The pressure made him feel dizzy, and then, with a thud, he fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Chunyu, who had been hiding in a corner of the dungeon for a long time, flashed out and quickly removed the dungeon entry and exit token from Yali. He cast a spell, and the dungeon's formation screen lit up with ripples of light, and then a gap appeared. At this moment, the entire clan mountain suddenly rumbled and trembled. Chunyu looked up and saw 5 second-level demonic beasts from the 5 beasts and 7 stars formation materialize. This is an enemy attack. Chunayu's heartbeat quickened. This made today a perfect opportunity to escape. He quickly entered the dungeon and walked through the long tunnel, where waves of fire filled the air. At the end, a house of underground fire came into view. Shi Shutong, sitting cross-legged within, suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 162, The Oriole is behind, another retainer is added, and the harvest is counted. Within the 5 beasts and 7 stars formation, 4 foundation establishment cultivators from the He and Cao families stood facing each other, watching the 5 foundation establishment monster beasts materialize from the sky. A solemn look flickered in their eyes. Clan leader He gritted his teeth and said, that scoundrel Ping Xingshan dared to collude with the southern barbarians. How audacious. Isn't he afraid that the suppression division will wipe out the entire Ping family? Wait for me. Before he could finish his words, clan leader Cao interrupted, Brother He, you're still talking nonsense. If you want to break the formation, quickly take out your 3rd level formation breaking bead. Let's work together. Before the 5 beasts merge, we must break the formation immediately. Otherwise, none of us 4 will survive today. Clan leader Cao acted decisively. Before he finished speaking, he flipped his right hand, and a 3-colored forbidden breaking bead floated in front of him. With a burst of magical power, the forbidden breaking bead hummed and illuminated with brilliant light, shooting at an extremely fast speed towards the center of the Tiangan formation. The key to the 5 beasts and 7 stars formation was located in the Tiangan position. Clan leaders Cao and Ping naturally wouldn't foolishly rely on the Ping clan's supposed insider support. To handle such an emergency, they had already prepared a backup plan. Therefore, the 4 remained relatively calm. Clan leader He didn't hesitate at this point, holding another 3-colored forbidden breaking orb, and just as the 2 beads were about to explode, suddenly, an ancient treasure flower basket appeared in midair. 5-colored precious light flashed from the basket, landing on the forbidden breaking orb and instantly erasing the spiritual imprints left by clan leaders Ping and Cao. Then, with a flash of rosy light, the flower basket shrank continuously, being absorbed into the ancient treasure flower basket. This, clan leaders Cao and He were horrified. This ancient treasure flower basket could even hold a third-tier spiritual weapon. Would that make all the prepared plans of joke? The four exchanged glances, knowing that the time had come to fight. Patriarch Cao flipped his right hand, muttering an incantation. The firebird talisman in his hand instantly burned out. With a roar, a second-level firebird bathed in flames materialized, engaging the five beasts. The other three also unleashed their own methods. However, the five beasts in the five beasts 7-star formation were always defeated, only to quickly reform. Their talismans were already depleted. Because the ancient treasure flower basket could collect magical instruments, they could only use spells, which consumed a great deal of mana. They were already running out of energy. Patriarch Cao gritted his teeth and said, "Brother He, reveal your trump card. Otherwise, we will truly perish here." If they were dead, the Cao and He families would immediately become a declining clan like the Hakka. A single careless move could lead to annihilation. Patriarch Cao didn't need to remind them at this point. Clan leader He also understood this clearly. He turned and nodded slightly to the tribesmen beside him. They immediately formed hand seals, and their auras suddenly merged. Then, their left and right legs were severed at the root, and the sound of an incantation rang out. Then, a dragon's roar echoed. With a change in the incantation, a Taeksa dragon seal suddenly condensed from above their heads. Roar, the Taeksa dragon seal soared through the air and blasted towards the attacking five beasts. The five beasts were instantly annihilated. At the same time, it shot towards the Xiangqian Shenmen at an extremely fast speed. Less than 50 miles from the Yangang tribe, Yangang Mountain. Fu Changsheng looked south and saw a huge mushroom cloud rising in the direction of the Yangang tribe. Seeing this scene, his pupils shrank. This foundation-building struggle is truly terrifying, according to the intelligence. He had assumed the Yangang tribe had lured the Cao family and their companions into the formation, and that killing the six would be a piece of cake. But now it seemed that as established ninth-grade aristocratic families, the Cao, He, and Ping families truly held a number of hidden cards. Even under the siege of a third-tier formation, they were still able to mount such a massive display. This made him wary. The key cultivating families he had previously encountered were truly incomparable to these foundation-building families, especially the aristocratic clans. And the Fu family's foundation was still far too shallow. Boom! Another explosion echoed from the horizon. The battle seemed to be drawing to a close. Fu Changsheng quickly retreated. Less than half a cup of tea had passed before a rainbow of light descended from the horizon. The spiritual light faded, revealing Ping Xingyu, who had escaped by crushing the flying talisman. The flying talisman's power was now depleted, and Ping Xingyu, falling onto the mountain, looked worriedly in the direction of the Yangang tribe. "Chief, you must not be in any danger," he said. Ping Xingyu waved his sleeve, and his natal magical instrument, the Luomu Soon, levitated into the air. A spell infused the Soon, causing it to expand until it was large enough to support the three of them sitting cross-legged. Ping Xingyu tapped the ground with his toes, about to land inside the Soon. Suddenly, less than 10 steps in front of him, two beams of yellow light shot up from the ground. One held a 7-year-old girl in his arms, while the other's face was pale, revealing he was seriously injured. Ping Xingyu's gaze fell on the men, and a sudden thought struck him. Shi Shutong, if he remembered correctly, Shi Shutong had been a casual cultivator, yet through his alchemy skills, he had successfully established his foundation. However, 50 years ago, Shi Shutong had suddenly vanished, leaving everyone speculating he had left Huainan. He never imagined he would encounter him again today. A sudden thought struck Ping Xingyu, who glanced back in the direction of the Yangang tribe, then at Shi Shutong, whose skin was unusually pale. He clearly understood. Shi Shutong had disappeared for 50 years, apparently imprisoned by the Yangang tribe to refine elixirs. Today, they happened to encounter the three families' cultivation techniques, and the Yangang tribe took advantage of the chaos to escape. Since Shi Shutong was refining elixirs for the Yangang tribe, he must have already memorized the foundation establishment pill formula Elder Kun had obtained. It's truly a case of searching for something without any effort. Ping Xingyu was overjoyed. Heaven had finally blessed the Ping clan. As long as Shi Shutong was brought back and imprisoned, there would be no doubt that the Ping clan would rise again. As expected, he was a man of great fortune. Ping Xingyu was excited, but his face concealed no trace. He politely bowed to Shi Shutong and said, "Fellow Taoist Shi, I am a cultivator from the Ping family in Pingshan County. Fellow Taoist Shi, I'm being hunted by someone. If you don't mind, you can come with me. Shi Shutong had been severely injured and was unable to mobilize his magical power. His wife, Chun Yuyu, though only in the late key training stage, still had some magical power. Before Shi Shutong could reply, she spoke first. Thank you, Senior Ping, for your kindness. It's just that we are a couple. Before he could finish his words, Ping Xingyu flicked his index finger. With a humming sound, a stream of sword energy shot towards Chun Yui's brow with lightning speed. Ping Xingyu had long been simmering with anger after being ambushed by the Yuntang tribe. Seeing Chun Yu, a member of the Yuntang tribe, dare to interrupt without authorization, he was instantly enraged. His spiritual sense had already sensed that Shi Shutong no longer had the strength to fight, and his smile turned fierce. You're just a mere key cultivator, and you dare to argue in front of me? You're simply courting death. The sword energy was so swift. Chun Yu, a late key cultivator, was simply unable to resist it. Chun Yu didn't even have time to scream before she was killed. Blood splattered all over the face and head of the girl in her arms. She was frozen in fear. Witnessing her Taoist companion of 50 years die right before his eyes, Shi Shutong, heartbroken as a knife, finally understood. His feelings for his wife over the years had long since become more than just a casual affair. Shi Shutong trembled with grief and indignation. You bastard, if you have the guts, kill me too. Just out of the tiger's den, he encountered a wolf's den. Shi Shutong's simmering indignation now gave way to endless despair. After all, being taken away by the Ping family meant he would be imprisoned refining elixirs anyway. Better to die completely, so the family could be reunited underground. Master Shi, cultivators don't engage in endless violence, Ping Xingyu sneered. You can refine elixirs wherever you want. Instead of being a slave to the southern barbarians, why not come to my Ping family? Don't worry. Although your daughter has half southern barbarian blood, I'll spare her life for your sake, as long as you refine a few more elixirs for our Ping family in the future. He was clearly threatening Shi Shutong's daughter. With that, he formed a hand seal with his right hand, and a binding rope materialized. It swirled around Shi Shutong with lightning speed. Simultaneously, he tapped the ground with his toes, poised to descend towards the suspended Luo Musun. After all, this place wasn't far from the Yuntang tribe. Delay could lead to trouble. Naturally, he didn't dare to linger. However, just as he was about to depart, from the ground beneath, a three-colored aurora burst forth, shooting toward his danchin with lightning speed. Hunin Bol, Ping Xingyu cried in terror. In a critical moment, he flipped his right hand, and the mysterious spirit shield appeared before him. Boom! The aurora shattered the mysterious spirit shield. With this opportunity to turn things around, Ping Xingyu narrowly avoided the three-colored aurora with a strange maneuver. Simultaneously, another ray of purple divine light shot from directly above, aimed at his brow. This time, there was no way to avoid it. Hastily, Ping Xingyu could only tap his Luo Musun to block the attack. Bang! The Luo Musun was sent flying. The purple divine light, undiminished in power, pierced through his brow. In an instant, Ping Xingyu collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Fu Changsheng appeared in a flash, and with a flick of his sleeve, he stowed Ping Xingyu's corpse into his storage bag. He then summoned a flying boat and boarded it, carrying Shi Shutong and his daughter, bound securely by the immortal binding rope. Activating the boat's hidden formation, he sped towards the Taekyu Mountains at top speed. Once he was sure there were no pursuers, Fu Changsheng relaxed. Simultaneously, a burst of spiritual energy struck the immortal binding rope, causing it to spin and transform into a streak of blue light before being stored in the storage bag. Freed, Shi Shutong, though unsure of Fu Changsheng's true intentions, bowed and said, I am Shi Shutong. Thank you, Taoist, for avenging my wife's murder. Master Shi, you're welcome. I'm Fu Changsheng of the Fu family in Changsheng County. I've heard of you, Master. Now that you're free, what are your plans? The Fu family in Changsheng County? Shi Shutong's thoughts raced. If he remembered correctly, Yunyang had mentioned that this was a newly promoted, quasi ninth-rank family that had only been settled in the fiefdom for less than 3 years. While not as wealthy as the Haika clan, they treated him with great respect. He was currently seriously injured. Even after recovering, his realm would have fallen from foundation establishment to key training, and he had no hope of achieving the great Dao in this lifetime. Furthermore, with a foundation establishment pale recipe in his possession, He couldn't make a living by refining pills for others like he had when he was a free cultivator. Furthermore, Yunyang wouldn't have died tragically if it weren't for him. All he could do was pave the way for his daughter's future cultivation. His thoughts raced. Fu Changsheng spoke again. Master Shi, if you don't have any specific plans, would you be willing to join our Fu clan as an elder? Currently, our Fu clan doesn't have any elders besides me, the clan head. Master Shi, if you're willing to become the first, Changsheng would be deeply grateful. In other words, the position Fu Changsheng offered him was the highest, below him. They could easily have imprisoned him, just like the Yantang tribe and the Haika clan had done. Shi Shutong, who had been treated like a slave for 50 years, was treated like a human being for the first time, and even by an elder of such high status. His eyes welled with emotion, and he exclaimed, "Patriarch, please accept my respects." Before he finished speaking, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Fu Changsheng's mind. "Ling, you have recruited a second-level alchemist for the clan, earning 200 contribution points." At the same time, the clan contribution value on the dashboard instantly jumped from 190 to 390. Fu Changsheng smiled and handed Shi Shutuang a bottle of elixir. "Elder Shi, you're welcome. This is the Phantom Jade Pill. Although its rank is low, it is extremely effective in healing meridian injuries." "Thank you, Patriarch." Shi Shutuang gratefully accepted it. Having chosen to join the Fu family, he no longer hid his feelings. He patted his storage bag, and an ancient jade slip slowly floated towards Fu Changsheng. As the jade slip emerged, Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. This jade slip was clearly the Foundation Establishment Pill recipe Elder Kun had exchanged for 50,000 spirit stones at the ghost market. Shi Shutuang had never expected him to hand it over so readily. His spiritual sense subconsciously scanned the area. He dared not examine it in this place. He reached out and took it, quickly putting it into his storage bag. Simultaneously, with a flip of his right hand, an elder's token appeared in his hand. He cast a spell into the token, and it flashed with a flash of light, followed by a line of numbers. "Elder Shi, this is the elder's token. Keep it. The value on the token represents the contribution value of your jade slip. This contribution value can be exchanged for any item in the clan." Elder Shi took it with both hands, somewhat excitedly. His eyes fell on the number on the token, and his body trembled. The Patriarch gave too much. Shi Shutuang was grateful. At the same time, the familiar mechanical sound echoed through Fu Changsheng's sea of consciousness again. "Ling, you have added a Foundation Establishment Pill recipe to the clan, earning 500 contribution points." The next moment, the contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 890. Fu Changsheng had never expected the system to reward so much for a Foundation Establishment Pill recipe. However, considering its importance and uniqueness within their Great Zhou, it was understandable. With these 890 contribution points, he could double his prize in the lottery, even though it had been several years since his last draw. After returning to Taixun Peak, Fu Changsheng settled Shi Shutuang in the water curtain cave at the back mountain waterfall. Firstly, Shi Shutong's identity was sensitive, so it would be best if he could remain hidden for the next few years. Secondly, Grandmaster Yu was watching over the water curtain cave, so even if Shi Shutuang had any intentions, they would be undetectable. After settling Shi Shutuang in, Fu Changsheng immediately took out the ghost cherry pill recipe and handed it to him, saying, "Elder Shi, please study this recipe carefully. When you recover from your injuries, please help me refine a batch of ghost cherry pills." "Yes, Patriarch." Shi Shutuang, seeing the recipe was a lower grade second grade one, felt no pressure. After bidding farewell to Shi Shutuang and privately informing Grandmaster Yu of his situation, Fu Changsheng left the mountain and returned to the secret chamber atop Taixun Peak. He had killed Ping Zingyu. Before he could count his gains, he activated the chamber's magic circle. With a slap on his storage bag, Ping Zingyu's corpse instantly appeared before him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Upon seeing the corpse, Zhaoqing, transformed into a ring wrapped around Fu Changsheng's right index finger, immediately flashed with a green light and hovered above the corpse, opening its mouth to devour it. Fu Changsheng hurriedly stopped him. "Zhaoqing, wait." He then slapped his storage bag, and in a flash of rosy light, the human Emperor banner appeared in his hand. With a slight shake, a flash of white light appeared, and Qiu Chan's figure flashed out. Qiu Chan was already a quasi-second-level spirit. Even a second-level spirit couldn't digest it. Fortunately, Qiu Chan had figured out a method for taming ghost soldiers within the human emperor banner. With a flick of her tongue, a stream of yin spiritual energy descended upon Ping Xingyu's corpse. A wisp of milky white spirit rose from Ping Xingyu's crown. With a change of Qiu Chan's incantation, it instantly amassed within the human emperor banner. Master, if you have no further instructions, I will return to the banner to cultivate this ghost. Well, after cultivating the ghost soldiers, focus on meditation and regulating your breathing. Soon, I'll be able to obtain the ghost cherry pills you need for your breakthrough. Qiu Chan was overjoyed upon hearing this. Thank you, Master. She and Xiaoqing were the first to follow the Master. Now, Xiaoqing had reached the middle stage of the second stage, yet she hadn't broken through. During Master's battles, she had been unable to help but anxiously. Now, at last, a change had occurred. Qiu Chan joyfully entered the human emperor banner. After her spirit had been extracted, Fu Changsheng then said to Xiaoqing, "Xiaoqing, eat." Hiss. Xiaoqing immediately opened her mouth, exerting a suction force. Ping Xingyu's corpse shrank continuously, and in an instant, it was swallowed by Xiaoqing's stomach. With a flash of green light, Xiaoqing entered the Yunhuan Purple Immortal Tower to begin refining. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the storage bag in his hand. He cast a spell. With a flash of rosy light, a box with a white background and cloud patterns appeared. The box opened, revealing 40 neatly arranged mid-grade spirit stones. The bottom of the box was clearly marked with the Imperial Quartz mark. Clearly, these 40 mid-grade spirit stones were the reward Ping Xingyu had received in the Demon Cave battle. Fu Changsheng smiled. With these 40 mid-grade spirit stones, the 10,000 ghosts formation in the mountain could operate at full speed when needed. Finally, his urgent need had been resolved. The thought had just fallen. The familiar mechanical sound suddenly echoed in his mind again. Ling, you have added 40 mid-grade spirit stones to the clan, earning 300 contribution points. The next moment, the clan contribution value on the dashboard instantly soared from 890 to 1,190. Seeing the contribution value rise back to 4 digits, Fu Changsheng's smile deepened. He patted his storage bag again. A flash of light appeared. This time, a box with runes on a white background appeared. Could it be a talisman inside? Fu Changsheng wondered. A spell struck the box, and it opened. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, The Heavens of the Haika Family Collapse, Linquin Soil, Important Information. Handling River. Clan leader Ping, covered in blood, soared skyward from the river. He glanced hurriedly behind him, only to see Muraki and Nagano Hiro no longer pursuing him. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped the 2 foundation-building attacks of the Nodang tribe. Although he had sent his 5th brother away beforehand, he still felt uneasy. He muttered, Old 5th should have arrived at the clan's territory by now. Clan leader Ping channeled his magical power, then groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. This battle would trigger the old injuries he had sustained in the demon cave. The combined effects would mean he would be unable to fight for the next 20 years, akin to a living dead, even with the best elixirs. Therefore, 5th brother must not be harmed. Otherwise, the Ping clan would be in danger. Ignoring his injuries, clan leader Ping activated a haste talisman and raced back to the clan mountain at breakneck speed. By the time he reached the mountain gate, his face was completely pale, devoid of any trace of blood. Seeing this, the clan member guarding the mountain gate rushed forward in panic. Master, what's wrong with you? His voice was tinged with tears. The master was the pillar of their Ping clan. If anything happened to him, the Ping clan would be devastated. The Ping clan leader felt dizzy and felt like he was about to faint, but he held on and asked anxiously, Has the 5th elder returned? The 5th elder? The clan member guarding the gate blinked. A panic seized him. Instinctively, he shook his head. Master, I haven't seen the 5th elder in or out of the mountain gate in over a month. Master, what happened? As soon as these words left his mouth, the Ping clan leader felt a sweet sensation in his throat. The 5th elder hadn't returned? How could that be? The 5th elder was using the flying talisman. His speed was countless times faster than that of a severely injured man. How could he still not return to the mountain gate? What could have happened? Could the Yangang tribe have allied with other tribes to ambush him elsewhere? Clan leader Ping suppressed his panic and said coldly, "What I said to you today, as you see, you are forbidden to speak of it to anyone. Anyone who dares to disobey will be treated as treason. Do you understand?" "Yes, Patriarch." The clan members' voices trembled. Truly a major event had occurred in the clan. First, the second elder, then the third and fourth elders, and now even the fifth elder seemed to be in trouble. The Ping clan's world was about to collapse. Clan leader Ping rushed back to the main peak at breakneck speed. Almost without a second thought, he rushed directly into the Soul Hall. Upon entering, he saw the newly promoted Foundation Establishment Master, Ping Xinghe, pacing hesitantly. Upon seeing clan leader Ping's return, he immediately exclaimed, "Patriarch, something terrible has happened. Fifth brother's soul lamp has gone out." Clan leader Ping stumbled, his previously formidable strength dissipating. Unable to contain the injuries within him, he erupted with a violent explosion. Puff! A cloud of blood sprayed onto the densely packed divine tablets on the altar. Bang! The man's vision went black, and he instantly fell to the ground, unconscious. Patriarch Ping Xinghe was shocked. With only the two of them remaining in the family at the Foundation Establishment stage, if anything happened to the Patriarch, how could a mere cultivator, barely established, shoulder the entire family's burden? Ping Xinghe hurried forward to help the man up. His spiritual sense probed the man's internal injuries. His face paled. The Patriarch's injuries were too severe. Even with the elixir, he wouldn't be able to fight for the next 10 or 20 years. He could only sit there like a living dead. It's over, it's over. The Ping family is finished. Ping Xinghe was born into the Ping family at its peak. He had never seen it decline to this point, but he knew that now, only he could protect the family. Suppressing his uneasiness and anxiety, he quickly produced a healing holy pill for the Patriarch to take, and then helped him refine the medicinal properties. An unknown amount of time passed before the unconscious Patriarch slowly opened his eyes. He suddenly grabbed Ping Xinghe's arm, his tone frighteningly calm. "Xinghe, activate the family mountain protection formation at full speed. From today on, no one from the clan mountain is allowed to enter or leave." Ping Xinghe hesitated. Once the mountain protection formation was completely closed, it would not be opened again until 20 years later, which meant that the Ping family would be isolated from the outside world for 20 years. Moreover, they would be unable to manage their external businesses. The loss would be too great. Ping Xinghe tried to persuade him, "Head, I have a plan that may help us survive this disaster." The Ping clan leader didn't want to hear it. The only way for the Ping family to survive now was to shut themselves off and lock themselves up. What better plan was there? However, thinking that Ping Xinghe would be the head of the family for the next 20 years, he said, "Please tell me more." Ping Xinghe gathered his thoughts. He spoke slowly. "Master, I previously asked Yunchen to observe the Fu family. Half a year ago, Yunchen reported that the Fu family had been active on Wangniu Mountain, across from the Hanling River. I figured you were busy with important matters, so I didn't report back. But 6 months later, Yunchen seems to have completely vanished from the face of the earth, yet his soul lamp is still lit. I pondered this and felt something was amiss, so I personally went to Hanling River to investigate. I discovered that the Fu family had set up a second-tier magic array on Wangniu Mountain. Furthermore, the Fu family has also been selling large quantities of black ironstone over the past 6 months. If I'm not mistaken, there's probably a black iron vein on Wangniu Mountain, and it looks like it's quite large. If we provide this information to the 8th rank Hong family in exchange for their protection, then we won't have to shut ourselves up." Ping Xinghe thought he had a brilliant idea. However, he didn't finish his words. Clan leader Ping was so enraged that he spat out another mouthful of blood. He pointed a trembling finger at Ping Xinghe and gritted his teeth. "Xinghe, why didn't you report such crucial information half a year ago? A black ironstone vein. If it were medium-sized, it would be worth at least 100,000 spirit stones. The Fu family only had one foundation establishment cultivator, while the Ping family had 3. They could seize that vein no matter what. With that vein, the Ping family would have stopped attacking the Yangang tribe. Why would they risk such a risk? If Ping Xinghe had shared this crucial information, their family wouldn't have lost one person and seriously injured another. Xinghe, you've truly missed the mark." Meanwhile, the Fu family had already set up camp and were working on the mine. As an 8th rank family, if the Hong family dared to seize it by force, the suppression division would be the first to take action. "Xinghe, this kid, usually only focused on cultivation, didn't even have this common sense. And yet he was still trying to take credit for it. It was truly infuriating. Clan leader Ping became even more resolute in closing the mountain gates, and declared in a cold voice, "From now on, even Xinghe, you may not enter or leave the mountain gates without my order. Everyone who wishes to leave must wait for me to come out, the final word." Ping Xinghe wanted to say something, but clan leader Ping had already waved him off. Ping Xinghe emerged from the back mountain, his brow furrowed. The Yu family agreed to send Yu Qingru to our house in a month. Closing the mountain gates now wouldn't ruin my plans. He had met Yu Qingru before. She was one of the most beautiful women in Huainan Prefecture. Ping Xinghe was reluctant, but before the barrier was fully activated, he quickly retrieved his token and sent a message to clan leader Yu. "My marriage to Miss Qingru is postponed." In the secret room of Taixun Peak, Fu Changsheng opened the box with white runes, only to find a pill bottle. It's not a talisman. This was surprising. He unleashed the pill bottle's barrier, and the aroma of jasmine filled his nostrils. He took a closer look. He saw 5 second-grade, mid-grade condensing yuan pills in the pill bottle. Are these actually elixirs that increase cultivation? Fu Changsheng was delighted. Condensing yuan pills were perfect for someone in the middle stage of foundation establishment, and there were still 5. If he refined all of them, he should be able to successfully break through to the 5th level. He scanned Ping Xinghe's storage bag with his spiritual sense. As a cultivator in the early stages of foundation establishment, he didn't see anything useful. He immediately decided to add the remaining items to the clan treasury. As soon as the thought left his mind, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ling, you have provided a certain amount of spiritual materials for the clan, earning 320 contribution points." Immediately, the clan contribution value on the dashboard soared from 1,190 to 1,510. Seeing the surge in contribution value, Fu Changsheng was overjoyed, resisting the urge to double his lottery draw. The 3 major clans attacked the Yangang tribe. Although the war had concluded, he still had no information on the specifics of the situation. So he decided to exchange the information first. So, with a thought, he said directly, "Exchange the information." Buzz! The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged, followed by lines of text. 1. The Ping, Cao, and He families attacked the Yangang tribe. 4 foundation-building cultivators from the He and Cao families fell into the 5 beasts' 7-star formation. 3 of them were killed by the 3-level sky-swallowing beast, a combination of the 5 beasts in the formation. Only the Cao clan leader escaped, but he was seriously injured and his cultivation level fell back to key training. The He clan leader was ambushed by Muraki and Nagano Hero from the Nidang tribe using the Ice Hurricane formation. Although he managed to escape, he was also seriously injured and could not fight for 20 years. After returning to the clan mountain, the Ping clan leader has closed the mountain gate and planned to keep the entire clan in seclusion. 2. After Yu Qingru came out of seclusion, she was told that she would marry Ping Xinghe. Due to the Ping family's misfortune, the wedding was postponed. Grandma Yu's time had come and she passed away last month. After learning that the Ping family had closed the mountain, Yu Qingru decided not to be a pawn at the mercy of others. She has begun to contact the members of their lineage, intending to incite rebellion and split up the clan to live separately. 3. In an underground cave in Duohu Mountain, within the 100,000 mountains, lies an ancient cultivator's abode. This abode contains a rank 4 azure lotus, cultivated in the very soil of Ziran divine soil. 4. Within your fiefdom lies a fragmented secret realm for the training of disciples of the 10,000 Ghosts sect. This secret realm is located to the east of your fiefdom. 5. The demonic caves of Kili Mountain in Anyang County will erupt again within 10 years, this time on a scale even greater than before. 6. The southern barbarians were planning to gather and attack Anyang County, but upon learning of this intelligence, Shangguan Feng lured 100,000 wild beasts into the territory of the tribes they intended to attack. The tribes suffered heavy losses and have abandoned their attacks. 7. In a cave halfway up Tailing Mountain in your fiefdom, Take Your Mountain, lies a reservoir of top-grade, first-grade spiritual spring soil. This spiritual spring soil possesses the miraculous ability to repair spiritual fields. A total of 10 pieces of intelligence were exchanged. Compared to the last exchange, the information provided this time was significantly more useful. Fu Changsheng studied each piece of information. When his eyes fell on the 3rd piece of information, his eyes lit up. This ancient cultivator's cave actually contains a 4th-rank azure lotus. The 2 drops of life source water he currently held were enough to ripen the 3rd-rank azure lotus from the Luofang mountain clan's land. This meant he could already begin refining his own natal magic weapon. And once the 4th-rank azure lotus was added to his natal magic weapon, its rank would instantly rise to 3rd-rank spiritual weapon. The power of the Hunun bowl in his hand was a testament to its power. Although only a low-grade 3rd-rank item, it was invincible for a foundation establishment cultivator. If he could obtain the 4th-rank azure lotus from the ancient cultivator's cave, he would have a chance of wielding a 4th-rank spiritual weapon. He had previously agreed with Hongyu to travel to the Shangguan Mountains in 3 years. Before then, he could improve his cultivation. Naturally, the higher the cultivation level, the better. Furthermore, the demon cave in Kuli Mountain was expected to erupt again within 10 years. Before then, if he could cultivate the ancient Source Thunder Sutra to the 2nd level, he would be able to unleash the evil-repelling divine thunder, which was clearly extremely effective in suppressing demons. This meant he needed more time to cultivate. So, having originally planned to use his contribution points to double his prize draw, he suddenly changed his mind. Rather than drawing inferior items, he felt it would be better to use them in the training room. However, before retreating, he had to make a trip to Tailing Mountain. Of the over 300 acres of first-level spiritual fields in the back mountain of Changsheng Peak, over 200 acres had yet to be restored. The 3-year free tribute period was almost up. If the fields were not restored, the Fu family would have to pay out of pocket to fill the gap. Therefore, the spiritual springs oil arrived at the perfect time. Before leaving, Fu Changsheng went to the meeting hall and borrowed a double-eyed rat from his 4th sister. Tailing Mountain is located in the Taikyu Mountains, and at his flying speed, he could reach it in less than half an hour. According to intelligence, the spiritual springs oil is located in a cave halfway up the mountain. He stopped flying with his sword. The double-eyed rat in his arms obeyed, instantly dodging and disappearing into Tailing Mountain. About half an hour later, the rat poked its head out from a rock face halfway up the mountain, covered in yellow ridge flowers. It's actually an illusion. No wonder no one had discovered this place. Fu Changsheng flicked his sky thunder sword, darting through the rock face. The moment he entered the cave, a surge of abundant spiritual energy washed over him. The rat led the way, chirping excitedly. The cave twisted and turned, seemingly not deep, but it took a full cup of tea to walk. At the end, a water-storing tree came into view. It bore 10 fruits. Beneath the tree, spiritual springs oil brimming with spiritual energy. Chirp, chirp. At that moment, a dozen water birds perched in the tree saw Fu Changsheng's intrusion and called out twice in alarm. The water spirit bird is a first-tier demonic beast. Their combat power is low, and their only use is in spiritual fields, catching pests. That's a pleasant surprise. If the clan were to cultivate hundreds of acres of spiritual fields, they would undoubtedly lack the manpower. This water spirit bird could be of great help. He unceremoniously tapped the cloud ring purple fairy tower, and the first-level gate instantly opened. A suction force descended upon the water-hewn tree. The water spirit birds within the tree chirped and rapidly flapped their wings, attempting to escape. However, their demonic power was low, and after a brief struggle, they were all sucked into the cloud ring purple fairy tower. Then, a familiar mechanical sound echoed through Fu Changsheng's sea of consciousness. Ling, you have added 16 first-tier mid-stage water spirit birds to the clan, earning 300 clan contribution points. Then, the contribution value on the dashboard instantly jumped from 1,400 to 1,700. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the water-benefiting tree. The water-benefiting fruit was a top-grade, water-attributed spiritual fruit. Unfortunately, most of the fruit had been eaten by water birds, leaving only 3 intact. He immediately activated a spell, plucking the 3 fruits and placing them in a box. Simultaneously, he used the 5 spirits transporting technique to dig up the water-benefiting tree as well, intending to bring it back to the clan for planting. Without the spiritual spring soil, the water-benefiting tree wouldn't survive here. Just as he sealed the water-benefiting tree in the box, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind again. Ling, you have contributed 3 water-benefiting fruits and a top-grade water-benefiting tree to the clan. You have received 100 contribution points. Then, the contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 1,890. Fu Changsheng's spiritual sense scanned the spiritual springs oil in the water-benefiting tree's pit. Judging by the size of the pit, it should be enough to restore over 100 acres of spiritual farmland on Taeksuan Peak. He could find a way to repair the remaining dozens of acres later. With a spell on his right hand, he pocketed the spiritual spring soil. This time, the contribution value on the dashboard soared to 2,100. Fu Changsheng was delighted. This was the first time he had broken 2,000 family contribution points. After returning to the clan, Xianggu and Changsheng were thrilled to see the spiritual spring soil Fu Changsheng had brought out. Master, with the spiritual spring soil, combined with the top-grade, first-grade Huangling soil we've developed, we can restore the over 200 acres of spiritual farmland in the back mountain. Seeing the abandoned spiritual farmland, unable to be used for planting, had been a source of great distress for them. Now that they had finally found a solution, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Xianggu was troubled again. Master, these over 300 acres of spiritual farmland, combined with the second-grade spiritual farmland in Water Curtain Cave, are too much for us to handle even if we work tirelessly. We need to recruit a few more disciples from the Luofang Mountain Spiritual Planting Hall. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly and released a water spirit bird from the cloud ring purple fairy tower. 16 water spirit birds landed over the spiritual fields, instantly chirping excitedly. Without needing any instructions, they began to peck at the pests in the fields. Seeing this, Xianggu became even more excited. Master, you are truly powerful. You were able to find even such a rare auxiliary spiritual beast as the water spirit bird, and 16 of them at that. If we can wait for them to multiply, we'll save half the effort in tending the spiritual medicines. After joining the Fu family, Changsheng saw the family's rapid growth and felt he had come to the right place. A constant smile spread across his face. Fu Changsheng saw how well Xianggu and Changsheng got along, and considering the intelligence reports, he realized that Chen Dazhu had already divorced Xianggu, so he could help one or two of them. So he said, Master Changsheng, are you two willing to become a dual cultivation partner? Changsheng seemed frightened when he heard this and waved his hands repeatedly. Master, I'm already a cripple, how can I be worthy of Master K? Chapter 164 Breakthrough, Genius Boy, Molan Foundation Building. Fu Changsheng looked at Xianggu. Xianggu is quite generous. As long as Taoist Gan doesn't mind me being married before, I'm happy to do so. She had spent half her life with that cowardly Chen Dazhu. It was rare for her to meet someone so like-minded. If they could spend the rest of their lives together, that would be the best. Changsheng blushed at these words. In fact, for a while now, the old man had been urging him to marry and continue the family line, but he had been attracted to Xianggu and had been holding back. Now that Xianggu also expressed this desire, he was delighted and deeply touched that she didn't despise him for being a useless person. He quickly bowed and said, Master, I would like to marry Master K. Please grant my blessing. Lovers finally got married. Excellent. Fu Changsheng personally arranged the marriage for the two. After presiding over the ceremony, he called Changsheng into the secret room. Changsheng felt a bit uneasy. This was the first time he'd been summoned in such secret by the Patriarch. His mind raced, wondering what the Patriarch had summoned him for. After taking his seat, Fu Changsheng handed him a cup of Wuling tea. Changsheng took a sip, completely unaware of the flavor, his mind completely distracted. With some trepidation, he asked, Patriarch, what can I do for you? After joining the Fu family, Changsheng not only handed over his ancestral spiritual plant cultivation manuals to the clan, but had also spent the past few years diligently researching spiritual plant cultivation with Xianggu. Unfortunately, his lack of mana hindered many tasks and hampered his research. However, his desire to belong to the Fu family was genuine. With this in mind, Fu Changsheng patted his storage bag, and a brand new book instantly floated towards Changsheng. This is the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, an earth-level technique. Even if your danshan is destroyed, you can still practice it again, though it follows a path somewhat similar to physical cultivation. It contains the techniques for the first 3 levels of key training. Take it and study it carefully, but remember, this technique cannot be passed on to anyone else. Not even your partner or your father can reveal a single word. Violators will be treated as traitors to the clan. Do you understand? Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra? An earth-level technique. He could actually embark on the path of cultivation again. Changsheng was momentarily overwhelmed by this barrage of information. After a while, he finally recovered, excitedly rising from his seat and kowtowed to Fu Changsheng, tears streaming down his face. Patriarch, you are Shangguan's reborn parent. From now on, whatever the Patriarch orders, be it through thick and thin, Shangguan will absolutely not frown. This was an Earth-level technique. Even a high-ranking family wouldn't be able to produce it. Even if they did, how could they teach it to someone from an outsider? The Patriarch clearly treated him as a true member of the Fu family. Changsheng was deeply moved. He stood up and immediately swore a blood oath, never revealing any information. He also promised that the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra would remain only at Taixun Peak and never be taken home. Fu Changsheng gave another instruction. Finally, he remembered and said, by the way, Shangguan, what are your spiritual root qualifications? Patriarch, I have 3 spiritual roots. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. With 3 spiritual roots, if I start practicing now and all goes well, I still have hope of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage before the deadline. Fu Changsheng offered some encouragement. Only then did he let Changsheng leave the secret room and activate the magic circle. A familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind again, Ling, you have been recognized by a second-level spiritual plant master and received 20 family contribution points. At the same time, the family contribution value on the dashboard changed to 2,120. It's time to practice, Fu Changsheng thought, and immediately opened the training room. Everything in the training room remained the same as usual. The moment he entered, his restless heart instantly calmed. He sat down on the cushion and began to practice the Green Emperor's longevity secret. After his true energy circulated a full cycle, he exhaled a breath of foul air. After his mind was adjusted, he swallowed a second-grade, mid-grade condensing yuan pill. The pill instantly transformed into vibrant medicinal power. Fu Changsheng, already adept at this technique, began to use his mana to encapsulate it, then refine it bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, more than a year passed. All 5 condensing yuan pills were refined. However, he was still a little short of breaking through to the 5th level of foundation establishment. As expected, the further you advance in foundation establishment, the more true energy you require. Fortunately, he still had 2 fire accumulation fruits. Fu Changsheng flipped his right hand, and a box with a white background and fruit patterns floated before him. With a magical incantation, 2 fire fruits came into view. He opened his mouth, and both fire fruits instantly entered his stomach. He intended to break through to the 5th level of foundation establishment in one go. Time is not a thing in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 years in the training room flew by. Suddenly, a subtle crackling sound echoed from the quiet room, like a membrane being torn apart. Fu Changsheng's mana surged along the 2 bridges of heaven and earth, completing a full cycle, finally flowing back down and re-entering his danshan. He looked within his danshan and saw that it had doubled in size. Simultaneously, his spiritual awareness had also doubled. 5th level of foundation establishment, Fu Changsheng opened his eyes with joy, feeling the abundant mana within him. A hint of excitement washed over him, but the wonderful aura in the quiet room soon calmed his fluctuating emotions. After another 6 months of consolidating his cultivation, he realized he had reached a new level. Fu Changsheng chose not to leave his retreat, but instead began to comprehend the ancient Source Thunder Sutra. Reaching the 2nd level of this secret technique allowed one to condense divine thunderbolts that could repel evil spirits, a profoundly useful skill for him. After 6 months of contemplation, Fu Changsheng finally began practicing. Another 2 years passed. At this moment, the quiet room trembled slightly, and the surroundings trembled slightly. Then, with a flash of light, he instantly exited the training room and returned to the secret room in the real world. At the same time, the panel trembled. A line of text appeared, Foundation Establishment Stage, 5th level, 10/100, then, the text changed again. Ancient Source Thunder Sutra, 1st level, 40/100, seeing the progress of his Ancient Source Thunder Sutra cultivation, Fu Changsheng was somewhat surprised. After over 2 years of practice, he hadn't even reached halfway through the 1st level. However, the thought of being able to condense divine thunderbolts at the 2nd level suggested the immense power of this secret technique, and it was understandable that it was somewhat difficult to cultivate. It was a pity. The contribution points on the panel had been completely cleared. Nearly 6 years had passed in the secret room. Fu Changsheng glanced at the hourglass beside him. Less than 2 years had passed outside. It's time to return to Luifang Mountain. Firstly, Shi Shutong needed to refine the ghost cherry pill in the earth firehouse. Secondly, he also needed to ripen the third transformation azure lotus and sacrifice his natal magic weapon. A spell was cast into the secret room, and the door opened. Upon emerging, he saw that a new ascension platform had opened up at the summit of the sacred mountain. On the ascension platform, Yu's fourth sister, Fu Changli, was accompanying Grandmaster Yu and seemed to be talking about something. When she heard footsteps behind her, she turned around and saw that it was Fu Changsheng. She hurriedly said with joy, "Master, you've come out of seclusion." Fu Changli felt that Fu Changsheng's aura seemed to have improved a lot, and she couldn't help but be happy. Then, as if to take credit, she pointed to the completed spirit testing platform. "Master, I used the spirit stone's mine from the black iron stone vein on Wangniu Mountain, and asked Grandmaster Yu to help rebuild a spirit testing platform. It's just in time that you came out of seclusion." The spirit testing platform was also completed today. Next, we can hold the Ascension Conference in our fiefdom. The population gathered in the fiefdom is now close to 100,000, and there are many children of appropriate age who need to test their spiritual root qualifications. Fourth sister Fu Changli chattered a lot, and when she saw that Fu Changsheng didn't speak, she was stunned for a moment, blinked, and said in a panic, "Master, but what did I do wrong?" "The black iron stone vein on Wangniu Mountain." Fu Changsheng planned to use the proceeds from the sale to upgrade the spirit vein at Luifang Mountain. To ascend to the 9th rank aristocratic family, it had to be upgraded to the 2nd rank. Currently, the spirit vein at Luifang Mountain was only at the upper grade 1st rank. Therefore, upgrading the spirit vein was the first priority. Of course, there was nothing wrong with building the spirit testing platform. The only problem was that they were too poor to come up with so many spirit stones at once. Fu Changsheng turned and said, "Fourth sister, how many spirit stones are left from the fiefdom's production in the past few years?" Fu Changli saw that Fu Changsheng's face was rarely solemn, and she also became nervous. She slapped her storage bag, and a ledger appeared in her hand. The ledger recorded the output and expenditure of the fiefdom, reporting to the head of the family. "Now the source of income for our fiefdom is only the 300 acres of spirit fields in the back mountain, and the black iron stone vein in Wangniu Mountain. The 300 acres of spirit fields are all planted with red marrow rice according to your instructions. The first batch has matured and was handed over to the third brother for winemaking. The other batch will be harvested soon. If all is used for winemaking, then by this time next year, the total should be able to reach 10,000 spirit stones. As for the black iron stone vein, over the past 2 years, the ore mined and sold has netted a total of 20,000 spirit stones. I used 10,000 of that to build the spirit testing platform. Adding the monthly stipends from the fiefdom's clansmen, I still have a surplus of 5,000 to 6,000 spirit stones." After saying this, Fu Changli glanced up at Fu Changsheng. Seeing that he remained calm, he felt a little nervous. Fu Changsheng frowned and said, "Fourth sister, from today on, increase your manpower to mine the vein at Wangniu Mountain. Furthermore, the spirit stones sold from that vein will be placed in a separate public account. No one may embezzle from this account without my permission." Fu Changli was a little embarrassed. He hesitated. "Patriarch, all the personnel available for mining in the fiefdom have already been withdrawn. If we want to increase our efforts, we can only transport clansmen from Nanyang County. However, after the personnel replenishment in the past few years, I don't think we can gather many more. Since we can't gather the manpower within the clan, then we should find a way to bring people in from outside." "Patriarch, what do you mean?" "The Ping family in Pingshan County has closed off their territory, and many mortals in their fiefdom are idle. You and Yangai should go and relocate the entire population of Pingshan County, under Pingshan County, near the Hanling River, to Yunshan County in our Yunshan County fiefdom. Send all the able-bodied men to the mines. That way, we'll have enough manpower." "Patriarch, but the Ping family is a well-established 9th-rank family. Our actions would undoubtedly be a declaration of war against them. Isn't that a good idea?" Although he didn't know why the Ping family had closed off their territory, they were a well-established family. Even if they closed off their territory, the surrounding clans would still not dare to touch their secular towns. However, Fu Changsheng, who had learned of the details of the Ping family through intelligence, sneered inwardly. The 5 elders of the Ping family had all died. But the Ping family kept it a secret, and outsiders naturally did not know. This caused other families to be afraid to take action, but gave the Fu family an opportunity. To be promoted to 9th rank family, their fiefdom required a population of 300,000. Although he had strongly encouraged childbirth in the 17 years since he took over the Fu family, the total population now barely reached 200,000. He had no idea where to gather the additional 100,000 people. Now the Ping family was like fish on the chopping block. So, an idea came to his mind. The cloud-ringed purple fairy pagoda suddenly hovered before him. As he pointed at the pagoda, a shimmering azure light ignited from the second floor. Zhaoqing flashed out and, at Fu Changsheng's urging, transformed into an earring that adorned Fu Changli's right ear. Fourth sister, since I've asked you to do this, it proves there are no worries. You and Yangang will steer the Shangguan family's treasure ship and make a trip to Pingshan County. If the population is less than 100,000, you will advance further into Pingshan County until it reaches 100,000. Do you understand? Fourth sister had Zhaoqing's protection. Yangang had the soul-eating insects to protect him. Entering the Ping family's secular city, even encountering Foundation establishment cultivators would be manageable. Fu Changli blinked upon hearing this. She had always had frequent contact with spirit beasts, and her mind was simple. Seeing that Fu Changsheng thought it was okay, she didn't think twice and quickly agreed, steering the treasure ship towards the Hanling River. Meanwhile, a familiar mechanical sound echoed through Fu Changsheng's consciousness. Ding, your clan has used the mineral vein you discovered to build a spirit testing platform, earning 300 contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution value on the dashboard instantly climbed back up from 0 to 300. Fu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. He had been somewhat uneasy about his family's contribution value being reset to 0, but now the value had increased. He felt a sense of relief. 2 years had passed. He needed to know what had happened in the outside world. He immediately thought, exchange information, buzz. The dashboard vibrated. A surge of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. In Pingshan County, Ping Haifeng brought back a batch of mining slaves from outside Ban. He took a liking to Chen Yunru, who was only 5 years old at the time. After bringing him home, he tortured him inhumanely for 10 years. Chen Yunru is a rare genius with mutant spiritual roots. 2. In the mountains of Nanning, the county seat of Pingshan County, there is a secret magic circle. This is a stronghold of the Ping family. They planted a field of first-grade medium-quality Yunshan tea. 3. Mullen has successfully broken through to the peak of key training and is planning to use the soul-condensing incense to assist the spiritual objects in breaking through to the foundation. 4. After your wife consumes the first-grade supreme spiritual fruit you brought back, she will successfully break through to the peak of key training in more than a month. 5. Your first disciple of the talisman-making hall, Fu Yangfu, has successfully been promoted to first-grade superior talisman maker. 6. Your eldest son, Fan Gear, has an astonishing speed in cultivation. Although he started later than your eldest brother Fu Changren, he is now almost catching up with your eldest brother Fu Changren and is now at the 3rd level of key training. 7. Shi Shutong's injuries have been brought under control, but his cultivation has fallen to the peak of key training. To refine a 2nd level elixir, he requires the assistance of a skilled alchemist. 8. The Kili Mountain Demon Cave will erupt in 8 years. At that time, all the noble families in Huainan Prefecture will be forcibly conscripted. 9. A total of 10 pieces of information were exchanged. The family contribution value on the panel changed from 300 to 280. Fu Changsheng carefully studied the information above. The first piece of information made his eyes light up. He had never thought there was such a talented young man in Pingshan County. He had originally not planned to go to Pingshan County, but would return directly to Luifang Mountain. Now, it seemed that he would have to go there in person. In addition, he also had to contact Molan. With a flick of his right hand, a jade communication talisman landed in his palm. He quickly inscribed a spell and spoke a few words. Molan then sent back a message, Master, I will be out of seclusion in 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Fu Changsheng went to inspect the enclosed land and then visited his children in the water curtain cave. Unfortunately, Ronggear was still asleep. However, his aura had already broken through to the 4th level of key training. Yao had also chosen to retreat, and according to Yulian, it was to break through to the 3rd level. Fu Changsheng couldn't help but feel puzzled. The intelligence mentioned that one of the triplets had a weaker cultivation talent. At first, he thought it was Fangir, who had 5 spiritual roots. However, Fangir's cultivation speed was even faster than Yaoyao's, and Ronggir had already broken through to the 4th level of key training. Could it be that the intelligence was wrong, but since he awakened the system, the information had never been wrong? It was likely that something unexpected had occurred that he was unaware of. For a moment, he couldn't figure it out. He returned to the meeting hall and waited for a while. Molan had also emerged from seclusion. Fu Changsheng pointed to a nearby chair and asked her to sit down. After performing a soundproofing spell, he didn't hide anything and said directly, "Molan, we have a foundation establishment elixir, as you know. Also, while you were in seclusion, I found a 2nd-level alchemist who could refine a foundation establishment pill. Do you think we could wait until the pill is ready before attempting a breakthrough?" "Thank you, Patriarch." Fu Molan stood and bowed, then sat down, shaking her head. "Patriarch, with the soul condensing incense, I have a 90% chance of successfully establishing my foundation. Foundation establishment pills are hard to come by, so I'll leave them for those in the clan who need them." She possessed a mutated ice spiritual root. Many geniuses achieved a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage without even needing any supporting spiritual objects. Having the soul condensing incense was enough for her. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng stopped trying to persuade her and immediately passed on his foundation building experience. Finally, he patted his storage bag, and a jade slip floated towards Fu Molan. "This is Uncle Feng and Miss Hongyu's foundation building experience. Take it and carefully study it. Once you understand it, you can start building your foundation." This foundation building experience couldn't be more timely. Fu Molan was also in urgent need of it, so she accepted it gratefully. At this moment, a familiar mechanical sound suddenly echoed from Fu Changsheng's sea of consciousness. "Ling, you have imparted foundation building experience to your clan members and earned 30 clan contribution points." Immediately, the contribution value on the panel changed to 320. Chapter 165, Evil Will Be Punished, 10 Acres of Tea Garden, the first vassal family. In Pingshan County, Ping Haifeng, drunk from a drunken pub, staggered back to the 2nd courtyard of Wutuang Lane. Upon hearing the servant's report, his wife, Liu, hurried out to greet him. She took a few quick steps to help her husband, but Ping Haifeng dismissed her with disgust. "Get lost." The drunken Ping Haifeng seemed unwilling to even glance at Liu, ordering the servants to help him to the study. As the 2 men vanished, Liu, standing there, her face tinging with paleness, glared at the study with resentment. Seeing this, Madame Liu whispered, "Madam, that little bastard is nothing more than a plaything for the master, never seeing the light of day. Why bother getting yourself upset over such a lowly, filthy creature? It's not worth it if you end up hurting yourself." Liu refused to listen. When the master was young, he would only visit those brothels occasionally, but ever since he bought the cheap thing 10 years ago, he never entered a room again. She had been a widow for 10 whole years. That would be fine. But now the master looked at her with disgust as if she were an enemy. If this continued, how could she have a foothold in his mansion? A fierce gleam flashed in Liu's eyes. "Mammy, that cheap thing can't be kept any longer. We must do it tonight, madam. What if the master finds out about this? In that case, why don't we just keep it from him forever?" "Madam, what do you mean?" Liu whispered quickly. Mammy Liu nodded slightly nervously. "Yes, madam, the Haika family has a rule. Once Ping Haifeng drunkenly entered the study, no one was allowed to approach the courtyard. A newcomer accidentally stumbled into the area and heard screams. Thinking something had happened, he rushed into the courtyard to investigate. The next day, the newcomer's body was found floating in a well. From then on, no matter the agonizing screams emanating from the direction of the academy, the Ping family, from master to servant, would not venture even a step closer. While everyone was curious about what had transpired in the study, no one dared to set foot there for a fear of their own safety. Liu Shi and Liu Ma, both draped in black robes, stood in the shade of a peach tree at the corner of the study. Hearing the screams from the study, even after hearing them for 10 years, Ma felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't help but retreat, saying, "Madam, why don't we just give up? If the master wakes up during this journey, madam, I have a plan. Just do as I say." The two listened for over half an hour. The screams in the study finally subsided. After waiting for a while, Liu hurried to the study. Because the study had become a forbidden area, even the door was unlocked. Liu tiptoed to the window at the back of the study and hid there. The window was half open. At this moment, snoring could be heard from the room. Liu quickly pulled out a flute-like object from her sleeve and handed it to Madame Liu. Madame Liu was stunned for a moment, then reacted and blew the flute towards the window. After a while, curls of white smoke drifted into the study. About half a cup of tea later, the snoring from inside became more steady. Liu then stood up and returned to the main door. What caught her eye were various utensils hanging on both walls. These utensils were stained with dark red blood, some new and some old, which was shocking. In the center of the room was an iron bed. A young man was bound and naked. His body covered in bruises and purples, scars from knives and whips, and other wounds so densely packed together that it was terrifying to look at. Aside from his impossibly handsome face, there wasn't a single piece of good flesh on his body. Seeing this, Madame Liu was horrified and whispered, "Madam, given the situation, we don't need to take action." They had assumed the master favored this man, but they hadn't expected him to be treated inhumanely. Pointing at the dazzling array of gold, silver, and jewelry in the room, Madame Liu gritted her teeth and said, "Look at this room full of fine goods, and then look at our yard. If we don't take action now, by the time the master is dead, won't all our belongings be stolen by this vixen?" The thought infuriated her. When her eldest brother came of age, she had begged him to buy her a piece of gold to enhance his appearance, but he had flatly refused, constantly complaining about his poverty to her. She had also assumed their family was truly poor. She had never imagined. It turns out that all the family property was used to buy these gold and silver jewelry to please this male vixen. Liu said coldly, "Mammy, bring in some water, quickly." "Yes, madam." Mammy Liu sighed inwardly and turned to leave the study. At this time, the young man on the iron bed opened his eyes very quickly. It was obvious that this was not the first time he was drugged. He regained consciousness so quickly. The young man was imprisoned in this study for 10 years. This was the third person he had seen besides the servant who had accidentally broken into this place before. A glimmer of hope flashed across his desperate face, but the next moment he noticed the undisguised murderous intent on Liu's part, and the hope faded. He glanced at Mammy Liu who had brought in the water. He raised his head and screamed, wanting to open his mouth to call out. At this time, Madame Liu realized that half of the man's tongue had been cut off. A wave of reluctance washed over her, but at Madame Liu's urging, she quickly wet sheets of mulberry paper and pressed them against the boy's face. The boy's breathing quickened, his features accentuated by the damp paper. A flicker of pleasure flashed in Madame Liu's eyes. "Madam, hurry," she urged. "Yes, madam." After Madame Liu applied a few more sheets of mulberry paper, the boy's struggles on the bed slowly subsided. Madame Liu snorted coldly. Suddenly, a breeze seemed to rustle behind her. She was startled. The study was a forbidden area for the Haika clan, never to be set foot by outsiders. She turned abruptly and saw a handsome young man slowly enter the study. He had been caught red-handed. Mrs. Liu was stunned for a moment. The aura emanating from the man before her was similar to that of the immortal cultivators from her upper sect at her annual clan meetings. She felt a little uneasy, unsure why a cultivator had suddenly intruded, but she forced herself to remain calm. "Who are you? How dare you enter our Ping family's residence? We are a 9th-rank immortal family. Leave immediately. As a token of the principle of innocence, I will spare you the crime of trespassing." The man was Fu Changsheng. He glanced at the blood-stained utensils hanging on the walls of the study, then at Ping Heifeng, sleeping soundly in his bed, naked, and the dying young man covered in mulberry paper. His eyes narrowed slightly. With a flick of his sleeve, 2 streams of spiritual energy instantly descended upon Mrs. Liu and Madame Liu, freezing them in place. Simultaneously, the mulberry paper covering the young man's face was also peeled back. Whoosh! The young man, Chen Yunru, suddenly sprang to life, gasping for air. Liu was horrified, having never imagined the visitor was truly an immortal cultivator. She struggled, but found herself unable to move. She begged for mercy. "Immortal, take whatever you want from the Haika clan. Please spare my life. Don't worry, I won't tell the clan about your entry into Pingshan County. Immortal, please have mercy and consider it a daily act of kindness." As she spoke, Liu began to cry. Even though she was already old and faded, she still thought she was crying like a tearful child. "Gua!" Fu Changsheng flicked his index finger. A stream of spiritual energy landed on Liu's mute point. Liu's plea for mercy was cut short, but her eyes were filled with fear. Fu Changsheng stepped forward, swung his sword, and 4 streams of sword energy instantly struck the boy's iron chains, shattering them after 10 years. With a flick of his sleeve, he shrugged. A long robe draped the young man. Having just escaped death, he looked at his hands and feet, freed after 10 years, tears streaming down his face. He struggled to rise from the iron bed. Bang, 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 he kowtowed to Fu Changsheng several times. When he raised his head, his forehead was already oozing with blood. The young man opened his mouth and gestured with his hands, clearly expressing his gratitude to Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and a surge of spiritual power lifted him up. Then, his gaze fell on the other 3 people in the room, and he said to the young man, "You can do whatever you want with these 3. I'll wait for you outside." The young man, Chen Yunru, was stunned for a moment, then his eyes suddenly turned to Ping Heifen, who had been awakened by Fu Changsheng but was unable to move. He watched the young man approach step by step. Ping Heifen, however, showed no fear. He coldly called out, "What are you doing, little bastard? If I hadn't rescued you from the slavery, you would have died in the mines long ago. For the past 10 years, I've provided you with delicious food and drink. Whenever I had a little extra money, I'd find ways to buy you all kinds of gold and silver jewelry. You've only suffered minor injuries, and you've never suffered the slightest injustice. I'm your benefactor, so you should have a conscience, and I'm a direct descendant of a 9th-rank immortal family, and my great-grandfather is also an immortal. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, I guarantee you'll be in big trouble." Fu Changsheng stood outside the study. He could hear a continuous stream of screams, which lasted for nearly an hour before gradually fading. An exhausted Chen Yunru finally emerged from the room. He kowtowed several times to Fu Changsheng, then, as he stood up, staggered and fainted. Fu Changsheng quickly reached out to catch him. At the same moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "Ling, you have rescued a young man with mutant spiritual roots and earned his absolute loyalty and trust. You have earned 50 contribution points." Immediately, the family contribution points on the dashboard soared from 320 to 370. Meanwhile, his 4th sister, Fu Changli, who had arrived half a step behind Fu Changsheng, had already arrived over Pingshan County in a treasure ship and began leading the clan to control the mortals of Pingshan County. Fu Changsheng and Chen Yunru touched the ground and landed lightly on the flying boat. Also on the flying boat were Ke Xianggu, Gan Shenglan, and a spiritual plant husband. Ke Xianggu's gaze fell on the scarred youth, a flicker of pity in her eyes. Since the boy was about the same age as her daughter, she couldn't help but curse, "This Hakka clan is truly inhuman." Fu Changsheng then had Ke Xianggu pilot the flying boat towards the mountains behind the county government office. He placed his right hand on Chen Yunru's wrist, and his spiritual sense probed his meridians. Finding no hidden injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, the man's tongue had been cut, which had drained his essence in blood. He would need to find an elixir to help him grow his tongue back. According to intelligence, a Yunshan tea plantation lay hidden within the Nanning Mountains of Pingshan County. Arriving at Nanning Mountain, Fu Changsheng clapped his hand at the spirit beast bag he had borrowed from his 4th sister, Fu Changli. A shimmering glow filled the bag, and a double-eyed rat emerged. Fu Changsheng fed the rat a cloud mulberry fruit, and the rat happily scurried off into the Nanning Mountains. Fairy K, somewhat curious, couldn't help but ask, "Master, could there be a spiritual field hidden within Nanning Mountain? If not, they wouldn't have summoned the 3 spiritual plant masters." However, they couldn't detect a single fluctuation of spiritual energy within Nanning Mountain. Fu Changsheng smiled, "You'll find out in a moment." Fairy K's curiosity grew even stronger. Half a cup of tea passed. A double-eyed rat leaped from the ground, chirping a few times at Fu Changsheng before burrowing deeper into the earth. Fu Changsheng cast a spell on the flying boat, which followed closely behind. After 50 feet underground, the double-eyed rat zigzagged left and right before finally stopping at a stone wall and bowing to Fu Changsheng's flattering hands. Fu Changsheng smiled, "You little greedy cat," and fed the rat 2 more cloud mulberry fruits. His spiritual sense swept the stone wall. Discovering that the stone wall still prohibited spiritual perception, he immediately wielded his heavenly thunder sword. With a roar, the stone wall shattered, followed by waves of ripples, the formation breaking. What he saw before him was merely a low-grade, first-grade concealing magic array, devoid of any protective or offensive power. As the array's light shroud shattered, a surge of spiritual energy washed over him. Beyond the stone wall, he saw a hidden world. A 10-acre tea plantation came into view. The formation had been broken. Ping Yunbao, who was guarding the tea plantation, was stunned. 3 years earlier, the clan had ordered him to remain within the tea plantation. He had a vague feeling that something major must have happened within the clan. Although he was a member of the late key training stage and a steward, he held little influence within the clan. After 3 years of anxious waiting, the clan ban had not yet been lifted. Furthermore, he discovered that, aside from those on out-of-town duties, he could hardly contact any of the other stewards. He concluded that something serious had happened. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such unusual behavior. He had been living in fear for so many years. After the formation was broken, upon seeing the Foundation establishment cultivator Fu Changsheng barge in, his pupils shrank. Without a second thought, he immediately crushed the Earth Escape talisman in his hand and attempted to flee. However, facing the Foundation establishment cultivator, his movements were too slow. Fu Changsheng flicked his Sky Thunder sword, and a sharp sound pierced through the air. Ping Yunbao felt a chill on his neck, and the next moment, he fell to the ground with a heavy thud. A couple in the early key training stage, busy in the tea garden, quickly knelt. "Senior, please spare us. Senior, please spare us. We were forcibly abducted by the Ping family to tend the tea garden. They threatened that if we didn't diligently care for the Yunshan tea, they would exterminate the entire Li clan. Senior, we have no other choice. Please spare us," the couple kowtowed desperately, trembling with fear. Fu Changsheng remembered a key cultivating family in Qishan County, surnamed Li. They were a vassal key cultivating family of the Ping clan. Even after the Fu family became a quasi ninth-rank family, they lacked even a single vassal key cultivating family. This Li family was exactly what they needed. There's a small, low-grade, first-order spiritual vein in Huli Mountain, within the Taekyu Mountains of our Yunshan County fiefdom. Would your Li family be willing to relocate there? The tea farmer was stunned. The person before him was none other than Fu Changsheng, a member of the Fu family, a newly promoted quasi ninth-rank family in Yunshan County. Being a vassal clan wasn't a big deal, survival was the key. Tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. "Thank you, Patriarch, for your kindness. My husband and I will convince our clan members to relocate 30,000 of our members to Yunshan County, 30,000 people." This was quite a pleasant surprise. Fu Changsheng asked, "How many Kigan practitioners are there in your family, Master? We've been imprisoned here for over 30 years. We only heard from the thieves of the Ping clan that there are currently 9 Kigan practitioners in the Li family, and with my wife and I, there are 11 of us, but we don't know if that's true or not." 11 Kigan practitioners. Considered a small force. Fu Changsheng nodded and said, "Please help dig up the Yunshan tea trees in the tea garden. As for the relocation of the Li family, someone will take care of it later." "Yes, Master," tea farmer Li Chashan quickly agreed. Fairy K looked at the 10 acres of tea garden with a touch of excitement. The clan was indeed prospering, especially after being promoted to a quasi ninth-rank aristocratic family. Perhaps this was due to the imperial court's blessing, but more importantly, it was due to their incredibly capable master. The spiritual fields currently managed by their spiritual planting hall alone, combined with those on Luifang Mountain, already amounted to over 400 acres. Fairy K had already planned to plant these 10 acres of Yunshan tea around the waterfall on Taeksuan Peak, where spiritual energy abounds. However, for various reasons, spiritual fields could not be cultivated, making this a perfect location for growing these 10 acres of Yunshan tea. After inspecting the tea's quality, Fairy K happily reported, "Master, these Yunshan teas are almost all from trees hundreds of years old. Although they are only of the first grade, mid-quality variety. The harvested leaves fetch the same price as first-grade, premium tea. From now on, our Fu family treasure pavilion will have an additional item every year." Fairy K smiled, rolled up her sleeves, and began directing everyone's work. Meanwhile, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in Fu Changsheng's mind again. "Ling, you have added 10 acres of Yunshan tea to the clan, earning 180 contribution points." Immediately, the clan contribution value on the dashboard instantly soared from 370 to 550. Looking at his newly replenished contribution points, Fu Changsheng's lips curled slightly. He gave a few instructions to Kei Xianggu and left the flying boat with her. After bringing Chen Yunru out of the underground, he returned the double-eyed rat to his fourth sister, Fu Changli, and said, "Fourth sister, after Xiangu returns from Nanning Mountain, you will follow the tea farmer Li Chashan to Qisheng County. If they are truly willing to become affiliated with our Fu family, we will recruit them. If not, have Zhao King imprison them and bring them back to the clan for my decision." Yes, Patriarch. After Fu Changsheng finished his instructions, he could not wait to leave Pingsheng County. He was eager to know what kind of mutant spiritual root cultivator Chen Yunru was. It just so happened that the spiritual testing platform in the fiefdom had been completed. Chapter 166, Dark Spiritual Roots, Gaining Another Son, Establishing the Elders' Hall. When Fu Changsheng returned to take Suan Peak from Pingsheng County, Chen Yunru also awoke. Though he had been imprisoned for 10 years without seeing the light of day, his freedom had left him feeling a sense of wonder. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Fu Changsheng had his servants prepare bathing supplies, and after Chen Yunru cleaned himself, he applied the medicine. The clearing medicine, applied to the wound, caused a burning, tearing pain. Many people would grimace in agony, but Chen Yunru didn't even wince the entire time. 10 years of torture. The pain was clearly nothing to him. However, he was flattered that Fu Changsheng personally applied the medicine, gesturing with AHS, in gratitude. Fu Changsheng used up 2 bottles of the clearing medicine before applying the wound. After a moment's pause, he said, "Yunru, our meeting was fate. I now have only 3 sons. Would you be willing to change your surname to Fu and become my adopted son?" Adopted son. Chen Yunru was stunned for a moment. He was just a slave. How could he become the adopted son of the head of a quasi 9th-rank family? Chen Yunru thought Fu Changsheng was joking. But seeing the other party's serious expression and solemn face, it was obvious that he was sincere. His eyes reddened, and he immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeves. A spiritual power carried him up and said with a smile, "Ruir, since you have recognized me as your father, your name must be changed in the future. If you detect your spiritual roots, you will be of the Yang generation. Keep your original Rui character, and you will be Fu Yongru in the future. Do you think this name is okay?" Fu Yongru was even more excited when he heard that he still had the opportunity to become an immortal cultivator. He was about to kowtow again, but was stopped by Fu Changsheng. "There is no need to be so polite between father and son. Let's go, I'll take you to the back mountain to detect your spiritual roots." Fu Yongru was obviously nervous and uneasy when he heard this. He feared disappointing his adoptive father if his spiritual roots weren't detected. Arriving at the ascension platform in the back mountain, Fu Changsheng closed the magic circle and said to Fu Yongru, "Yongru, place your hands on the platform." "Don't be nervous." Fu Yongru nodded slightly. Nervously, he placed his scarred hands on the platform. A moment later, he felt a flash before his eyes, and the next moment, he was in a pitch-black abyss. Within this darkness, he instinctively felt a sense of closeness. Here, no one could see his face, no one could know what he had experienced. He loved the darkness. On the ascension platform, as Fu Yongru placed his hands on the platform, Fu Changsheng remained nervous and curious, wondering what kind of spiritual roots the other person possessed. After a moment, the platform trembled slightly. Then, the once bright ascension platform suddenly became engulfed in darkness, its surroundings suddenly becoming pitch black, like an abyss. Even his divine sense couldn't penetrate the darkness. Fu Changsheng's heart trembled. The strange vision quickly dissipated, and the surroundings quickly returned to normal. Fu Changsheng looked at Fu Yongru, who had reopened his eyes, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Fu Yongru gestured nervously, "Godfather, do I have spiritual roots? Can I cultivate?" "Yes. You have mutated dark spiritual roots. Remember, your spiritual root attributes are unknown to anyone except you and me. Do you understand?" "Yes, Godfather." Fu Yongru gestured happily. For the first time, a joyful smile crossed his face. He could begin his cultivation, and then he would have the strength to protect himself and the family he wanted to protect. Fu Yongru had been in prison since the age of 5. He could not read. He had to start all over again. Because of his unique experience, he couldn't adapt to being surrounded by so many people. So, after a moment's hesitation, he was taken to the water curtain cave. He instructed Yulian, "Yulian, this is my new adopted son, Yongru. From now on, you will teach him how to read and write. Once he learns to read, you will teach him the martial arts. Is that okay? Yulian and Fu Yongru had both been the type to avoid socializing since childhood. Their auras mesh perfectly. Yulian nodded slightly. Master, please rest assured. Fu Yongru glanced up at Yulian, then quickly lowered his head. Fu Changsheng then gave Fu Yongru a few words of advice. I will be returning to Nanyang County, on Yuan Commandery. Stay with Yulian. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask. Don't hide them. Understand? When Fu Yongru heard that Fu Changsheng was leaving, his eyes filled with reluctance and uneasiness, but he nodded obediently. Fu Changsheng ascended to the second floor of the wooden building. He knocked on Shi Shutong's door. After 2 years of seclusion, Shi Shutong's injuries had recovered. When the two met, Shi Shutong said, Master, with my current level of cultivation, without the assistance of the Earth Fire Room, my chances of refining a second-tier elixir are likely to be low. If this ghost cherry pill is of vital importance to you, it must be refined in the Earth Fire Room. Furthermore, it would be even better if a first-tier, top-grade alchemist could assist. Fu Changsheng had just that in mind. He smiled and said, Master Shi, I intend to bring you back to the Luifang Mountain Clan territories, where we have established the Earth Fire Room. My wife is also a first-tier, top-grade alchemist. I'll have her assist you while you refine the elixir. Shi Shutong's cultivation had fallen to the key refining stage. Fu Changsheng's intention was clear. He hoped he could offer Mei Zhen some guidance, allowing her to reach the next level in her alchemy skills and become a second-tier alchemist. The two exchanged ideas for a while. Fu Changsheng went up to the third floor to find Grandmaster Yu. This time, returning to Luifang Mountain, he had to upgrade the mountain's spiritual veins to the highest level of the first rank, so Grandmaster Yu had to go back with him. After the fiefdom was handed over, Fu Changli also rushed back from Changsheng County. Master, I'm sorry, but the Li family has 10,000 more people than I expected, and they're so reluctant to leave a single stone behind. Therefore, the relocation process has been slow. I've settled them in Huli Mountain. The Li family has a total of 17 key training members. Among them, there's one in the late key training stage, the Patriarch of the Li family, 5 in the middle key training stage, and the rest are early key training cultivators. Master, do you want to go and take a look? Fu Changsheng shook his head. He explained his impending departure from the fiefdom, gave a few instructions, and then said, Fourth sister, Zhao King will remain by your side. I'll bring Grandmaster Yu with me this time. So, for the time being, unless there are special circumstances, try not to leave the fiefdom, and keep the clan members under control. I'll leave the fiefdom in your care. Yes, Patriarch. This time, Grandmaster Yu, and Shishu were the only ones returning to Luifang Mountain. After everyone gathered, Fu Changsheng piloted the flying boat away. Passing the Li family fiefdom in Huli Mountain, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ling, you have recruited a key training family to the fiefdom, earning 300 contribution points. Immediately, the contribution value on the dashboard changed to 850. This was a pleasant surprise. Huli Mountain. The Li family patriarch sat at the head of the table, with all the key training clan members seated on either side. The young clan member at the lower left frowned slightly and said, Father, this Changsheng County is barren, with nothing at all. It's even worse than our own clan mountain in Changsheng County. Furthermore, the Fu family isn't even a 9th rank official. I simply cannot understand why we would relocate to this godforsaken place. The young clan member was the eldest son of the Li clan head and the next clan leader. Upon hearing this, the Li clan head at the upper seat clearly showed a flicker of anger. He had kept this son close to him for years, training him for years, yet he still lacked any foresight. If the Li family were to be handed over to him in the future, wouldn't the ancestral foundation be ruined? He fixed his gaze on the illegitimate son and said, Zhanjir, tell me why our Li family is relocating here. Yes, father, the young clan leader complained. Li Yanzhong possessed a more composed demeanor, possessing the highest cultivation level among the Yun generation, already reaching the middle stage of key training. Father, we have 3 reasons for relocating to Huli Mountain. First, the Fu family liberated Uncle 7 and Aunt 7 from the tea plantation, a favor to our Li family. Second, the Fu family head appears to be seeking our opinion, but in reality, we must relocate regardless of whether we agree or not. Of course, the most important thing is that the Ping family has sealed themselves off from the mountains. Even when their fiefdom, Changsheng County, was looted by the Fu family, the Ping family remained silent. Furthermore, the Ping family has been secluded for years, and many of their elders haven't been seen in ages. From all indications, the Ping family can barely protect themselves, let alone care about the lives of our affiliated forces. On the other hand, the Fu family is different. 17 years ago, the Fu family had only 4 cultivators left, but under the leadership of the Fu family head, they have now carved out a niche for themselves. This time, they've captured all the mortals in Pingsheng County. If I'm not mistaken, the Fu family's advancement to true 9th grade family is not far off, and this is in preparation for that. The Haika clan is declining, while the Fu clan is thriving. It's truly a blessing for our Li clan to become the first affiliated clan of the Fu clan. Also, I've explored Huli Mountain and estimate we can cultivate 30 acres of spiritual farmland. Uncle 7 and Aunt 7 are both skilled in farming. With them, our Li family will surely thrive. His explanation was clear and coherent. Even many of the things the elders present hadn't considered, he enumerated them one by one. Therefore, everyone present, save the young patriarch and his mother, cast admiring glances at Li Yanzhong. If it weren't for the young patriarch's presence, they would have applauded and praised him. The young patriarch sensed the atmosphere. A flash of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at his half-brother, Li Yanzhong. The Li clan leader, standing at the head of the group, nodded to Li Yanzhong with satisfaction. Zhanger, you've thought this through very well. Very good, we've gathered everyone together for another important matter. The Fu clan leader has decided to select a key cultivating member from their own clan to marry into our Li clan. However, the Fu clan will determine the marriage partner, so anyone present who is unmarried has a chance. If the marriage is successful, then the family will be truly tied to the Fu clan. Moreover, whoever marries a Fu daughter will have a strong backer. Even though Li clan rule dictates that the eldest son inherit the family business, if the Fu clan intervenes, the person marrying the Fu daughter will most likely become the next clan leader. Therefore, rather than saying the Fu family is selecting a son-in-law, it's more accurate to say they are selecting the next head of the Li clan. The young clan leader immediately tense up, glancing at his half-brother across from him, a calculating look in his eyes. In Nanyang County, Fu Changsheng, steering his flying boat, sighted the approaching Luifang Mountain. Ever since moving to his fiefdom, he hadn't returned. Years passed. Because he was training in the training room, it felt like he hadn't been back to the clan for decades. Fu Changren, the eldest brother who managed the clan, had received the message long ago and had been waiting at the mountain gate for most of the day. Seeing the flying boat approaching from the Changli River in the distance, he hurried over a few steps and excitedly bowed, saying, "Welcome home, master." Fu Changsheng scanned his body with his spiritual sense and discovered that his eldest brother's aura had broken through to the middle stage of key training. Although his eldest brother's aptitude was not good, the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra was, after all, an earth-level technique, and its cultivation speed was unmatched by ordinary techniques. After the group entered the mountain and sat down at Luifang Mountain, Fu Changren handed a ledger to Fu Changsheng, his face beaming with joy as he said, "Patriarch, since runs his breakthrough to the 2nd rank refiner, our clan's profits have doubled. Plus, my third brother and Chen Dachu have developed a recipe for a 1st grade, superior spirit wine. Over the past few years, we've accumulated nearly 20,000 spirit stones at Luifang Mountain, of which runs he alone accounts for a quarter. Furthermore, according to your instructions, I've already exchanged all of these spirit stones for mid-grade spirit stones. Using them to upgrade Luifang Mountain Spirit Bane to the 1st rank, top grade, level as a piece of cake. In a few years, the clan should be able to amass the next batch of spirit stones and upgrade it to the 2nd rank. The Fu family now has over 300,000 members, including the population of their fiefdoms, meeting the criteria for advancement to 9th rank aristocratic family. Furthermore, Molan has already achieved a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage through seclusion. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the clan will soon have a 2nd foundation establishment member. Therefore, the only thing standing between them and the 9th rank aristocratic family is this very spirit vein. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly and said, "Brother, you've worked hard these past few years. The clan shouldn't be too frugal. To upgrade the spirit stones of Luifang Mountain spiritual vein, I plan to head to the Shiwan Mountains. If I can hunt a 2nd-tier demon beast, I can use the materials to refine a 2nd-tier magical instrument for Runzi. I'll use the talisman blood to refine a 2nd-tier spirit talisman, which I can then sell. I should soon have the spirit stones needed to upgrade the spirit bane." Patriarch, the Shangguan Mountains are dangerous. It's better not to go if you can. After all, there's still more than half of the 10-year deadline we've been given by the court, so we have plenty of time. Fu Changren still didn't want Fu Changsheng to risk anything. Fu Changsheng offered some reassurance. He was going to the Shangguan Mountains anyway to search for the ancient cultivators' cave, so it was just a side trip. Besides, the demon cave was about to erupt, and if they didn't want to become cannon fodder, they had to be on the same level as the other aristocratic families. After a few words, the two exchanged. Fu Changsheng said, "Brother, there are more and more people in our Fu family now, and I plan to re-establish the Elder Hall. The standard for entering the Elder Hall is also very simple. One is to have broken through to the second level in the 100 arts of cultivation, and the other is to have broken through to the foundation building stage. What do you think? Thanks to reading for 20 years for the reward, and thank you all for your monthly tickets and subscription support." Chapter 167, The Third Turn of the Treasure Lotus Lantern, Chu Chan's Breakthrough, Heading to the 100,000 Mountains. Only 3 people in the clan currently meet the requirements for promotion to Elder: second-rank Weapon Master Runzi, Grandmaster Yu, and the newly joined Shishu Tuong. Fu Changren naturally had no objections. The two discussed the benefits and obligations of becoming an elder. Fu Changsheng noticed Fangir waiting outside the door. He hadn't seen her for several years. Perhaps due to his practice of the dragon-elephant prajna paramita, Fangir had grown taller than his peers, almost reaching his shoulders at just 11 or 12 years old. He was also noticeably more composed. Fu Changren had clearly noticed Fangir. He smiled and said, "Master, these past few years, when I was handling chores, Fangir would stay by my side, learning whenever he wasn't practicing. He's always been well organized," demonstrating the demeanor of the master. Fu Changren, unmarried and childless, unconsciously treated Fangir like his own, praising him profusely. Fu Changsheng smiled and nodded slightly. He waved his sleeves. The light curtain of the formation in the meeting hall was unveiled, and Fangir was beckoned in. Fangir bowed as usual. "My son greets his father." "Yes." Seeing the father and son conversing, Fu Changren quietly left the meeting hall, leaving them alone. When he reached the door, he saw Fu Yongfu hurried over. "Uncle, I heard the master of the family has returned." Fu Yongfu was Fu Changsheng's first disciple. Upon hearing the news, he immediately ran over from the talisman-making hall. Fu Changren smiled and said, "Yes, I'm just chatting with Brother Fan in the meeting hall." "Thank you, uncle." Fu Yongfu walked quickly to the meeting hall, peeked outside, and then stood by the door politely. When Brother Fan emerged, he stepped forward quickly. "Yongfu greets the Patriarch." "Yes, I just heard from your uncle that you've broken through to become a top-grade, first-rank talisman maker." "That's good. If you have any questions about talisman making, please feel free to tell me." "Yes, Patriarch, I make top-grade, first-rank talisman makers," Fu Yongfu rambled on. He had been waiting for this opportunity. After all, besides Aunt Molin and the Patriarch, he was the highest-ranking talisman maker in the clan. But with both elders away, he had many questions left unanswered, and now he just poured them out. He talked, dry-mouthed, from daybreak to sunset. Dinner was ready. Fu Changren approached and urged, "Yongfu, let the Patriarch take a break." At the banquet, Fu Changsheng formally introduced Shi Shutong to the clan members. Since Runzi and Mizhen hadn't yet emerged from seclusion, Fu Changsheng wasn't in a hurry and returned to his own secret cave abode. Because the cave housed a spirit-gathering tree and a spiritual spring, Fu Changsheng had asked Fangir to move him before leaving, also asking him to help care for the first, second, and third-rank azure lotuses. Years passed. The third-rank azure lotus showed little growth. Just as he was about to take out the life source water, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "Ling, you have established the Elders' Hall for the clan, earning 60 clan contribution points." Immediately, the contribution value on the dashboard changed from 850 to 910. This was a pleasant surprise. Fu Changsheng cast a spell on the jade bottle. The moment the lid opened, a vibrant breath of life roared out. With a hint of anticipation, he tapped the jade bottle, and the life source water within dripped onto the roots of the third-rank azure lotus. Ahem. The third-rank azure lotus trembled slightly. Then, a third bud began to grow at a visible speed. In an instant, it became the size of a child's palm. Simultaneously, the medicinal material's age increased by 500 years. It really works. In other words, As long as he dropped the final drop of life source water, the third transformation blue lotus would fully mature. Fu Changsheng's breathing quickened. He cast a spell on another jade bottle, dispelling the restrictions and releasing a vibrant aura of life. Following Fu Changsheng's guidance, a second drop of life source water landed on the root of the third transformation blue lotus. The third leaf of the third transformation blue lotus quickly unfolded, becoming the same size and color as the other two. Buzz! The blue lotus trembled. The medicinal material's 3,000 years of age had been reached in an instant, and it naturally fell off. Fu Changsheng quickly cast a spell to place the third transformation blue lotus into the prepared box, enforcing a series of restrictions and sealing it. His face lit up with excitement. After 10 years, I finally cultivated this third transformation blue lotus to maturity. Then, once Runzi emerged from retreat, he could ask her to help refine it into an embryo. He would then use the 7 apertures treasure refining technique to refine it into the desired magical weapon shape. While waiting, he took out the 7 apertures treasure refining technique and carefully studied it again. Once he finished reviewing it, a sudden, rapid buzzing sound came from his waist. It was Mizhen, who had reached the peak of key training and emerged from retreat. The couple had not seen each other for a long time, and Mizhen immediately asked, "Husband, are Ranger and Yao adjusting to their fiefdom?" A parent's heart was pitiful. Fu Changsheng smiled and embraced her, telling her everything he could about Yao and Ranger. After a few days of affectionate conversation, he finally got down to business. "Mizhen, you've met Elder Shi. Next, I'd like him to help refine a batch of ghost cherry pills. Elder Shi is injured, so he needs assistance with refining the second level elixir. Would you be willing to help? I've already mentioned it to Elder Shi, and he'd like to share his experience in advancing to second level alchemist." Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and an ancient jade slip floated toward Mizhen. "Also, these are the notes of experience and insights from a third-level alchemist that I stumbled upon. Take them and study them. I hope you can quickly break through to the second-level alchemist." Mizhen had been stuck at the first-level, top-grade alchemist level for years, suffering from lack of guidance. Furthermore, before her breakthrough, her own mana wasn't strong enough to refine a second-level elixir. Now, with Shi Shutong's guidance and the insights of a third-level alchemist, it was a tremendous surprise. She was both thrilled and moved. Fu Changsheng smiled and offered some reassuring words. As for the foundation-building elixir, he wouldn't tell Mizhen about it for now. Mizhen had just reached the peak of key training, and it would take some time for her to reach the foundation-building stage. Furthermore, the most crucial thing was that although Shi Shutong had joined the Fu family, his time was still short, and he didn't want to test her character with a treasure like the foundation-building elixir. More importantly, though Shi Shutong had joined the Fu family, his time was still short. He didn't want to test her character with a treasure like the foundation-building elixir. More importantly, though Shi Shutong had joined the Fu family, his time was still short, and he didn't want to test her character with a treasure like the foundation-building elixir. If even the slightest word leaked, and the other clans knew the Fu family possessed the foundation establishment pill recipe, they would likely swarm in, much like the Ping, Xiao, and He clans who joined forces to attack the Yangang tribe. Therefore, the foundation establishment pill project needed to be approached slowly. Of course, there was another reason. He only had one foundation establishment elixir. Therefore, he had to wait until Mei Zhen reached the second-rank alchemist level and Shi Shutong recovered to peak condition before they could begin refining the pill. After all, this was only a one-time opportunity. As Mei Zhen and Shi Shutong began refining the ghost cherry pill, Runzi finally emerged from seclusion. Delighted at her promotion to clan elder, she was stunned when Fu Changsheng held out the third-rank azure lotus. A solemn look flashed in her eyes. "Patriarch, are you sure you want me to refine this third-rank azure lotus?" After all, she was only a second-rank, lower-grade refiner. Fu Changsheng said, "Runzi, you only need to help refine the third-rank azure lotus into an embryo. I'll handle the rest myself." Runzi breathed a sigh of relief. Removing the impurities and refining it into an embryo was no problem for her. Fu Changsheng patted his storage bag, and 2 boxes floated toward Runzi. "Runzi, these boxes contain dragon rock and copper essence. When you refine the embryo, please include them in the offering. Both dragon rock and copper essence are second-grade, top-grade materials. Dragon rock, in particular, has a chance of imbuing a magical weapon with a hint of dragon power after being activated. Even for a cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage, these two spiritual materials were not easily available. This was the highest grade spiritual material Liu Runzi had ever refined. For those interested in refining, such refining experience was invaluable. He quickly responded, "Master, I estimate I'll be able to refine the embryo in 3 months. Please be patient." "Well, Runzi, I'll have to trouble you then." Fu Changsheng offered Liu Runzi 2 top-grade, first-grade spiritual fruits he had obtained from his fiefdom as a reward. Liu Runzi was about to refuse, but seeing they were top-grade spiritual fruits, he swallowed his words and accepted them with both hands, repeatedly promising to forge the third transformation azure lotus into the most perfect embryo. After sending Liu Runzi away, Fu Changsheng activated the secret chamber's magic circle. Simultaneously, he thought, "Activate, training room." A buzz? The panel vibrated. A flood of yellow light surged. Then, in a flash, he appeared in the training room, the familiar scent of sandalwood filling his nostrils. He sat down on the cushion and began to recite the ancient Source Thunder Sutra. Whether traveling to the Shangguan Mountains, or the demonic lair that was about to erupt, he needed to maximize his combat power. Cultivating the ancient Source Thunder Sutra to the second level would allow him to unleash the evil-repelling Divine Thunder, a true trump card for him. Time is not a factor in cultivation. 9 months passed in the blink of an eye. Fu Changsheng had a thought and left the training room. He glanced at the hourglass. Exactly 3 months had passed outside. At that moment, the panel trembled slightly. Then, a line of text appeared, Ancient Source Thunder Sutra, first level, 55 out of 100, it had taken 9 months. His progress in cultivating the Ancient Source Thunder Sutra had risen from 40% to 55%. At this rate, with 2 more years in the training room, he would successfully break through to the second level of the Ancient Source Thunder Sutra, and then be able to unleash the evil-repelling Divine Thunder. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. A rapid buzzing sound came from his waist. It was Mei Zhen who sent the message. Could it be that the ghost cherry pill has been successfully refined? Fu Changsheng, overjoyed, hurried out of the secret room and headed for the Earth Firehouse on Niuzhou Mountain. With a ghost cherry pill, Qiu Chan would be able to break through to the second level. Then, he would have another trump card in his hand. Arriving at the Earth Firehouse, he saw Mei Zhen and Shi Shutong meditating in the Xianzi Hall. Hearing footsteps, Mei Zhen opened her eyes and smiled wearily at Fu Changsheng. "Husband, I have fulfilled my mission. The ghost cherry pill has been successfully refined." "Mei Zhen, Elder Shi, thank you for your hard work." Fu Changsheng smiled. He took the pill bottle with both hands and opened it. He saw a faint skull pattern on the elixir inside, the mark of the ghost cherry pill. After being seriously injured, he once again started refining the elixir. Shi Shutong's face was pale, and cold sweat was dripping from his forehead. It was obvious that refining the second-level elixir was extremely strenuous for him at this moment. Although Liu Mizhen looked a little tired, her eyes sparkled. After refining the second-level elixir this time, and with Shi Shutong's guidance, she, already possessing considerable alchemy talent, felt she had finally reached the threshold of the second-level elixir. Fu Changsheng instructed Shi Shutong to rest well. As they reached the main hall, they saw the door to the ground-level room open. Although Runzi had also refined the third transformation Azure Lotus into my embryo, this was truly a double blessing. After receiving the third transformation Azure Lotus embryo from Liu Runzi, Fu Changsheng returned directly to the secret room. After activating the magic circle, he waved his sleeve, and the human emperor banner appeared in his palm. He infused a spell into the banner, and a white figure flashed, followed by Qiu Chan. Qiu Chan glanced around, seeing that it wasn't a fighting scene, and there were no corpses. Her eyes lit up. "Master, have you successfully refined the ghost cherry pill?" "Yes, great. Thank you, Master." "Thank you, Master. Qiu Chan will definitely live up to your expectations and will successfully break through to the second stage." Qiu Chan had been patiently awaiting this ghost cherry pill for so long. Now that her dream had finally come true, she was so excited she was almost incoherent. Fu Changsheng was also affected by her joy, but given the lesson from Qiu Chan's previous failure, he solemnly instructed, "Qiu Chan, your ghost cultivator's notes contain very few relevant records. and I haven't found any relevant information on ghost cultivators breaking through to the second stage. So everything depends on you. Once you get the ghost cherry pill, there's no need to rush to consume it and break through immediately. First, reflect on your previous failure. Wait until your mood has calmed down and the excitement of breaking through is strongest, then consume the ghost cherry pill. Yes, Master, Chu Chan was delighted, her originally excited mood calming down a bit. She responded, took the pill bottle with both hands, and then entered the human emperor banner. Fu Changsheng thought, activate the training room, buzz? The panel vibrated. A flood of yellow light surged. Then, his eyes flashed. The next moment, he appeared in the training room. With a slap on his storage bag, the embryo of the third transformation Azure Lotus instantly floated before him. According to the 7 apertures refining treasure art, when refining one's natal magical instrument, it's best to use true fire. This way, once the instrument is formed, it will be easier to operate. With his mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, the continuous and prolonged use of true fire was clearly impossible in the outside world. But in the training room, it was different. Here, his mana and spiritual awareness seemed inexhaustible, and so was his true fire. Taking a deep breath, Fu Changsheng waved his sleeves. Suddenly, a scroll slowly unfurled, depicting the shape of the natal magical instrument he wished to forge. A closer look revealed a resemblance to the 9 Revolution Divine Lamp, both in lamp form, yet distinctly different. In this 3 Revolution Precious Lotus Lamp, 3 lotus leaves transformed into a lamp, the wick ignited by true essence. However, its precise power would depend on its final form. In cultivation, time passes. In the blink of an eye, 9 months passed in space. At this moment, before Fu Changsheng, the 3 Revolution Precious Lotus Lamp, nearly identical to the scroll, trembled slightly. The 2 auras, green and red, faded, and with a humming sound, it fully took shape. As Fu Changsheng imprinted his spiritual consciousness, the 3 Revolution Precious Lotus Lamp instantly transformed into a beam of light, immersing itself in his Danshan, where it was nurtured. 9 months of unremitting sleeplessness. Yet Fu Changsheng remained energetic. This was the wonder of the training room. A flicker of joy flashed in Fu Changsheng's eyes. He couldn't wait to activate the 3rd-rank treasure Lotus Lantern to see its power, but he couldn't test it in the training room. So, with a thought, he appeared in the secret room in the next instant. At the same time, the contribution value on the dashboard dropped to 310. Entering the training room twice in a row had cost him a total of 600 family contribution points, but for him, it was well worth it. At that moment, a rapid buzzing sound came from his waist. He looked down. It was a message from Shangguan Hongyu. A spell was cast, and Hongyu's voice came, Changsheng, the 2nd grade, mid-grade undead fruit in the Kailan Valley of the Shiwan Mountains will soon mature. We will meet at Nanli Mountain in a month. 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Fu Changsheng couldn't help but sigh. Even if he had 3 times the time in the training room, it still felt insufficient. He understood why so many foundation establishment cultivators remain stuck in the foundation establishment stage throughout their lives. However, this time was just right. Although he couldn't cultivate the ancient Source Thunder Sutra to the 2nd level, he had successfully refined and sacrificed his natal magic weapon. Furthermore, it was time to explore the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling at Duolong Lake in the 100,000 Mountains. He tidied up the secret room and prepared to leave retreat when a message from Chu Chan arrived from the Human Emperor banner. He had brought a Human Emperor banner with him when he entered the training room, meaning Chu Chan had also been in retreat for 9 months. Generally speaking, a cultivator's foundation establishment journey, from preparation to breakthrough to solidification, takes at least a year. Fu Changsheng had a vague, ominous thought, will Chu Chan fail again? With a hint of trepidation, he flipped his right hand, and the Human Emperor banner appeared in his hand. As a spell was infused, a flash of white light appeared from the Human Emperor banner, revealing Chu Chan, clad in white. Compared to before, Chu Chan's ghostly aura was barely perceptible, instead exuding a sense of holiness. A sweep of his divine sense revealed that he had successfully broken through to the 2nd stage. Fu Changsheng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Chu Chan, congratulations. Chu Chan, not overly proud of her breakthrough, quickly bowed and said, this is all thanks to Master's Ghost Cherry Pill. I'm incredibly grateful for your kindness, Master. By the way, Master, After I have broken through to the second stage, according to the foundation building chapter of the Jade Divine Art, I can cultivate a second stage spell, the Frost Demonic Chant. This spell can be used as both a spiritual attack and a form of ice cone to defeat the enemy. Chu Chen's Jade Divine Art, acquired from the ruined palace within the Myriad Ghosts Abyss, is an earth stage technique. The name of the second stage spell, the Frost Demonic Chant, suggests its considerable power. Fu Changsheng nodded and said, Chu Chen, after you return to the Human Empire banner to consolidate your cultivation, you can practice this technique with all your strength. Yes, Master. Thank you Dongzhizen for the reward, and thank you all for your monthly tickets and subscription support. Thank you. Chapter 168 Upgrading the Spiritual Vein, Creating a Market, and the Gongsun Family's Plan. Fu Changsheng emerged from his secret room to find his entire clan gathered in the back mountains. Even his third brother, Fu Changli, and Chen Dachu, who had been in seclusion for years researching spirit wine, had emerged from the wine cellar. Everyone gathered together. At the center was Grandmaster Yu. Fu Changsheng muttered, "It seems the spirit vein upgrade is complete." With a few flashes of his body, he reappeared in the back mountains. His third brother, Fu Changli, had also just emerged from seclusion. Seeing Fu Changsheng was a rare occasion, and he hurried forward with joy. He patted his storage bag, and in a flash of light, a wine gourd floated towards Fu Changsheng. With a hint of praise, he said, "Master, try this." He was mysterious, just like in his youth. The personalities of the third and fourth brothers hadn't changed at all over the years. Fu Changsheng took the wine gourd with amusement and cast a spell into it. With a humming sound, the gourd's restrictions opened, and a burst of abundant spiritual energy filled his nostrils. Is this spirit ape wine? After his fourth sister, Fu Changli, obtained the recipe for spirit ape wine from the golden-eyed monkey, Fu Changsheng immediately sent a message to his third brother, Fu Changli. He had no idea that just a few years later, he'd actually developed it. Fu Changsheng was thrilled. Spirit ape wine was a second-grade, low-grade spirit wine, far superior to ordinary spirit wines. He quickly took a sip. It was sweet and mellow. It was very similar to the spirit ape wine he'd drunk before, but after consuming it, he discovered that this spirit ape wine seemed even stronger. Third brother, your spirit ape wine recipe has been refined. The Patriarch truly has a keen eye. The golden-eyed monkey's recipe was too crude. Brother Chen and I spent over a year researching it, eliminating unnecessary ingredients and replacing several uncommon spiritual fruits. We also added the more potent 1000 mulberry fruit. Although this spirit ape wine is still a low-grade, second-tier spirit ape wine, its quality is superior. The third brother was indeed a skilled winemaker. Fu Changsheng rejoiced. Third brother, this spirit ape wine could be brewed in large quantities. If so, then the Fu family would have no worries about lacking spirit stones. Third brother Fu Changli hurriedly shook his head. This is, after all, a second-grade spirit wine. The production process is extremely complex. Without a seasoned brewer, it's impossible to control. Furthermore, with my level of cultivation, I wouldn't be able to brew this second-grade spirit ape wine without Brother Chen's help. So, at best, I can only brew about 10 kilograms a year. 10 kilograms. That's a lot. Fu Changsheng nodded affirmatively, his consciousness falling on Fu Changli, his brow furrowed slightly. Third brother, you can't just indulge in brewing. Only by improving your cultivation can you refine more fine wine. Fourth sister is already at the 8th level of key training. The next step is the 9th level, and you're still stuck at the 6th level. Keep the spirit ape wine for yourself. Raise your cultivation to the late stage of key training before you come out of retreat. But I'm researching. No buts. This is an order. The delay continued. Third brother's goal of establishing his foundation before turning 60 would be difficult. Fu Changli also knew Fu Changsheng was thinking of him. He scratched his head and said with a grin, "Okay, Patriarch, I understand. I'll listen to you. Don't be angry, don't be angry." Even though Fu Changsheng had already established his foundation, Fu Changli treated him with the same attitude he had back then, without a trace of alienation. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng shook his head and said, "Third brother, you are now also a second-level lower-grade winemaker. According to clan rules, you can be promoted to clan elder. Here is the elder token. Otherwise, you haven't used your contribution points in these years. When you break through to the late stage of key training and take the elixir, you can exchange them. First, Improve your cultivation. Remember, okay, third brother Fu Chengli agreed with a smile. Mei Zhen, who was listening nearby, smiled, finding it amusing that her husband treated his younger brother-in-law the same way he taught Fangir and the others. Everyone waited with anticipation for about half an hour. As Grandmaster Yu's spells fell, then, a mysterious formation, arranged in Luifang Mountain and Niashou Mountain, erupted from the mid-grade spirit stones with a roaring sound, igniting 36 brilliant beams of light. These pillars shot skyward, then, with a change in Master Yu's incantation, reeled back. A humming sound. Vast spiritual energy poured into every node of the spirit veins. Rumbling. The entire mountain range trembled. After 3 days and 3 nights, the trembling finally ceased. Instead, a vast aura of spiritual energy washed over them. Master Yu's face paled slightly, and he stumbled, nearly falling. Fu Changsheng quickly stepped forward and offered him snowflake wine. Master Yu gulped down a whole gourd, and his complexion brightened slightly. Uncle Yu, thank you for your hard work. Master Yu waved, then retreated to the wine cellar for some seclusion. After he left, everyone cheered excitedly. Liu Mizhan sensed some spiritual vein energy and said excitedly, "Husband, the spiritual vein has been upgraded to the first grade, top grade. Furthermore, a new spiritual spring well has been opened in the spirit planting hall, the alchemy hall, the weapon refining hall, the wine cellar, and the talisman making hall. This greatly eased the cultivation of the clan's cultivators. Before, those who wanted to cultivate in the spiritual spring wells had to queue up, and it was lucky to get a turn once a month. Now, with 5 more spiritual springs, they can at least have a turn 2 or 3 times a month. If their contribution points are sufficient, they can even cultivate in the spiritual spring wells permanently. This is a blessing they had never dared to imagine before." Eldest brother Fu Chengren's eyes welled up. Back then, our clan land was only a first grade, mid-grade spiritual vein. The entire clan had only 2 spiritual springs, and we only had access to them a few times a year. Now, we are all blessed. If the clan elders were still alive, they would be so happy, but unfortunately, they can't see all this. Fu Changsheng was also delighted. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "Ling, you have upgraded the family's Luifang Mountain spiritual vein to the highest rank, earning 400 contribution points." Immediately, the family contribution points on the dashboard, which stood at 310, returned to 710. Because they were about to depart for the Shiwen Mountains, Fu Changsheng had specially convened a family council meeting in advance. The elders, hall masters, and stewards of the clan were all present. Everyone took their seats. They each presented their respective responsibilities, highlighting the most important matters. When Fu Yongshang stepped forward, Liu Mizhan, who sat below, telegraphed to Fu Changsheng, "Husband, since Elder Runzi devoted himself to refining equipment, Yongshang is now managing our Beibao Pavilion and restaurant in Nanyang Market. Since he took over the clan's business, annual profits have increased by over 10%. He has a natural talent for business. Upon hearing you were returning, he rushed back from the market, saying he had something important to discuss." Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. After Fu Yongfu explained the clan's operations, he paused, then bowed and said solemnly, "Patriarch, to the east of our fiefdom lies the Shiwen Mountains. Every year, a large number of cultivators go to the mountains to hunt. However, the fastest way for them to resupply their supplies is to go to the Kaoyang market, which was opened up by the Cao family. A round trip would take more than 3 months for a key cultivating cultivator, which is very inconvenient. Yunchen County was once the territory of the Yunchen tribe, but now it's our Fu family's fiefdom. I suggest we open a comprehensive market in Yunchen County. Firstly, it will allow cultivators who go hunting to rest and recuperate, and secondly, it will allow them to exchange supplies. Once the market is established, I believe no cultivator will venture far to Kaoyang market. Our Fu family will also be able to purchase first-hand demon beast materials and spiritual flowers and herbs at the lowest prices. We can then transform these raw materials into commodities and sell them through our talisman making hall, weapon refining hall, alchemy hall, brewery, and manufacturing hall. The profits will be substantial. If the market is truly built, I guarantee a profit of at least 20,000 spirit stones a year." As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the Fu family leaders present lit up. Fu Changsheng also thought this was a good idea. "Yongfu, have you calculated the cost of building the market town?" Patriarch, I have calculated it. For the raw materials for the construction of the market town, we can use the black iron stone veins in our clan. In addition, yangang mulin can also be used. The more troublesome thing is that we need a set of second-level protective magic arrays. In addition, once the market town is established, it must be guarded by a foundation-building cultivator. After all, we are bordering the 10,000 mountains. Of course, if you want to attract high-quality customers, the level of the spiritual veins used as the residents of the market town cannot be too low, otherwise the cultivators who enter it will not be able to wait for timely recuperation, so it would be best if the fiefdom spiritual veins can be of the second level, and at worst a first level will be fine, and we can improve it slowly. However, these construction costs will be recovered in 5 to 8 years, Fu Yongfu continued. Fu Changsheng raised his hand. Yongfu, your idea is excellent. Please write it down in a detailed plan, and we can discuss and refine it together. But for now, our family's goal is to be promoted to the 9th rank, beginning this year. Our fiefdom will have to pay tribute to the imperial court, so we must quickly upgrade this spiritual vein in our family to the 2nd rank. The required spiritual stones depend on the efforts of everyone present. Yes, Patriarch, everyone responded loudly. The thought of being canonized as a 9th rank family filled everyone's hearts with energy. Fu Changsheng gave a few instructions and dismissed them. He told Mizhan and his eldest brother that he would be away for a while, and then he left Luofang Mountain and flew to Nanli Mountain, where Shangguan Hongyu had sent the message. Half a month passed. A rainbow of swords descended upon the summit of Nanli Mountain. Fu Changsheng landed and found Shangguan Hongyu already waiting. Miss Hongyu, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I just arrived too. As Shangguan Hongyu's divine sense rested upon Fu Changsheng, her phoenix eyes flickered with surprise. 3 years had passed, and yet Fu Changsheng had reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. Such a speed of cultivation rivaled that of many geniuses from aristocratic families, and she was truly astonished. The two exchanged a few words when another rainbow of light streaked across the horizon. It faded, revealing Lin Xianfu, but this time without his Taoist companion. Lin Xianfu bowed apologetically. My clan is busy with matters of state, and I'm truly unable to leave. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Fu Changsheng and the others naturally didn't mind. Seeing everyone had gathered, they were all present. Shangguan Hongyu immediately said, this time we're heading to Kailan Valley. The most difficult thing to deal with is that pair of mid-stage second-order, 3-flowered demon butterflies. They're best at spiritual attacks and illusions. Although they were only mid-stage second-order, even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator would be severely disadvantaged if they weren't prepared. So what I mean is, when the time comes, we'll lure one of the 3-flowered demon butterflies out of the valley. I'll then set up an ambush array outside and destroy them one by one. Changsheng, fellow Taoist Lin, what do you think? Lin Xianfu had been stuck in the early stages of foundation establishment for years and had now broken through to the 4th level. However, he was still a little unsure of his own ability to face 2 3-flowered demon butterflies alone. Fellow Taoist Hongyu, are you saying that one of us, fellow Taoist Fu, will be responsible for luring the 3-flowered demon butterflies into the trap array you've set? Lin Xianfu was very cautious. He felt it was still too dangerous. He hesitated. He shook his head and said, Miss Hongyu, this method is too dangerous. It would be better for the 3 of us to enter the valley directly. We are all in the middle stage of foundation establishment. 3 against 2, our chances of victory are much greater. However, once inside the valley, one of the 3 would undoubtedly have to deal with a single 3-flower demonic butterfly alone. Furthermore, there were more than just 3-flower demonic butterflies in Kailan Valley. There were also first-level 2-flower demonic butterflies. A fight in the demonic butterflies lair would be even more disadvantageous for them. After listening to Shangguan Hongyu's analysis, Lin Xianfu's gaze fell on Fu Changsheng and Shangguan Hongyu. Rumors had circulated about these two 18 years ago. If a fight truly broke out, they would undoubtedly be on the same side. He would be alone, and if he entered the Shangguan Mountains, there would be more than just 3-flower demonic butterflies. During the fight, he might encounter other hunting monks and attract other high-level demonic beasts. Currently, the Lin family only had 2 foundation establishment cultivators. If anything happened to him, the family they had worked so hard to build would be shattered. Lin Xianfu pondered over it again. He bowed and said, Fellow Taoist Hongyu, fellow Taoist Fu, to be honest, My clan has other important matters requiring my personal attention. I cannot make this trip to Kalen Valley. I'm truly sorry." With that, he turned and left, steering his magical instrument. Shangguan Hongyu frowned, a hint of anger in her phoenix eyes. "Fellow Taoist Lin is truly unreliable. If you don't dare to go, just tell me in advance so I can find someone else. It's really unrealistic to stand someone up halfway. It's truly, in such a hurry. Where could she find someone?" Most importantly, the undead fruit in Kalen Valley was about to ripen. Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment, then flipped his right hand, and the human emperor banner floated before him. He infused a spell into the banner, and Yu Qian, clad in white, emerged. Shangguan Hongyu scanned the banner with her spiritual sense and discovered Yu Qian was a second-level cultivator. She was slightly surprised, having never expected Fu Changsheng to possess a second-level ghost servant. Fu Changsheng said, "Miss Hongyu, Yu Qian specializes in spiritual attacks. How about having her lure the three-flower demon butterfly? Okay, let's give it a try. If that doesn't work, we can find another way." He couldn't give up before even trying. That wasn't Shangguan Hongyu's style. The two of them flew towards the 100,000 mountains, piloting their magical instruments. Along the way, Shangguan Hongyu produced a scroll containing a topographical map of the mountains. She detailed to Fu Changsheng, who hadn't yet entered, where demonic beasts lurked and where they were forbidden. Finally, pointing to Dulong Lake near Kain Valley, he said, "Changsheng, if anything happens, when escaping, you absolutely must not head towards Dulong Lake. I've heard that Dulong Lake is a very eerie place. It's said that the Gongsun family, an 8th-grade aristocratic family, once sent a team there. 3 of their foundation establishment cultivators and 10 late-stage key condensation cultivators perished tragically there. Only one foundation establishment cultivator emerged alive, but he was severely injured and took over a decade to recover. According to the Gongsun family, Dulong Lake contains the remnant spirit of a dragon, and only purple mansion cultivators can enter, a dragon spirit." Fu Changsheng was stunned. According to intelligence, Dulong Lake contains the abode of an ancient cultivator. How could a dragon spirit be there? And from what Shangguan Hongyu had said, the Gongsun family had already entered Dulong Lake? His mind raced. Fu Changsheng said, "Miss Hongyu, is it possible that the Gongsun family discovered something in Dulong Lake and are spreading rumors to prevent others from going there, hoping to prevent them from taking advantage?" Shangguan Hongyu thought carefully. It seems the Gongsun family announced the danger of Dulong Lake because someone had spotted them fleeing in panic. However, some unconvinced cultivators also formed groups to explore. In reality, none of them survived. Thus, Dulong Lake gradually became a small, forbidden area. Shangguan Hongyu, ever so clever, immediately perceived Fu Changsheng's intentions. "Changsheng, what news have you received that you're planning to head to Dulong Lake? Dealing with intelligent people's easy." Fu Changsheng had said all this just to bring up the topic of heading to Dulong Lake. He immediately used a sound isolating technique and quickly transmitted a message to Shangguan Hongyu. "I've heard that Dulong Lake contains an ancient cultivator's cave. Those cultivators who venture into the lake to explore its secrets are often ambushed by Gongsun cultivators lurking in the water, an ancient cultivator's cave." Shangguan Hongyu's heart leaped. According to relevant records, before the outbreak of the human-demon war, their Xianan immortal realm was rich in resources and countless high-level spiritual objects. It is said that even the true lords of the transformation realm possess numerous artifacts. If this truly was an ancient cultivator's cave, even a few remaining items would be priceless. Shangguan Hongyu hurriedly said, "Changsheng, if you don't mind, how about I have my father join us before we head to Dulong Lake together? If the Gongsun family truly had an ambush, they wouldn't be able to handle it with their mid-foundation establishment cultivation." Fu Changsheng nodded and said, "Okay, but since the Gongsun family has been stationed in Dulong Lake for over a decade, they must have been preparing an ambush. I suggest that after we obtain the undead fruit from Kain Valley, we go investigate the situation first, so as to avoid Uncle Feng making a wasted trip." He wouldn't trust anyone else, but he had complete faith in Uncle Feng and his daughter. Moreover, he hadn't expected the Gongsun family to have discovered the ancient cultivator's cave in Dulong Lake beforehand, forcing him to change his mind at the last minute. "Changsheng, you're truly thoughtful. I'll have my father prepare a few things ahead of time." Shangguan Hongyu took out the Chuangsu Jade talisman and quickly infused it with a spell. With a hum, the talisman illuminated. Shangguan Hongyu spoke a few words, and the talisman's aura faded. Anyang County. Shangguan family land. In a forbidden chamber in the back mountain. Shangguan Feng, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at the communication jade talisman at his waist. A spell was infused, and Shangguan Hongyu's voice rang out from within. After hearing Shangguan Hongyu's voice, a hint of excitement crossed Shangguan Feng's face, and even his breathing became heavy. He had been stuck at the peak of Foundation establishment for over a decade. If what Hongyu said was true, perhaps the secret to Purple Mansion breakthrough could be found in Dulong Lake. Chapter 169, The Undead Tree, A Rich Harvest, and the Three Families Plan. Fu Changsheng and Shangguan Hongyu's target was Kain Valley, so they didn't stop along the way. They avoided monsters whenever possible, and if there were any fights between cultivators, they would take a detour. 10 days later, a canyon shaped like clouds on the horizon came into view. The red lotus flowers that covered the hills surrounding the canyon made Kain Valley even more vibrant. Fu Changsheng and Shangguan Hongyu spent several days circling Kain Valley and exploring it, ultimately choosing to set up an ambush at the exit of Kailin Valley's back mountain. Firstly, this location was relatively remote. Secondly, it was closest to Kain Valley, allowing the three-flower demon butterfly to relax its guard. More importantly, it would allow the three-flower demon butterfly to be quickly lured there, making the autumn cicadas used as bait safer. The area behind Kain Valley was covered in shrubs. Shangguan Hongyu happened to have a shrub formation with her, which was perfectly suited for the task. Seeing the other party busy setting up the formation, Fu Changsheng said, "Miss Hongyu, I'll go to the edge of Kain Valley to check out the situation." "Yes, but be sure to be careful, okay?" Fu Changsheng cast an invisibility spell, his cloud-stepping boots radiating with spiritual light. He reached the edge of Kain Valley at an extremely fast speed. What he saw was a canyon shrouded in mist, completely obscuring the interior and impossible to detect with the naked eye. Fortunately, his spiritual sense was strong. The scene before him was truly surprising. The entire canyon was swarming with two-flowered demon butterflies. These butterfly-like monsters had human faces and two velvet flowers growing from their heads. They were frolicking and playing around the undead tree. The undead tree in the valley blocked out the sun, towering dozens of feet tall, completely obscuring the entire canyon. Two three-flowered demon butterflies were perched atop the tree. A closer look revealed that the undead tree was laden with dozens of ripe undead fruits. The two-flowered demon butterflies salivated with anticipation, but none dared approach the second-grade, mid-grade undead fruit. After observing carefully for a moment, Fu Changsheng retreated silently. When he returned to his original position, Shangguan Hongyu had already completed the bush formation. Neither the naked eye nor her spiritual sense could detect a single trace. Seeing Fu Changsheng's return, Shangguan Hongyu nodded slightly. "Changsheng, how's the situation in the canyon?" "It's the same as you said. There are two mid-stage second-grade three-flowered demon butterflies, and the rest are first-grade. However, there are still 26 undead fruits on the tree, 10 of which are intact. Most of the essence of the remaining 16 has been absorbed by the three-flowered demon butterflies. Even if they split it equally, each would have 5, enough for him to break through to the 6th level of Foundation establishment." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Hongyu slapped her storage bag with her right hand, and several more formation flags appeared in her hand. "Changsheng, then you can have your ghost servants prepare. I'll set up this sound-blocking formation." With a flick of her sleeve, the formation flags fell one after another. As the incantation was woven, a buzzing sound trembled, and the spiritual light of the formation flag flickered faintly before fading. Fu Changsheng flipped his right hand, and the human emperor banner appeared in his hand. With a gentle wave, a chilling gust of wind blew, and Yu Chen, clad in white, flashed out. Fu Changsheng had already mentioned this matter to Yu Chen on the way, and he had also shown her the interior during his exploration of Kain Valley. Yu Chen bowed. Without needing Fu Changsheng's instructions, she instantly flashed and floated towards Kain Valley. Fu Changsheng and Shangguan Hongyu disappeared within the formation. Half a cup of tea later, a hissing sound like a snake echoed from the direction of Kain Valley. Then, Yu Chen, clutching a branch of a dead fruit tree with a dead fruit hanging from it, rushed out from the valley. Behind her, two three-flowered demon butterflies roared furiously, pursuing her relentlessly. The distance kept closing. 100 feet. 80 feet. 30 feet. 2 feet. The next moment, suddenly, brilliant rays of light rose from the bushes. With a boom, the bush formation instantly activated, and the sound-blocking formation followed suit. Shangguan Hongyu chanted a spell. The 2 3-flowered demon butterflies that had entered the formation were instantly separated by the shifting bushes. Delay can lead to unexpected consequences. Fu Changsheng, hidden within the formation, immediately cast a spell into the primordial bowl. With a humming sound, a beam of aurora shot towards the 3-flowered demon butterflies at incredible speed. However, a strange scene unfolded. The 3-flowered demon butterflies flapped their wings, and with a bang, identical 3-flowered demon butterflies materialized. Each one was, at least at the level of a mid-second stage, making it impossible to distinguish one from the other. Boom! The aurora pierced through one of the 3-flowered demon butterflies, and the red light dissipated. It's not a physical entity. Fu Changsheng narrowed his eyes. No wonder so many people avoid the colorful butterfly valley. These 3-flowered demon butterflies are truly elusive. Using their full power in the current situation, with multiple targets, is clearly impractical. This is a good time to test the power of the 3-turn treasure lotus lantern, Fu Changsheng thought. A surge of green light emanated, and the 3-turn treasure lotus lantern within him instantly hovered before him. He infused a spell into the 3-turn treasure lotus lantern, and with a bang, a tiny flame ignited. He formed a seal with his right hand, pinched a flower, and flicked his index finger. The seemingly extinguished flame disappeared into the formation. As he chanted the incantation, boom! The flames instantly transformed into a blazing flame, transforming into a web of fire that swiftly pounced upon the 3-flowered demon butterflies below. Zizzle! The phantoms of the 3-flowered demon butterflies vanished one by one. The 3-flowered demon butterfly, huddled in a corner, revealed its true form. A sneer crossed Fu Changsheng's lips as he activated the Hunitong bowl once again. Aurora shot towards the 3-flowered demon butterfly's brow. Hiss, 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 the 3-flowered demon butterfly let out an inhuman sound. Then, a red flower on its head emerged from its body, protecting it. Boom! The aurora fell on the red flower, annihilating it. Having escaped this calamity, the 3-flowered demon butterfly flapped its wings and, in an instant, flew with remarkable precision to Fu Changsheng's hiding place. At the same time, its small mouth suddenly opened. Roar! The rolling sound waves transformed into a sonic bell, instantly enveloping Fu Changsheng. A hint of triumph graced the 3-flowered demon butterfly's face. Just as it was about to activate the bell to refine Fu Changsheng, the sound of an electric drill suddenly rang out from within. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In just 2 breaths, boom! The bell instantly disintegrated. Fu Changsheng and Chu Chan rushed out. Chu Chan opened her mouth and swayed. Roar! The soul-spinning wave instantly unleashed. At such close range, the 3-flowered demon butterfly had no escape. A red flower on its head fell away again, shielding it, and at the same time, it began to retreat. Boom! The red flower dissipated. With only a single red flower left on its head, the 3-flowered demon butterfly flapped its wings and turned, attempting to dive into the ground, attempting to escape. However, in such a tense battle, running away was a taboo. Boom! A ray of purple divine light instantly pierced through its back the moment it turned. This time, its speed was so swift that the 3-flowered demon butterfly didn't even have time to use the red flower on its head to prolong its life. With a thud, the 3-flowered demon butterfly's corpse fell heavily to the ground. Chu Chan hovered above its head, opened its mouth, and a suction force emanated, instantly extracting the 3-flowered demon butterfly's beast soul and swallowing it. Fu Changsheng looked towards the battlefield on the other side. He saw Hongyu, holding a plum branch, slashing down from the air at the 3-flowered demon butterfly, now without a single red flower. With a thud, the 3-flowered demon butterfly's head was instantly mashed to pulp. Upon seeing this, Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the corpse of the 3-flower demonic butterfly. He formed a hand seal with his right hand, and a spell landed in the butterfly's belly. A moment later, a thumb-sized demon pill slowly flew out. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy, and with a flick of his sleeve, he collected the 3-flower demonic butterfly's corpse. The 3-flower demonic butterfly's essence and blood could be used to craft talismans. Furthermore, its wings could be used to refine a flying magical instrument for Runzi. As for the efficacy of the red flower on its head, he still needed to research it. If the entire corpse were sold at the market, it would be worth 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones. The entire fight was silent because of the sound-blocking formation. This was the first time Shangguan Hongyu had seen him fight since Fu Changsheng's breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. His moves were clean and decisive, even more powerful than hers, and she was truly impressed. Changsheng, let's go in and pick the undead fruit. After retrieving the formation, the two arrived at the canyon again. At this moment, the two flower demon butterflies still hovered in the canyon, but without the suppression of the 2 second level 3 flower demon butterflies, they had gathered around the undead fruit, each radiating a golden glow. If it weren't for the lingering power of the 3 flower demon butterflies, they would have been tempted to devour it by now. Shangguan Hongyu made a hand gesture, and saw plum blossoms falling into the valley. The plum blossoms trembled slightly, transforming into baskets. As the baskets flew under the undead fruit, the fruit fell with a clatter. Buzz! The remaining 2 flower demon butterflies instantly erupted in anger and swooped towards the flower baskets. However, they were no match for the speed of the baskets. In a flash, the baskets landed in Shangguan Hongyu's hands. Shangguan Hongyu said with some regret, "This undead tree needs the demon butterfly feces to nourish it, otherwise it won't survive. Otherwise, transplanting this undead tree back home would be a good harvest. After all, if this undead tree is cultivated well, it will bloom and bear fruit once every 10 years. Even if she can't use it herself, giving it to her clan or selling it would be a good income." The 2 flower demon butterflies quickly caught up. Shangguan Hongyu said, "Changsheng, let's go." "Miss Hongyu, wait a moment." Fu Changsheng looked at the densely packed crowd of 2 flower demon butterflies with a smile on his face. With a wave of his sleeve, the cloud ring purple fairy tower suddenly materialized. A series of incantations were cast into the tower. The gate to the first floor of the tower swung open. Simultaneously, a suction force descended upon the swarm of 2 flower demon butterflies. The huddled 2 flower demon butterflies screamed and struggled to break free, but were instantly drawn into the tower. Fu Changsheng retracted his incantation, and the tower shimmered with light, transforming into the size of a palm and falling into Fu Changsheng's arms. Shangguan Hongyu, standing nearby, flashed with surprise. "Changsheng, you actually have a magical instrument specifically for capturing demon beasts. It was a lucky find," Fu Changsheng said with a smile. With that, he swung into the canyon. He immediately performed the 5 spirits transporting technique, digging up the undead tree in the canyon. The tree continued to shrink, and Fu Changsheng sealed it in a box. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "Ling, you have added a considerable number of 2 flower demon butterflies and a 2nd grade, mid-grade undead tree to the clan, earning 410 contribution points." Then, the clan contribution value on the dashboard instantly jumped from 710 to 1,120. Seeing the contribution value return to 4 digits, Fu Changsheng's smile widened. After the 2 of them left the canyon, Shangguan Hongyu handed Fu Changsheng 5 undead fruits. Fu Changsheng pushed 2 back, saying, "Hongyu, you discovered this undead tree, and it was you who set the formation that slew the 3 flower demon butterflies, so you should take the lion's share." He also gained an additional undead tree and a flock of 2 flower demon butterflies. One should not be too greedy. Shangguan Hongyu shook her head and refused. "Your Fu family is desperately short of spirit stones right now. If you have any, you could sell these undead fruits at the market to supplement your income. Could you please tell me about the opportunity at Duolong Lake? It's far more than 2 undead fruits can repay. It would be embarrassing if you didn't accept it." Having said that, Fu Changsheng didn't hesitate and accepted it without hesitation. The 2 of them looked toward Duolong Lake, less than 10 miles away. Fu Changsheng said, "Miss Hongyu, you just set up the formation and engaged in a battle, and your mana has been greatly depleted. You should stay where you are. I'll go to the edge of Duolong Lake and investigate." "That's fine, but just in case, Changsheng, remember not to enter." "Yes, I understand." Fu Changsheng didn't intend to even approach the edge of Duolong Lake. His offer of assistance was clear, to wait until they were roughly within striking distance of the lake so he could refresh the information using the system. At such a close distance, he was confident the information would be refreshed with relevant information. At Duolong Lake, a black-robed figure flashed into the water. As he chanted a spell, the pass token in his hand illuminated, a beam of light falling ahead. Ripples of light flashed through the empty void, and the black-robed figure flashed into the magic circle. At this moment, a continuous rumbling sound could be heard from within the magic circle. A renowned formation master from the Gongsun family continuously activated formation flags and discs, landing on a light curtain of yellow sand ahead. The light curtain surged, occasionally transforming into wild beasts. The formation master tried repeatedly, but ultimately failed to break the magic circle before him. In front of the magic circle, small houses stood side by side. It seemed as if the Gongsun family had lived here for many years. The black-robed figure quickly reached the main door. A slightly weathered voice echoed from within, "Come in." The black-robed figure lowered his head and entered the room. Inside, he saw an old man with a white beard sitting cross-legged. The black-robed figure lowered his head even lower. Reporting to the Great Elder, "I have just spotted Shangguan Hongyu from Anyang County and Fu Changsheng from Yunshan County in Kaiyuan Valley. They are now less than 10 miles from Duolong Lake. Please advise, Great Elder, whether we should dispatch forces to eliminate them." The Great Elder slowly opened his eyes. The formation surrounding this ancient cultivator's residence could be breached in 2 years. Killing Shangguan Hongyu and the others now would be enough for Fu Changsheng, a mere nobody. But Shangguan Hongyu is the beloved treasure of that old man Shangguan Feng. If Shangguan Feng goes berserk, he might expose this place. The Gongsun family has poured over a decade of manpower and resources into this. Quick action is key. Naturally, less trouble is worse than more. The Great Elder said calmly, "Continue to observe. If they are merely resting outside, there's no need to act. If they cross the outer cordon of Duolong Lake, they will be killed immediately." "Yes, Great Elder." The black-robed figure took his orders and left. Elsewhere, after Fu Changsheng and Shangguan Hongyu said goodbye, he cast an invisibility spell. However, when he was 100 feet away, seeing Shangguan Hongyu couldn't see him and couldn't detect him with her spiritual sense, he immediately hid in a yangang tree. Then, he thought, exchange information. Buzz! The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1, 10 miles ahead of you, the ancient cultivator's residence hidden in Duolong Lake has been covered by a magic array set up by the Gongsun family, and they have even assigned special personnel to defend this area. If you advance another 5 miles, you will be ambushed by the Gongsun family's foundation-building cultivators. The Gongsun family has been studying this ancient cultivator's residence for over a decade. 2 years from now, this formation will be successfully breached. 2. This ancient cultivator's residence is divided into 2 layers, the inner and outer, and is a blessed cave for ancient cultivators. 3. The Shangguan family has accumulated considerable experience and is poised to flourish. Under the leadership of Shangguan Feng, when your Fu family advances to 9th rank aristocratic family, 2 9th rank aristocratic families will have emerged from their fiefdom, fulfilling the Shangguan family's final requirement for advancement to an 8th rank aristocratic family. 4. Shangguan Hongyu is extremely gifted in formation techniques and has successfully broken through to the late 2nd rank formation master. 5. A total of 10 pieces of intelligence were exchanged. However, the subsequent intelligence was innocuous. The contribution value on the panel now stood at 1,100. Fu Changsheng carefully studied the first 3 pieces of intelligence, especially the first one. A chill ran down his spine. He had never expected this ancient cultivator's residence to be so valued by the Gongsun family. This meant this cave ruins were even more important than he had imagined. Furthermore, he was fortunate not to have rashly ventured in to explore. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. After calming down, a look of contemplation crossed Fu Changsheng's face. If only the 8th rank Gongsun family had entered this ancient cultivator's residence, then he, a small-time fry, would naturally be powerless. But if the Shangguan family were to intervene, that would be a different story. He hadn't expected the Shangguan family to have already met the requirements for advancement to the 8th rank. He had no idea what the criteria for advancement to an 8th rank family were. He stayed at the yangang tree for a long time. Figuring it was almost time, Fu Changsheng turned back. Shangguan Hongyu, relieved to see him safely, was about to say something, but Fu Changsheng shook his head almost imperceptibly. Shangguan Hongyu swallowed her words tactfully. The two emerged from the Shiwan Mountains. As they parted, Fu Changsheng handed Shangguan Hongyu a brocade pouch. "Miss Hongyu, wait until you return to Xianlong City to read the contents of this pouch." Such mystery piqued Shangguan Hongyu's curiosity, and her thoughts raced. Knowing that there was probably something fishy going on at Duolong Lake, he nodded hurriedly. Xianlong City and Luofang Mountain were in 2 different directions. After saying goodbye, Shangguan Hongyu returned to Qianlong City, entered the secret room, activated the magic circle, and then eagerly opened the brocade bag. Inside the brocade bag was a note. The handwriting on it was exactly Fu Changsheng's. When Shangguan Hongyu saw the contents, she was shocked. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Breakthrough, Promotion to the 9th Rank Family, Murderous Intent Lurking. When Fu Changsheng returned to Luifang Mountain and presented Liu Runzi with a pair of wings from the three-flower demonic butterfly, Liu Runzi was stunned. These were materials from a mid-second grade demon beast. She quickly waved her hand and said, "Master, my current cultivation level doesn't allow me to refine a mid-second grade magical instrument. It would be more appropriate for you to go to the Wanning Chamber of Commerce and find a mid-second grade refiner to refine these three-flower demonic butterfly wings." Demonic beast materials capable of being refined into flying magical instruments were extremely rare. Liu Runzi didn't dare waste such premium materials. Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment. In that case, Runzi, have Yuangshang return to the clan and take the wings, essence, and demon elixir from the three-flower demonic butterfly to the treasure pavilion for sale. He had no shortage of flying magical instruments. Asking the Wanning Chamber of Commerce to refine them would cost a large sum of spirit stones. Now that the Fu family had officially ascended to the 9th rank, they were only missing a second-grade spirit vein. Naturally, they would do everything they could to accumulate spirit stones and upgrade this first-grade, top-grade spirit vein to the second rank first. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "Ling, you have acquired a second-stage mid-stage three-flower demon butterfly corpse and demon pill for the family, earning 200 family contribution points." Immediately, the family contribution value on the control panel instantly changed to 1,500. Fu Changsheng had gone to the back mountain to pick up Master Yu. After all, the fiefdom's second-stage spiritual spring was more conducive to Master Yu's cultivation. Shi Shutuang had not accompanied him on this return to the fiefdom, as the clan's land contained the Earth Firehouse, which was even more conducive to his alchemy. After returning to the fiefdom from Luifang Mountain, Fu Changsheng announced his retreat. With only 2 years until the ancient cultivator's cave opened, he had to seize the opportunity to break through to the 6th level of Foundation Establishment and simultaneously cultivate the ancient Source Thunder Sutra to the 2nd level, thus enabling him to cast the evil-repelling Divine Thunder. Accomplishing all these tasks in just 2 years was naturally impossible. So, almost without thinking, he said, "Activate, training room, a buzz?" The control panel vibrated, and a large amount of yellow light surged. Then, his vision flashed, and the next moment, he was in the training room. The familiar scent of sandalwood filled his nostrils, calming his restless mood. He practiced a Green Emperor's longevity secret for a full cycle, expelling the foul air from his body. He reached for the white fruit pattern box beside the futon and instantly swallowed a soul fruit. The soul fruit instantly transformed into a surge of medicinal power. Unlike other spiritual fruits, this one carried a chilling force. As soon as it entered his body, a layer of frost formed on his body as he breathed. Fu Changsheng quickly practiced his skills to refine this chilling force from the soul fruit. In cultivation, time passes. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years have passed. Fu Changsheng saw a galaxy of mana circling within him. With a rumbling sound and a final thud, it seemed as if it had flown across a mountain. The mana flowed back and settled back into his danshan, which had now expanded twice as much as before. His spiritual sense also registered, "I've refined 5 undead fruits. I finally achieved my wish and broken through to the 6th level of Foundation Establishment." After reaching the 6th level, he could sense that activating the 3rd-grade primordial bowl was much easier, and he had enough mana within him to do it 6 times in a row. However, refining the 2nd-grade, mid-grade undead fruit took longer than he had expected, requiring nearly 3 years. He had originally planned to continue practicing the ancient Source Thunder Sutra in the training room, but his contribution points were clearly insufficient. He took a deep breath. After calming down from the euphoria of his breakthrough, he spent several more months consolidating his cultivation. At this moment, then, a buzzing sound emanated from his sea of consciousness, and a familiar mechanical voice entered his mind. "Ling,
Your clan's Lufang Mountain spiritual vein has been upgraded to the lower second rank, gaining 800 contribution points. Fu Changsheng was genuinely stunned. He had been in seclusion in the training room for 3 years, and only a year outside. How could his clan have gathered so many spirit stones to upgrade their spiritual vein in such a short time? Did something joyful happen to the clan in the past year? If not, there was no explanation. In this case, the promotion to 9th rank aristocratic family depended solely on Molan's breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. However, with Molan's mutated ice spirit root and the aid of the soul condensing incense, a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage would be a piece of cake. The promotion to 9th rank aristocratic family was a foregone conclusion. Fu Changsheng felt a surge of excitement at the thought. Reaching this point had taken the Fu family 19 years, nearly 20 years, no easy feat. After calming down, he immediately began to practice the ancient Source Thunder Sutra. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years had passed. The training room suddenly trembled slightly, followed by a slight sway in the surroundings. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the real secret room. The panel trembled. Then, a line of text appeared, Ancient Source Thunder Scripture, 2nd level, 5 out of 100. Finally reaching the 2nd level of the Ancient Source Thunder Scripture, Fu Changsheng glanced at the secret room, resisting the urge to experiment with the evil-repelling divine thunder. It's time to come out of retreat. If Molan had successfully established her foundation, she should have emerged by now, just in time for the ancient cultivator's cave to open and ascend to the 9th rank family. With a flick of his sleeve, the secret room's magic array curtain opened, and Fu Changsheng emerged. As soon as he emerged, his 4th sister, Fu Changli, received the message and rushed to greet him. Sensing Fu Changsheng's aura had grown stronger, she smiled and said, "Welcome the Patriarch out of retreat." "Patriarch, please follow me to the meeting hall," he spoke mysteriously, as if he wanted to say something but was suppressing it. He had been a housekeeper for 3 years. Although not as outgoing as before, 4th sister Fu Changli was still as eccentric as before. Fu Changsheng had a rough idea in his mind. But without seeing it with his own eyes, he was still a little unsure, so he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Arriving at the meeting hall, there was already someone sitting at the head of the hall. It was Fu Molan, who had broken through to the foundation establishment stage. 4th sister Fu Changli chuckled, "Patriarch, Sister Molan broke through to the foundation establishment stage a year ago. In addition, Yangang discovered a first-grade, top-grade marble vein on the north side of our fiefdom. Although it's only tiny, it can be mined to yield tens of thousands of spirit stones. In addition, thanks to the participation of mortals from Pingshan County, the vein on Wangniu Mountain has also been mined. After gathering all the spirit stones, the Grand Master upgraded the spirit vein on Luifang Mountain to 2nd grade, lower grade 1. He paused. Fu Changli's eyes sparkled. "Master, we've met the requirements to advance to the 9th rank aristocratic family. 3 months before you came out of seclusion, the Suppression of Worldly Affairs Office came to review us. All procedures are complete. We just need you to go to the Suppression of Worldly Affairs Office to receive the official conferment, change the aristocratic family seal to the 9th rank, and receive the imperial decree." They had been waiting for a whole year. Fu Changsheng had suspected something, but seeing it all come true with his own eyes finally brought him peace of mind. A smile spread across his face, and he nodded. 4th sister, Molan, thank you for your hard work. Fu Yonggai, however, had given him a pleasant surprise. The system hadn't even detected a vein of Yuanqi, yet he had discovered it, a truly surprising discovery. 4th sister Molan patted her spirit beast bag. In a flash of green light, Zhaoqing flew out and landed on Fu Changsheng's shoulder. Having not seen her master for over 2 years, Zhaoqing still missed her and nudged her head against the back of Fu Changsheng's shoulder. 4th sister Fu Changli was a little reluctant to leave. "Master, Sister Molan is now in charge of the fiefdom. Also, after the mining of the Wangniu Mountain vein was completed, the 2nd-level millipede mother also migrated back to our fiefdom, busy with chores." 4th sister Fu Changli's cultivation had been stuck at the 8th level of key refining for years. She planned to use her contribution points to exchange for elixirs and spiritual fruits from the clan, and like Mizhun, achieve a breakthrough to the peak of key refining before emerging from seclusion. Upon hearing her plan, Fu Changsheng naturally agreed and instructed Molan, "Molan, you will take care of the fiefdom. I will go to the Huainan Prefecture's Henshi Division to handle the procedures for promotion to the 9th rank. Well, master, you can travel with peace of mind. Fu Molin had already been in charge of the fiefdom during her key refining period. Now that she had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, her subordinates were completely convinced, and naturally there would be no problem. As Fu Changsheng prepared to leave, fourth sister Fu Changli suddenly remembered something and hurriedly followed him. Master, wait a moment. With that, he slapped the spirit beast's bag. A buzzing sound rang out. Then, a golden light flashed. A soul-eating bug flashed out. Master, this is the soul-eating bug you left for Yonggai. After the mining of the Wangniu mountain mine was completed, he returned it. I almost forgot about it. Fu Changsheng waved his hand. He put the soul-eating bug into the second floor of the Yunhun Zixin Tower. Entering the tower, the soul-eating bug, as if extremely hungry, plunged into the blood demon sword, and the demonic energy on the blood demon sword was quickly devoured by it. Before leaving, Fu Changsheng looked at the remaining dozen or so contribution points on the panel and immediately thought, exchange for information, buzz. The panel trembled. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. 8th rank family, Gongsun family secret room. A black-robed figure entered silently and bowed to the Gongsun clan leader, who sat on a cushion in the secret room. Headmaster, Fu Changsheng of Yunshan Commandery has emerged from seclusion and is currently heading for Huainan Prefecture. Should we send someone to inform the Xiao and He families now? 2 years ago, Fu Changsheng lingered alone within a 10-mile radius of Dulong Lake. The ruins of the ancient cultivators' cave residence were about to be opened. With the determination to kill rather than let him go, the Gongsun clan's leaders ultimately decided to eliminate Fu Changsheng. According to imperial rules, an 8th rank family like them could not formally attack a lower ranking family. However, it wasn't just the Gongsun clan that wanted to eliminate the Fu family. Once the Fu family was officially designated a 9th rank family, the interests of the 9th rank families would be redistributed. For example, the 4 shops in Wanning Market, the income from Wangguian, and the quota for admission to the Xianlan secret realm all affected the fundamental interests of the 9th rank families. The Shangguan family has always been friendly with the Fu family. The Liang and Lin families are allies of the Shangguan family, so they naturally wouldn't attack Fu Changsheng. The Yu family, however, is useless and has secluded themselves, so let's not even mention them for now. Besides the Gongsun and Nangguang families, Huainan Prefecture's 3 8th rank noble families also include the Xu family, known for its inertia. The Shi family's head is timid and pedantic, strictly enforcing imperial decrees. Even the 3 9th rank noble families under his rule, the Kui, Qi, and Hong families, follow his example, refusing to do anything out of line. Therefore, after careful consideration, the only families capable of attacking the Fu family are the Xiao and Ping families, both under the Gongsun family's control. Furthermore, according to information they received, the Ping, Xiao, and He families had originally planned to join forces against the Fu family, but for unknown reasons suddenly changed their minds and turned to attacking the Yantang tribe. Since they already had murderous intentions against the Fu family, and their fiefdoms were adjacent to the Fu family's territory, they were in a desperate situation. Whether motivated by personal vendettas or self-interest, the Xiao and He families would certainly not sit idly by and watch the Fu family grow in power. Once promoted to the 9th rank, the Fu family would have access to even more resources, making their elimination difficult. Clan leader Gongsun said calmly, if the Xiao and He families weren't fools, they would have already sent forces to target the Fu family. Why would we need to notify them? But just in case, tipped off the Yin-Yang twins. Fu Changsheng possesses the Ping family's heirloom. The Yin-Yang twins were renowned robber cultivators in Huainan Prefecture. 1 man and 1 woman, they practiced a dual cultivation, combined attack technique. Their combined power rivaled that of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. If the Xiao and He families failed, the Yin-Yang twins would undoubtedly seize the opportunity, leaving Fu Changsheng with no chance of survival. Without a foundation establishment cultivator, the Fu family's hopes of becoming a 9th rank aristocratic family were futile. And with only the young girl, who had only recently established her foundation, left in the Fu family's fiefdom, she was of no use at all. Clan leader Gongsun closed his eyes calmly. These years, countless quasi-9th rank aristocratic families had perished at the hands of the Gongsun clan, and the Fu clan was no exception. The black-robed figure took his orders and departed.
In a secret cave abode on Jinyunshan Mountain, Xiao Sijin, the Xiao clan's second elder, sat cross-legged. A moment later, a rainbow of light shot in from outside the cave. Xiao Sijin waved his sleeve, and the cave's magic array curtain was lifted. He Jingdong, the He clan's second elder, flashed in. He Jingdong scanned Xiao Sijin with his spiritual sense, paused for a moment, and then bowed, saying, "Congratulations, Brother Xiao, on reaching the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. Congratulations, everyone." He Jingdong's cultivation level was surprisingly also at the 7th level. After the two took their seats and exchanged pleasantries, He Jingdong asked, "Brother Xiao, have you contacted that old Patriarch Ping?" The three families had previously attacked the Yuntang tribe, only to be crushed. At the time, the two of them were in seclusion, reaching the late Foundation Establishment stage, and were unaware of the situation. Had they been there, such a defeat would have been avoided. Xiao Sijin waved his hand. The Ping family has been secluded. Rumors that their 4 foundation-building elders had long since perished in battle now appear to be true. Over the past few years, they had seen the Fu family seize the Ping family's Pingshan County resources, yet the Ping family remained silent, further confirming their suspicions. Consequently, the two families also attacked and divided up the resources of Qishan and Ningayang counties, the Ping family's fiefdoms. With only 2 foundation-building elders left in the Ping family, and the Ping clan leader still seemingly recovering from his injuries, the original 3-family alliance collapsed. If the Ping family's mountain protection formation hadn't been a 3rd-tier formation, the two families would have joined forces to attack. Among the aristocratic families, only interests are eternal, everything else is false. He Jingdong hesitated, then couldn't help but say, "Brother Xiao, if the Fu family is promoted to 9th-rank aristocratic family, it won't just be us two families who will benefit. This time, we can't just contribute to Fu Changsheng's assassination. The Shangguan and Fu families are all in cahoots, but the Kui, Qi, and Hong families can't just sit there and do nothing, right? Otherwise, why don't we try to contact 1 or 2 of them?" Xiao Sijin waved his hand. "You're well aware of the Kui, Qi, and Hong families' dispositions. The last time the Lin family was promoted to the 9th rank, we wanted to assassinate Lin Xianfu. But it was the Kui family who leaked the information. Furthermore, according to our spies, Fu Changsheng is heading to Huainan Prefecture alone this time. The two of us, late Foundation Establishment cultivators, are more than enough to deal with him." Fu Changsheng had been able to achieve a breakthrough from the 2nd level of key training to the middle stage of Foundation Establishment in less than 20 years. He must be hiding some astonishing secret. Wasn't he willing to personally intervene this time, determined to seize this opportunity? Therefore, Xiao Sijin didn't want any more people interfering. He Jingdong, confident in his own combat prowess, chuckled and said, "Indeed, Fu Changsheng isn't even 40 years old, and lacks combat experience. Even if he advances to the middle stage of Foundation Establishment, he's no match for you and me. So, Brother Xiao, let's prepare early." After navigating the Sky Thunder Sword from Lufang Mountain, Fu Changsheng leisurely flew towards Huainan Prefecture. At night, he found a cave to rest and recuperate, not rushing on. As he passed through the Plum Blossom Forest, Yangang Mountain came into view. It was already dusk. Fu Changsheng looked out, hesitated, and turned back to the Plum Blossom Forest. Inside Yangang Mountain, Xiao Sijin and He Jingdong, who had been lying in ambush for a long time, saw Fu Changsheng change direction. He Jingdong gritted his teeth. If an ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivator had hurried, they would have arrived in Huainan Prefecture by now. But Fu Changsheng was taking his time, arriving several days later than expected. This wore away his remaining patience. He said in a muffled voice, "Brother Xiao, Fu Changsheng is in the Plum Blossom Forest. There's no need to wait any longer. Let's attack, no rush." Xiao Sijin shook his head. They'd waited so long, one more night wouldn't hurt. Otherwise, the trap they'd set on Yangang Mountain would be wasted. He Jingdong frowned slightly. In his opinion, 2 late Foundation Establishment cultivators combined could easily kill Fu Changsheng with their swords, yet Xiao Sijin still set up a trap and ambush with a magic array. He was being overly cautious. Fortunately, Fu Changsheng had already appeared. So, they could wait a little longer. On the hill 5 miles from the Plum Blossom Forest, the Yin-Yang demons watched Fu Changsheng settle down once more in the Plum Blossom Forest.
Old woman Yin spoke, damn it. Beyond the plum blossom forest lies Yangang Mountain. With that little bastard Fu Changsheng's speed, he'll reach Huainan Prefecture before sunset. If we don't take action now, we'll have no chance. Old man Yang hesitated for a moment. Gritted his teeth, he said, alright, wait until midnight. Fu Changsheng possessed a third-tier spiritual weapon. Naturally, the couple wouldn't be foolish enough to confront him head-on. Midnight arrived. Old woman Yin opened her mouth, and with a flash of sorceress light, a goo worm emanated and vanished into the ground. The yin-yang demons and their spouses had fled from southern Xinjiang to the Great Zhou. Their natal magical weapons, unlike those of the Great Zhou cultivators, were goo worms. Chapter 171, Taking advantage of the situation, the Shangguan family promoted, and counting the harvest. The Yin Posi activated her magic spells. Her consciousness communicated with a myriad poisonous mysterious goo, reaching the cave beneath Fu Changsheng's retreat in the plum blossom forest. She opened her mouth, and a cloud of dark green gas silently erupted. By the time Fu Changsheng, who was meditating and cultivating, noticed something was wrong, the poison had already entered his system, and he collapsed, dead as death could not be. The Yin Posi's eyes lit up with joy. Old man, Fu Changsheng is dead. Let's go and search for his body. The Yin Posi was completely confident in the toxicity of her natal goo, having slain countless cultivators. The couple chuckled. The thought of obtaining a third-tier spiritual weapon only deepened their smiles, and the pace quickened. When they entered the plum blossom forest cave, they saw Fu Changsheng's body still lying motionless on the ground. The Yin Posi swept her consciousness across the cave. Her expression suddenly changed. Illusion array, before she could finish her words. But then she saw a streak of aurora shoot at her brow at incredible speed. Hastily, she had no time to cast a spell to block it. Boom! The aurora fell. At the crucial moment, a flash of wick light flashed, and the myriad poisonous goo, instinctively protecting its master, met the fatal blow with its own life. The natal goo succumbed. Yin Posi spat out a mouthful of blood, her heart awestruck. They had been monitoring Fu Changsheng since he landed in the Merlin, but hadn't seen any spiritual fluctuations, indicating that the formation had already been set up before Fu Changsheng entered the Merlin. And to be able to set up this second-level True Water Thousand Illusion formation, it must be a second-level formation master. Fu Changsheng had actually predicted that the couple would attack in the Merlin. Most importantly, the other side had accomplices. Retreat. At this moment, she realized that she and her Taoist companion had been separated by the illusionary formation the moment they entered the cave. She no longer had the will to fight, and immediately activated the blood escape technique to flee. However, as the aurora descended, a ray of purple divine light followed. Its power rivaled that of the aurora. Yin Posi quickly formed a seal, and another black turtle goo materialized. With a clang, the shield it had conjured was instantly shattered by the purple divine light, which continued its trajectory, striking directly at her brow. But with this opportunity to turn things around, spiritual light surged beneath Yin Posi's feet. She narrowly avoided the purple divine light before her. Just as she thought she had dodged the fatal blow, she felt a sharp pain in her brow. Turning, she saw that the purple divine light had been an illusion, and the black turtle goo was unharmed. The fatal blow landed right where she had avoided it. A trickle of blood oozed from her brow. Yin Posi's body fell heavily to the ground, in Yangang Mountain ahead. Xiao Sijin and He Jingdong, who had been meditating with their eyes closed, suddenly opened their eyes, stood up, and looked towards the plum blossom forest behind them. At that moment, a crackling sound echoed from the forest, followed by a massive mushroom cloud that slowly rose into the sky. The two exchanged glances. He Jingdong was stunned. Brother Xiao, could it be that those three old turtles from the Kui, Qi, and Hong families have taken action? Let's go and take a look. Xiao Sijin's heart raced. The secrets and opportunities hidden within Fu Changsheng couldn't fall into the hands of others. Even the usually meticulous Xiao Sijin couldn't help but feel anxious. Before he finished speaking, he had already taken flight, leaving Yangang Mountain. He Jingdong, however, was puzzled. It would be a great opportunity for them to have someone help them eliminate that little bastard Fu Changsheng. Why would they even approach him? He felt Xiao Sijin was meddling. However, after some thought, he followed them anyway. They reached the plum blossom forest. But he saw Fu Changsheng, covered in blood, soaring in a state of disarray towards Yangang Mountain to the east. That little bastard isn't dead yet, He Jingdong was stunned. His spiritual sense swept across the plum blossom forest, revealing the plum trees reduced to ash by the bombing. A headless corpse lay on the ground. Fu Changsheng was about to vanish from sight, and he didn't bother to check further. He hurried after him. When they reached Kangling Mountain, the aura of Fu Changsheng's flying sword dissipated. He collapsed straight down the mountain, clearly unconscious from his injuries. He Jingdong's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. That saved me a lot of effort. He increased his speed, catching up with Xiao Sijin. The two of them landed on the bushes where Fu Changsheng had fallen. At that moment, with a buzzing sound, 4 streaks of blood shot up from all around them. A river of blood formed. Oh no, he'd fallen into a trap. That little bastard, Fu Changsheng, had set up the 4-killing blood river formation. With a thud, a rolling river of blood rushed through them, instantly separating them. The river then transformed into a blood mist shield with a thud in the air, enveloping them. Simultaneously, accompanied by a humming sound, thousands of blood arrows shot out, densely swarming towards them. He Jingdong snorted coldly, a trifle. With a flick of his right hand, a gulo fan spun, and a yellow light curtain rose, clanging and deflecting the falling blood arrows. He Jingdong appeared to be handling the situation with ease. He slapped his storage bag, and instantly 1,000 mountain seal roared out. As he injected a series of spells into it, the 1,000 mountain seal grew in the wind, transforming into the shape of a small mountain. With a forward swing, the 1,000 mountain seal rumbled directly into the blood mist shield. Clearly, He Jingdong intended to shatter all laws with his force. Rumble. The blood-colored light curtain trembled. Then, with a crackling sound, the light curtain shattered. He Jingdong let out a savage laugh. A mere second-grade, low-grade magic circle, you think you can trap me? You're a bit naive. With that, he soared into the sky. He was the dignified great elder of the He family, yet he had been ambushed by a young brat. While it might not have been a serious matter, it would have been humiliating if word got out. At this moment, his murderous intent towards Fu Changsheng had reached its peak. He Jingdong took flight. Xiao Sijin, however, sensed something was amiss. He hesitated for a moment, then remained where he was. Suddenly, something strange happened in midair. He Jingdong burst out of the magic circle. Roar, a demonic sound descended from the sky. Unable to escape, He Jingdong was immediately enveloped by it. His entire body crackled and frost formed around him, forming a cocoon that trapped him. Within the cocoon, the arrogance on He Jingdong's face remained unchanged, as if he were frozen solid. In reality, at this moment, his soul was instantly destroyed. This, a soul attack. And it was a second level one. Seeing this, Xiao Sijin felt a chill run through his body. If he had followed suit and rushed out of the magic circle, he would have suffered the same fate as He Jingdong. One thing led to another. Xiao Sijin no longer had any thoughts of seizing Fu Changsheng's secret. With a flick of his right hand, a teleportation talisman appeared in his hand, ready to crush it and leave. Suddenly, a pain ripped through his feet. He looked down and saw that while his attention was focused on He Jingdong, a pool of blood had appeared beneath his feet. It had unnoticed spread to his legs, and the red color continued to move upwards. Without a second thought, Xiao Sijin swung his sword. 2 sword beams flashed, severing his thighs at the root, preventing the spread of the blood. In just this moment of delay, a rumble. A flash of lightning passed by. Then, his vision blurred. A divine thunderbolt of evil repelling lightning crashed down upon him. Without even a chance to activate the teleportation talisman in his hand, his entire body was instantly blasted by divine thunder, reduced to a charred corpse, a death beyond death. At this moment, a man and a woman slowly emerged from the forest. They were Fu Changsheng and Shangguan Hongyu, who was in charge of setting up and controlling the magic formation. Shangguan Hongyu's eyes flashed with shock at the sight of Xiao Sijin, who had been reduced to charcoal. Changsheng, the power of your evil repelling divine thunder is comparable to a third-tier spiritual technique. I'm afraid no one below the Purple Mansion can stop it. This was also Fu Changsheng's first time using this divine thunder. He looked within his danshan and saw that most of his mana had been depleted. While this evil repelling divine thunder was powerful, the mana it consumed was also terrifying. An ordinary cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage would probably not be able to use it. After all, the danshan he cultivated through the Green Emperor's longevity secret had opened up several times that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, and naturally, the mana it contained was also several times that of others. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeves. He collected the two corpses on the ground and said, Miss Hongyu, we can't stay here any longer. Let's go. Yes, the two of them climbed over the peach blossom forest and landed on Yangang Mountain. Shangguan Hongyu took out her surveying array and searched for the magic array set by Xiao Sijin and the others. Fu Changsheng was thankful to have refreshed his intelligence before leaving. Upon learning that Xiao Sijin and He Jingdong had set an ambush on Yangang Mountain, and that the Yin-Yang twins were ambushing him in the plum blossom forest, he urgently contacted Shangguan Hongyu, instructing her to rush to the plum blossom forest and Changsheng Mountain to set up magic arrays. To stall for time, he deliberately stopped every night to rest. This finally gave Shangguan Hongyu enough time to set up the array. The subsequent series of actions were naturally intended to lure and kill the Yin-Yang twins, Xiao Zujin, and He Jingdong. It was a deliberate plan. Moreover, the four believed that his foundation building was still young and posed no threat. So they relaxed their guard, giving him an opportunity to exploit. At this moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, Ling, you have eliminated 2 hidden dangers for the Fu family, earning 140 contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution value on the dashboard changed to 200. At this moment, Shangguan Hongyu also detected the formation set by Xiao Sijin and the others. She cast spells upon the key points of the formation, and instantly, formation flags flew up and landed in Zheng's palm. A smile crossed her phoenix eyes. Changsheng, this is an offensive, second level, mid-grade wind and thunder combined attack formation. This formation alone is worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. Fu Changsheng still felt a sense of fear upon hearing this. If it weren't for the intelligence providing him with information, falling into this formation would clearly be a near-death experience. This is not an auspicious place. Hongyu, let's go. The two traveled through the night, arriving at Wanning Market early the next morning. The seventh elder of the Gongsun family, guarding the Wanning Market this year, was the one who, upon seeing Fu Changsheng appear unharmed at the market, his pupils shrank. He turned, found a deserted spot, and activated a spell, sending a message to the Jade Talisman, Patriarch. Fu Changsheng has appeared safely at the Wanning Market, accompanied by Shangguan Hongyu, the Gongsun family. The Gongsun clan leader, meditating in his secret room, was visibly stunned upon receiving the message. What the hell is going on? According to the intelligence he had received, the Xiao and He families had each dispatched a late Foundation establishment cultivator. 2 late Foundation establishment cultivators joined forces, yet Fu Changsheng appeared unharmed at the market. Useless, every one of them is useless. The Gongsun clan leader's eyes narrowed slightly. The Xiao and He families were fine, but what about the Yin-Yang twins? Did they take action? At this moment, a man in a black robe hurried into the secret room and said with a hint of disbelief, Patriarch, according to spies from the Xiao and He families, the soul lamps of Xiao Sijin and He Jingdong have gone out. The Yin-Yang devils are nowhere to be found in their usual cave abode, so they're likely dead. What? Clan leader Gongsun was stunned. He'd assumed the Xiao and He families had let Fu Changsheng escape. But the truth was, Fu Changsheng had killed all 4 of them, including the Xiao and He families and the Yin-Yang devils. How could this be possible? Fu Changsheng had only been building his foundation for a short time. Clan leader Gongsun said coldly, Qiu Ming, are you sure the information is correct, Patriarch? I've confirmed again and again that Xiao Sijin and He Jingdong are definitely dead. Furthermore, I've sent someone to track down Shangguan Feng's whereabouts. He's been conferring with the clan members in Anyang County these past few days. There's no way he could have parachuted into Plum Blossom Forest or somewhere like that last night. In other words, Xiao Sijin and the other 4 were killed by a combined force of Fu Changsheng and Shangguan Hongyu. Although clan leader Gongsun had already reached the 8th level of Foundation establishment, he considered that even if he were to personally slay all 4, it would be impossible. What kind of monsters are these Fu Changsheng and Shangguan Hongyu? After calming down, clan leader Gongsun gritted his teeth and said, Qiu Ming, immediately gather all the information on Shangguan Hongyu and Fu Changsheng. Don't miss a single piece of information. Gongsun Qiu Ming hesitated. He pondered, clan leader, according to the information we've gathered, the Shangguan family has grown rapidly under the leadership of Shangguan Feng. Once the Fu family officially ascends to the 9th rank, the Shangguan family will also have met the requirements for advancement to the 8th rank. Should we rashly make enemies with the Shangguan family now without first obtaining the approval of the elders? Currently, the 3 8th rank families in Huainan Prefecture are in a three-way stalemate. None of them have formed an alliance. But once the Shangguan family ascends to the 8th rank, the question of who the Shangguan family would ally with was particularly crucial. Over the years, the 3 8th rank aristocratic families had been vying openly and covertly. If they had wanted to form an alliance, they would have done so long ago. Therefore, the position of the newly promoted Shangguan family was particularly important. Guangsun Chaoming saw that the clan leader had calmed down. Then he spoke slowly. Clan leader, back when Shangguan Feng hadn't yet descended to the position of Grand Elder of the Shangguan clan, the Nanguang clan had both openly and covertly tried to have Shangguan Hongyu marry into the Nanguang clan, but Shangguan Feng refused each time. This led to some unpleasantness between the two families. The remaining 8th rank Shi clan has always been averse to diplomacy, so once the Shangguan clan ascends to the 8th rank, the chances of us joining forces with them will be the greatest, and I've already investigated. 2 years ago, Shangguan Hongyu and the others traveled to the Shiwen Mountains for the Undead Tree in Kaiyuan Valley. They stopped 10 miles from Duolong Lake. Even with clairvoyance, we have a protective formation in Duolong Lake to block spiritual awareness. They absolutely couldn't have detected anything. If they did, 2 years have passed. It's impossible for the Fu and Shangguan clan to remain silent. Upon hearing this, clan leader Gongsun paced back and forth in the room. He felt that Fu Changsheng was a variable, but Chu Ming's words made perfect sense. Finally, he stood still. He gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. The cave ruins are about to be opened, so it's better to have less trouble than more. The investigation into Shangguan Hongyu and Fu Changsheng will be put on hold for now. But we still need to send someone to keep an eye on them. If they show any signs of heading to the Shiwen Mountains, we'll report back." "Yes, clan leader." In the 9th rank Cao clan's meeting hall, 3 Foundation establishment elders sat in the room. Upon hearing the news of the death of Great Elder Cao Sijin, each face was filled with disbelief. The Great Elder and the Great Elder of the He clan were both in the late Foundation establishment stage. Together, they could kill even 2 more of that little beast. Not to mention Fu Changsheng. But not only did the 2 great elders fail to kill Fu Changsheng, they also lost their own lives. The second elder murmured, "What exactly happened?" He thought carefully. Ever since the Fu clan moved into the fiefdom, the Cao clan had been on a downward spiral, with nothing going well. First, a Foundation establishment elder was killed in the ghost market. Then, during the attack on the Yangang tribe, one died and another was seriously injured, leaving the clan completely crippled. Now, even the Great Elder had fallen to that little bastard Fu Changsheng, and they had also lost a second grade, mid-grade wind and thunder combined attack formation worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. Even a 9th grade family couldn't easily afford tens of thousands of spirit stones. Furthermore, if he remembered correctly, before leaving, the Great Elder had taken one of the clan's few remaining talismans, a life-saving teleportation talisman, and now it had ended up in the possession of that little bastard Fu Changsheng. It was truly infuriating. This attack really killed his wife? The second elder gritted his teeth and said, "The Fu family has not yet been promoted to 9th rank family, but its luck has already suppressed our Cao family. When the Fu family is officially canonized, how can our Cao family survive? 3rd and 4th brothers, we can't let the first elder die in vain like this. Anyway, we have already fallen out with the Fu family. Why not go all out and unite with the He family? While Fu Changsheng is in Huainan Prefecture and can't return, we can directly attack the Fu family's fiefdom and defeat them to avenge the death of the first elder. What do you think?" The 3rd elder was a rough man. He slammed the table and stood up. "Second brother, I'll listen to you. If we don't say a word when the Fu family attacks us, then the other families will be riding on our necks and pissing and shitting. This time, we must make that little bastard Fu Changsheng understand the meaning of heartbroken pain and regret." Seeing this, the youngest of the group, the 4th elder, who had recently achieved a breakthrough, remained silent. Instead, he quickly formed a hand seal with his right hand hidden in his sleeve, activating the communication jade talisman. In the Cao family's secret room, the communication jade talisman on the Cao clan leader, who was recuperating in seclusion, lit up. A spell was inscribed, and the jade talisman instantly transmitted the 2nd and 3rd elders' discussion on how to attack the Fu family. The Cao clan leader listened for a while, only to realize that the first elder had, without warning, attacked Fu Changsheng again during his retreat, resulting in his tragic death. The injuries he had previously suppressed were reactivated. Puff, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his heart. Chapter 172, Angry to the point of vomiting blood, Xianyan Pill, promotion to the 8th grade family standard. At this moment, clan leader Xiao had no intention of continuing to heal. He immediately waved his sleeves, the secret chamber's formation opened, and he flashed out of the chamber. When he appeared in the meeting hall, the second and third elders were both stunned. Only the fourth elder saw the blood on the clan leader's mouth, and a look of guilt flashed in his eyes. The second elder, who was sitting at the head of the group, hesitated for a moment, then stood up from his seat and gave his seat to clan leader Xiao. Clan leader, your injuries are so serious. Why did you come out instead of staying in seclusion? If I don't come out now, the Xiao family will be destroyed by you in an instant. Clan leader Xiao's chest heaved with anger. He said coldly, before I retreated, I repeatedly warned you not to cause any trouble in the next few years. First, the demon cave could erupt again, and the force would be even more ferocious. Second, with the opening of the Xianlan's secret realm, it's time to recuperate. And yet you dared to attack Fu Changsheng without authorization. Fu Changsheng isn't stupid, he knows full well that if he goes to Yunnan Prefecture and ascends to the 9th rank, the profits of the rest of us families will be shared. Do you think he'd be so foolish as to go to Yunnan Prefecture alone? You can tell that's impossible even with your asses. This is clearly a trap, waiting for you to fall into it, and you're still laughing foolishly. He spoke too hastily. He was also half infuriated. Clan leader Xiao began coughing violently. The second and third elders, who had been indifferent, heard clan leader Xiao's analysis, but their faces changed drastically. The reason clan leader had held this position was because he was more intelligent than the other foundation establishment cultivators in the clan, and he was the Xiao clan's brain trust. But ever since the clan leader suffered a defeat and was rendered a cripple, they'd simply looked down on him. If the great elder had consulted even a few clan leaders before setting off, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Clan leader Xiao, suppressing his injuries, continued in a cold voice, you say you're joining forces with a He clan to attack the Fu clan. Have you ever considered the rank of the Fu clan's mountain protecting formation? It's a modified 10,000 ghosts formation from the ancient 10,000 ghosts sect. Our clan's formation masters have surveyed it, and once fully activated, it can summon a third-rank ghost general to fight the enemy. How many heads do you have left? When the three clans first proposed a joint attack on the Fu clan, they had sent formation masters to investigate. It was precisely because of the 10,000 ghosts formation that they changed their strategy and turned to attacking the Yangang tribe, even though they were after the foundation establishment pill formula. Upon hearing this, the second and third elders present were already sweating profusely. They were completely unaware of the Fu family's mountain protection formation. If the clan leader hadn't come out of retreat today, wouldn't they have rashly attacked and lost their lives? In this case, the Xiao family would only have one capable foundation establishment cultivator left. They would suffer the same fate as the Heping family. Perhaps they would have to abandon the resources of the three counties and, like the Heping family, close the mountain gates and isolate themselves from the world. Clan leader, my third brother and I were inconsiderate. Please don't get too angry. It's not worth damaging your essence. The Xiao family needed the clan leader's stabilizing force. In the meeting hall of the 9th rank He family, the atmosphere was tense. The newly promoted clan leader sat at the head of the group, coldly gazing at the three foundation establishment elders below. When the great elder He Jingdong proposed joining forces with the Xiao clan to kill Fu Changsheng, he was the first to raise objections. However, because he had only just established his foundation, had the least experience, and relied on the He clan's precepts to rise to power, none of the other elders were convinced. The great elder, in particular, used this as an excuse to deliberately contradict him. And now, look what happened. He's losing his life. The three remaining foundation establishment elders exchanged glances. After this incident, they realized the new patriarch, trained since childhood as the clan leader, was indeed more thoughtful than they had been. The old men now realized they were in the wrong. They opened their mouths, then finally stood up and bowed, saying, Patriarch, the killing of Fu Changsheng was indeed a mistake on our part. Now that the great elder is dead, the Fu family will soon become a 9th rank aristocratic family. Please advise us, Patriarch. There aren't many 9th rank aristocratic families in the entire Great Zhou. What's the harm in adding one more? The Fu family has the support of the Shangguan family, and they have an unwavering alliance with the Lin and Liang families. They can't be touched. Elders, please focus on the upcoming Kanglin's secret realm. As per past practice, entry to the Kanglin's secret realm is limited. Obtaining more places is the top priority. Yes, clan leader, Fu Changsheng had just completed his foundation building when he arrived in Wanning Market. Just in case, he and Shangguan Hongyu booked a room at the inn, intending to recover their mana before heading to the suppression department to complete the formalities for advancement to 9th rank aristocratic family. After setting up a magic circle in the guest room, Fu Changsheng had a thought. The cloud ring purple fairy tower suddenly hovered before him. In a flash of azure light, Zhaoqing leaped out. Simultaneously, he waved the human emperor banner with his right hand, and Qichen flew out. He slapped his storage bag. A flash of rosy light appeared. 4 corpses floated before him. Hiss, 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 Zhaoqing cried out excitedly. Fu Changsheng smiled and said, Zhaoqing, wait a minute. Let Qichen devour the soul first. He nodded slightly to Qichen. This battle. Fu Changsheng was deeply impressed by Chu Chan's second-tier spell, the Frosty Monarch Chant. Because it targeted the soul, the spell's power rivaled that of a third-tier spiritual spell, comparable to his own divine thunder of exorcism. Consequently, his demeanor toward Chu Chan softened somewhat. Chu Chan, start eating. Chu Chan was momentarily flattered. However, devouring 2 late-stage Foundation Establishment ghosts and 2 mid-stage Foundation Establishment ghosts was a significant tonic for her. She thanked him and immediately opened her mouth. A grey vortex coalesced, 4 pulling forces descending upon the 4 corpses. Immediately, the milky white souls were extracted and instantly devoured by the grey vortex. Burp, Chu Chan burped. Master, if there are no further instructions, I will return to the human emperor banner to refine these 4 ghosts. Yes, Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. He also hoped that Chu Chan would be able to break through to the mid-tier or second-tier after refining these ghosts. Hiss, 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 Zhaoqing was practically drooling from waiting, and Fu Changsheng was amused. Zhaoqing, now, before he could finish his words, Zhaoqing eagerly opened her mouth, her tongue swirling, and in a flash, she had slurped up the 4 corpses. Her abdomen bulged, and without waiting for Fu Changsheng's orders, she flashed a green light and entered the cloud ring purple immortal tower to retreat and refine. Fu Changsheng shook his head. Zhaoqing's impatience hadn't changed at all. However, compared to Chu Chan, Zhaoqing's combat power didn't seem to have increased significantly after reaching the 2nd level. If only I could find a 2nd level sorcery or demon cultivation technique I could practice. Zhaoqing was currently cultivating completely on her own. Chu Chan, on the other hand, had obtained the Earth-level Jade Divine Art in the Myriad Ghosts Abyss. The extreme cold demonic chant she practiced was also an addition to the Jade Divine Art. Without a complete set of inherited techniques, the differences between them began to slowly emerge after they reached the 2nd level. Fu Changsheng's thoughts settled. His gaze fell on the 2 storage bags on the table. Having killed 4 men, he and Hongyu each had 2 storage bags, 2 randomly chosen. He didn't know what they held. He slapped the bags. Suddenly, several boxes flashed out. He cast spells on 3 boxes with leaf patterns on a white background. When they opened, they revealed 1,000 spirit grass, sunflowers, and a buling fruit, all of them top-grade, 2nd-level products. Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment. His eyes lit up. These are the 3 essential ingredients for refining a top-grade, 2nd-level yangang pill. This was a pleasant surprise. Fu Changsheng sealed them one by one and planned to visit the Wanning Chamber of Commerce soon. The Guiyang pill he had refined there had yielded excellent results. Elder King Changsheng was also kind and showed no disdain for him, a man who had only just reached his foundation establishment stage. Fu Changsheng was already quite satisfied with the income from these yangang pills alone. Next, Fu Changsheng remained calm, casting a spell on the white stone pattern box. When the box opened, a surge of abundant spiritual energy washed over him. Huh? These are mid-grade spirit stones. A closer look revealed that the 2 white stone pattern boxes contained nearly 200 mid-grade spirit stones combined, equivalent to over 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. It seems these storage bags likely belong to the yin-yang twin demons. As a tribulation cultivator, it's understandable that they could hold so many mid-grade spirit stones. Then, within the storage bag containing the mid-grade spirit stones, he indeed found a secret technique for refining goo worms. However, since the yin-yang twin demons had perished, along with the goo worms within them, the technique was of no use to him. Besides, he already had a secret technique for refining goo worms from Zhuanggu's Henrun. His gaze fell on the last 2 boxes. Even though one of them was sealed with restrictions and could be touched, he could still sense a scorching heat emanating from within. What's inside this? Fu Changsheng felt a strange surge of anticipation. He cast a spell, and the box opened. Boom! A wave of searing heat washed over him. He peered closer, only to find a strange, palm-sized stone nestled within. Its exterior was crystal clear, its interior radiating a fiery golden glow. Fu Changsheng frowned, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, "It's actually a 3rd-grade, low-grade golden flamestone." This spiritual material possessed the attributes of gold and fire. Perfectly suited for his natal magical instrument, the 3rd transformation Azure Lotus. Tempering and integrating it with it would not only strengthen the 3-leafed golden lotus that had emerged, but also enhance the power of the flames. This time, I've truly found a treasure. Fu Changsheng felt a faint sense of excitement. He quickly cast a spell, sealing the golden flamestone, intending to return to his fiefdom and then retreat to refine it into the 3rd transformation treasure lotus lantern. After clearing all the items, only a dark, tarnished box remained. It was clearly an old item. Fu Changsheng cast a spell into it. With a humming sound, the box opened, and an air of time and age washed over him. He looked closely, only to find an ancient scroll inside. When he took it in his hand, it felt heavy. The object was surprisingly heavy. He cast the spell, but the scroll remained motionless, impossible to open. What the hell is this? He tried to open it with his spiritual sense, but it still wouldn't budge. It's truly strange. After many unsuccessful attempts, Fu Changsheng placed the scroll into his storage bag. Besides the boxes, there were, of course, 2 more important treasures. One was He Jingdong's natal magical weapon, a 2nd-grade, top-grade Guluo fan. This Guluo fan was both offensive and defensive, making it quite useful. However, he already had more than enough protective magical tools on him, so he wouldn't need it. Molan had just reached Foundation Establishment. He could give this item to him for self-defense. The thought had just occurred. A familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ling, you gifted a clan member a 2nd-grade, superior-grade Guluo fan, earning 90 contribution points." At the same time, the clan contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed from 300 to 390. Fu Changsheng's lips curled slightly. With a flick of his right hand, a talisman imbued with vibrant spiritual energy appeared in his hand. He had seen the power of 3rd-grade talismans before. A closer look revealed a teleportation talisman, perfect for escape. Fu Changsheng's smile widened. After sealing the talisman in the box, he counted the remaining scattered spiritual materials. Once he was done, he opened the door and the magic circle. He left the guest room and headed towards the Wanning Chamber of Commerce. Unexpectedly, upon his arrival, the shopkeeper greeted him warmly. "Friend Fu, it's been a while. How can I help you?" They had only met once a few years ago. He hadn't expected the other person to still remember him. Fu Changsheng gestured upstairs. The shopkeeper immediately understood and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Fu, please follow me." They reached the 3rd floor. The heat of the earth fire room instantly hit them. Elderkin, still seated at the entrance, lit up slightly upon seeing Fu Changsheng. The main ingredient for the gooing pill that Fu Changsheng had brought him last time was of exceptional quality, rarely seen in years, and it had left a lasting impression on him. Just as he was about to say something, a scan of his spiritual sense revealed that Fu Changsheng had already reached the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. Elderkin, even if his cultivation was superficial, was astonished. If he remembered correctly, a few years ago, Fu Changsheng was still at the 2nd level of the Foundation Establishment stage. It had only been so long, and yet he had already reached the 6th level. Judging from his bone age, he was only about 34. With his talent for cultivation, wouldn't it be possible for him to reach Foundation Establishment perfection before the age of 50? Then, his chances of reaching the Purple Mansion stage would be very high. Thinking of this, Elderkin's smile deepened, and he even changed his address. "Young friend Fu, what elixir are you looking to refine this time?" "Elderkin, I'm looking to refine a furnace of Zhendyuan Den." With a flick of his sleeve, 3 boxes flashed out. Elderkin, with a touch of anticipation, cast a series of spells into them. However, The three main ingredients were of average quality, not exceptional quality like last time. Feeling slightly uneasy, he pondered, young friend Fu, the Guyuan Dan is a second-grade, superior elixir, and you only have one main ingredient. To increase your success rate, you must add Dan condensing water during the refining process. And you need a top-grade, second-grade alchemist to ensure a successful single-batch refining. Young friend Fu, do you have Dan condensing water? Dan condensing water is a second-grade, top-grade spiritual item. Even a single drop can increase the success rate by over 10%. Fu Changsheng didn't possess such a spiritual item. Elder Qin stroked his beard and said, in that case, our Chamber of Commerce can provide the Dan condensing water. However, as you know, Dan condensing water is quite expensive, and since it's being produced by a top-tier, second-grade alchemist, the reward will be substantial. Therefore, if the Guiyuan pill is successfully refined, I can only give you 2 at most. Are you willing? On the way here, Fu Changsheng had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of failure in refining the Guiyuan pill. To receive 2 pills, without paying a single spirit stone, was already beyond his expectations. He smiled and bowed, saying, then I'll have to trouble you, Elder Qin. Seeing that Fu Changsheng wasn't the type to fuss, Elder Qin smiled and nodded slightly. He quickly wrote a piece of paper, stamped it, and handed it to Fu Changsheng, saying, young friend Fu, come and pick up the pills with this note in 5 days. After leaving the Wanning Chamber of Commerce, Fu Changsheng strolled along West Street and discovered 5 shops belonging to 9th-grade families. He didn't know. When they ascended to 9th rank aristocratic family status, would the shop be divided up again? If they could secure one, the Fu family would have a market for their products, and they would surely make a killing. Returning to the inn, Fu Changsheng saw Shangguan Hongyu lingering at his door. He paused, realizing she was likely seeking him for a discussion. He quickly opened the doorway and waited for her to take a seat before saying, Miss Hongyu, are you looking for me? Shangguan Hongyu waved her sleeve. Suddenly, a white box with stone patterns emerged. These are the spirit stones from the sale of a second-grade, mid-grade wind and thunder combined attack formation. Take them. I remember hearing my father mention that ascending to 9th rank aristocratic family requires a land D tax of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. This includes 30,000 spirit stones. Add to the 30,000 deposit you previously submitted to the Suppression Bureau, and that should cover the total. While ambushing Yi Jingdong and Xiao Renshin, Shangguan Hongyu's 4-killing Blood River formation was destroyed. Therefore, Fu Changsheng accepted this second-grade, mid-grade wind and thunder combined attack formation as compensation. He never expected Shangguan Hongyu to actually sell it to give him spirit stones. Fu Changsheng quickly waved his hand and said, Miss Hongyu, you can keep these spirit stones. The 2 storage bags I found contain enough spirit stones to cover the land tax for my fiefdom. Although Fu Changsheng wanted to earn some spirit stones, he knew his limits. Naturally, he couldn't accept these spirit stones. Shangguan Hongyu nodded and said, in that case, I'll take them. Once the Fu family ascended to the 9th rank, the Shangguan family would have met the final requirement for advancement to the 8th rank. Since this matter had been brought up, Fu Changsheng couldn't help but ask, Miss Hongyu, after reaching the 9th rank, what are the specific requirements for advancing to the 8th rank? This was something only the aristocratic families could know. Of course. This wasn't a secret that couldn't be leaked. Shangguan Hongyu said readily, there are 5 conditions for promotion to the 8th rank. First, the fiefdom must have 15 foundation building cultivators. Second, 10 cultivators must have reached the 2nd rank level in the 100 arts of cultivation. Third, the court merit points must reach 20,000. Fourth, the fiefdom's spiritual vein or the location of your clan's land must have a 3rd rank spiritual vein. The last condition is also the most important. Chapter 173, Aristocratic Family Fortune Blessing, Continuous Good News, Huge Rewards. That means there are 2 newly promoted 9th rank aristocratic families within your fiefdom. Fu Changsheng suddenly understood. Lin Xianfu and his wife were from the Shangguan family, as was their Fu family. Compared to the 9th rank, the requirements for reaching the 8th rank were clearly much more stringent. The Shangguan family had dedicated over a dozen generations to finally achieving this. Fu Changsheng said, Miss Hongyu, since it's so difficult for 8th rank aristocratic families to advance, I imagine the benefits of advancement are immense.
I don't know about the rest, but I've heard that only 8th rank aristocratic families know the secrets of the Purple Mansion, Shangguan Hongyu added. Fu Changsheng nodded repeatedly. No wonder Shangguan Feng had been at the peak of Foundation establishment for so many years, yet there had been no news of him breaking through to the Purple Mansion. Breaking through the Foundation establishment stage involved 3 stages. Was the same true for the Purple Mansion? Fu Changsheng was curious. After all, he was already at the 6th rank of Foundation establishment. While he still had some distance to go before breaking through, he needed to begin preparing. The two exchanged their cultivation experiences. The next day, Fu Changsheng arrived just as the suppression department opened its doors. Since it wasn't his first visit, he was able to skip many formalities and arrive at the inner hall's personnel hall relatively smoothly. Sitting at the head of the table was Xiao Xianger, whom he had met once before in his fiefdom. Fu Changsheng bowed and said, "Greetings, Palace Master Xiao." Xiao Xianger nodded slightly, gesturing to a seat nearby. Without further ado, she spoke directly. "Several months ago, our suppression department verified the status of your Fu family's lands and fiefdoms. Whether it's spiritual veins, population, foundation building cultivators, or merit points, they all meet the criteria for advancement to the 9th rank. The title deed to your Fu family's Yancheng County fiefdom has also been prepared. You'll need to pay an additional 20,000 spirit stones, plus your 30,000 deposit." Upon hearing this, Fu Changsheng presented the 20,000 low-grade spirit stones he had prepared and secretly slipped a small treasure bag into Xiao Xianger's hand. Xiao Xianger accepted it without a word. Finally, he said, "Patriarch Fu, please bring out your family seal." Fu Changsheng's thought stirred, and the seal, which had been nurtured in his Danshan, suddenly levitated. Xiao Xianger, her face solemn, bowed toward the air in the direction of the imperial capital. Behind her, 2 maids respectfully carried out a tray covered with red cloth. The red cloth was removed, and a powerful pressure emanated from it. Xiao Xianger formed a strange seal with her right hand, and a palace master's jade talisman emerged from within her body. She then infused a series of spells into the talisman. Suddenly, a dragon's roar emanated from the seal within the tray. Then, mysterious runes burst forth from the seal, 12 in all. The 12 talismans trembled slightly in the air, and with a flick of Xiao Xianger's sword finger, they all descended upon the family seal above Fu Changsheng's head with a whistling sound. Buzz! The aura originally imbued within the aristocratic jade seal suddenly changed color, becoming completely red, and the aura had clearly become much stronger. At the same time, a mysterious aura descended upon him. He vaguely felt a surge of aura, a feeling far more pronounced than before. Boom! As Xiao Xianger retracted her spell, all the strange phenomena vanished. Xiao Xianger's face paled slightly. After waving the maid away, she solemnly stated, "Clan leader Fu, from this moment on, your Fu family officially enters the Great Zhou Jade Butterfly clan, becoming a formal 9th rank aristocratic family. Your Yancheng County fiefdom is hereditary. Of course, the prerequisite is that you do not rebel against your clan and pay the full annual tribute." The fiefdom was hereditary. In other words, everything they had worked so hard for in their lifetime would be enjoyed by their descendants. Fu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief and took his seat. Xiao Xianger drank a cup of black spirit tea brought by the maid, and her vitality instantly revived. She then continued to explain the benefits and obligations of the 9th rank. Finally, she said, "Of course, whether it's the 5 shops in the Wanian market, the income distribution of the Wangui Abyss, or the quota for the upcoming Kanglin's secret realm, all will be redistributed. The first 2 will be jointly determined by your 10 great families, but when it comes to yellow rank resources, our Zhanxi division will handle it on your behalf. For example, the quota for the Kanglin's secret realm, which is about to open. Also, although we drove the demons back and sealed the demon cave with a barrier after the last battle, the guards there have reported that unusual movements within the barrier have become increasingly frequent in recent years. We've dispatched personnel to investigate. If my estimates are correct, once the Kanglin's secret realm opens, it will usher in another war between humans and demons. Your Fu family should prepare early." "Thank you, Palace Master Xiao." Fu Changsheng asked a few more questions about his doubts. Finally, he also inquired about the conditions for advancement to the 8th rank. Xiao Xianger's answer mirrored Shangguan Hongyu's. Seeing Xiao Xianger's tired expression, he bowed and said goodbye. After he left, Xiao Xianger's deputy whispered, "Sir, when we met clan leader Fu a few years ago,
He was only in the early stages of foundation establishment. Now, he's just one step away from reaching the late stages. It seems Huainan Prefecture has great potential to produce another 8th grade family. Do you think we should allocate resources more towards the Fu family and do Fu Changsheng a favor? Xiao Xianger pondered for a moment. Finally, he waved his hand. There are many talented individuals in the world of cultivation, but not many who can truly thrive. Let's observe for now. Your Excellency is right. Ever since the promotion of the Chief Palace Master, this Palace Master position has been vacant. Deputy Palace Master Liu has long had his eye on it. I've heard that he intends to help the Gongsun family ascend to the 7th rank. If the Gongsun family has a major purple mansion renovation, then Deputy Palace Master Liu will not only be able to smoothly take the Palace Master position, but may also be directly promoted to Jingzhou. So we still need to prepare early. Xiao Xianger took a deep breath. Finally, she shook her head. If you want to go long-term in this Henshi division, it ultimately depends on your own ability. Moreover, we in this Henshi division don't allow too much interference in the affairs of the aristocratic families. Once the people above know about it, it will be a thankless task. From now on, don't focus on these intrigues. You've been stuck in the middle stage of foundation establishment for many years. Instead of that, it's better to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment first. Fu Changsheng emerged from this Henshi division. Shangguan Hongyu, who had accompanied him, was waiting at the door. Seeing Fu Changsheng smile, she knew the Fu family had successfully advanced. Her phoenix eyes gleamed with laughter as she said, Changsheng, congratulations on your Fu family's advancement to the 9th rank. I've had a table prepared at Kaianmi Tower. Let's go celebrate. The two of them enjoyed a sumptuous lunch at Kaianmi Tower. By the afternoon, the Shangguan family had arrived early to prepare for the promotion to the 8th rank, and Shangguan Hongyu joined them in this effort. Fu Changsheng, awaiting this Hanun pill from the Wanning Chamber of Commerce, returned to his guest room. After deactivating the magic circle, he thought, and the family's jade seal floated before him. His spiritual sense fell upon the seal, and faintly he could see wisps of white threads entwined. A touch of his spiritual sense brought a message to his mind. This is, despite Xiao Xianger's explanation, he was still intrigued to actually sense these white threads corresponding to the Kigan practitioners in his clan. According to Xiao Xianger's words, he could bestow the luck of a 9th rank family upon 15 individuals. In other words, he was to select the 15 clan members with the greatest potential for a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, including those like Molin who had already reached the foundation establishment stage. Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment and didn't grant a blessing without authorization. Instead, he withdrew his spiritual consciousness, took out a pen and paper, and listed the clan members' situations one by one. Currently, the one with the greatest potential for a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage was Mei Zhen, who had reached the peak of key training. Furthermore, those with exceptional talent were Fan Gear, Rong Gear, Yao Yao, Fu Yuangai, and Fu Yuangru. Including Molin, that made 7. Furthermore, Runzi, his third brother Fu Changli, and his fourth sister Fu Changli were all second-ranked craftsmen and should be included. Adding Grandmaster Yu, the total number was 11. As for Shi Shutuang, although he had previously been a second-rank alchemist, his cultivation had now dropped to the peak of key training, and he needed assistance to refine second-rank elixirs. After a moment's hesitation, Fu Changsheng still didn't include him. Gam Shenglin was already a second-rank spiritual plant master, but unfortunately, he had only just begun practicing the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, so whether he could even establish his foundation was uncertain. I wonder what Yu Lian's spiritual roots are like. Fu Changsheng planned to ask her if she was willing to undergo the spirit testing platform next time she had the chance. If she had good talent, he could give her one of the remaining 4 spots. After sorting things out, Fu Changsheng's consciousness once again penetrated the aristocratic family seal. He chanted a spell, and a mantra rang out. The first ray of luck bestowed upon Mei Zhen. Mei Zhen's thin white thread trembled slightly, then took on a faint red hue. Meanwhile, in the Luofang Mountain Clan territory, Liu Mei Zhen, who was comprehending the elixir formula, felt a joy. She felt something descend upon her. Her eyes flickered, and a look of joy lit up her face. It seems my husband has successfully completed the procedures for advancement to 9th rank aristocratic family. The Fu family had spent nearly 20 years on this journey, finally reaching this point. Liu Mizhen was thrilled, planning to head to the ancestral hall to inform her ancestors immediately. As she emerged from the secret room, a strange feeling suddenly struck her. She instinctively glanced at the pet storage area on the right side of the room. She quickly walked to the door and cast a spell through it, revealing the two-headed, green-eyed giant python that had been attempting a breakthrough to the second level for a while. This python had been found by her husband at the Penglai mountain ruins and later gifted to her. At the time, it was already nearing the second level. She had been in seclusion for years, but it had just missed the breakthrough. Now, with the blessing of her luck, even her own pet had received a slight boost, finally achieving its desired breakthrough to the second level. Roar! The two-headed, green-eyed giant python roared softly. Liu Mizhen quickly smiled and said, "Bishu, continue your seclusion and stabilize your realm first." She now had a second-level pet. Even if an enemy invaded, she could still protect her clan with a mountain-protecting formation. Furthermore, once the Earth Firehouse was opened in her fiefdom, she wouldn't have to stay in the clan's territory anymore. She could take the two-headed, blue-eyed giant python and hunt in the Shiwan Mountains. Next, her only goal was to diligently refine elixirs and accumulate spirit stones to purchase foundation-building pills. In the Yunshan County fiefdom, Fu Changli, who was striving towards the 9th level of key training on Taixun Peak, suddenly felt a mysterious aura descend upon her. Then, as she activated her skills, she unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough to the 9th level more smoothly than ever before, seemingly a natural progression. What's going on? And where did that strange aura just now come from? Fourth sister Fu Changli blinked, puzzled. Just as she was puzzled, a wave of emotion emanated from the spirit pet pen next to the secret room. Fu Changli flashed and arrived in front of the spirit beast pen. A spell was cast, and the gate swung open, revealing the Huanayupi Queen Bee, who had been in seclusion for years. Compared to before, Huanayupi had unexpectedly sprouted an extra pair of wings. It had surprisingly broken through to the second stage. This unexpected good news. Even Fu Changli, even if she was slow to react, understood what was happening. The Patriarch has completed the aristocratic family advancement process. The Fu family was officially canonized as the 9th rank. Therefore, she had received the blessing of Qi, and even her spirit pet had benefited. She had heard before that the aristocratic family Jade Seal could only bless a limited number of people. She had never expected the Patriarch to bestow such a precious opportunity upon her. Fu Changli clenched her fists, her face a solemn expression she had never before seen. "I must not let the Patriarch down." Gently, she instructed the Huanayupi Queen Bee to continue her retreat and consolidate her cultivation. At the same time, she swung back into her secret room and resumed her retreat, intending to break through to the peak of key training in one go before emerging. In the water curtain cave in the mountains behind the fiefdom, in a room on the 3rd floor of the small wooden building, a subtle crack suddenly emanated from Ranger, who lay soundly asleep with his eyes closed. Immediately afterwards, his aura soared to the 6th level of key training. Having refined a vast number of black centipede beetles, Ranger, blessed by his key, had successfully transcended the bottleneck of the 5th level and reached the 6th level. Ranger's eyes suddenly fluttered open. Grandmaster Yu, who was in the room next to Ranger's, opened his eyes with remarkable acuity, his consciousness piercing the wall and resting on Ranger. At that moment, a shimmering white light flashed across his eyes. Then, he could actually see Ranger's white key, tinged with a faint red hue. Grandmaster Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered, "So it's the key of a 9th rank family." He blinked, and the white light faded, returning to normal. Just as Grandmaster Yu was about to close his eyes and return to meditation, he suddenly sensed something. The strange white light flashed across his vision once again. The same aura of luck that had graced Strongyear now drifted towards him. Grandmaster Yu's body trembled. Then, a look of relief crossed his face. "I'm surprised this kid still remembers me." The same scene played out over and over again as he was blessed by the Jade Seal's aura. After Fu Changsheng completed the aura blessing, he mentally placed the Jade Seal into his danchin to warm it. The next moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Is it finally coming?" Fu Changsheng sat up straight with excitement, his gaze fixed on the control panel. He had previously received 3,000 contribution points when he was promoted to a quasi-9th rank aristocratic family. He had no idea how much this would actually amount to. But at least it wouldn't be any less than last time. Ding. You have successfully promoted your family to 9th rank aristocratic family, earning 5,000 family contribution points. 5,000. 5,000 family contribution points. Fu Changsheng was so excited he double-checked. This terrifying number was something he had never seen before. He had never expected it to be 2,000 more than when he had been promoted to quasi 9th rank. If he calculated this, wouldn't his contribution points for reaching 8th rank reach 7,000? 7,000 contribution points, if used for training in the training room, would be equivalent to extending his life by 12 years. If used to redeem doubled lottery prizes, he could win 35 prizes, or exchange them for intelligence, which would be 3,500 pieces of information. The thought of it was thrilling. The panel trembled slightly. Immediately, the family contribution value soared from 390 to 5,300. Fu Changsheng had previously worried about the system's contribution value cap, but now it seemed it was at least under 10,000, with no limit. Looking at the impressive number of contribution points on the panel, Fu Changsheng pondered how to use them. His initial excitement gradually subsided. Over 5,000 contribution points might seem like a lot, but he actually needed even more. He needed to deduce the Purple Mansion chapter of the Qing Emperor's longevity secret, which would undoubtedly cost him a considerable amount. Furthermore, he hadn't had the time to practice the Great Evolution secret, preventing him from splitting his consciousness and transforming his human puppet into an external avatar. Most importantly, he wanted to accumulate as many contribution points as possible. Once he had accumulated 10,000 contribution points, he could see if he could upgrade the system again, unlocking the next functional panel. At least the currently accessible functional panel was of great benefit to him. Therefore, unlike the frantic lottery he'd experienced when he'd advanced to a quasi 9th rank aristocratic family, he was much calmer this time. However, exchanging it for a piece of intelligence was certainly possible. Compared to over 5,000 contribution points, each piece of intelligence only cost 2, a relatively small amount. He also desperately wanted to know what the 8th rank Gongsun family had invested so much manpower and resources in the ruins of the ancient cultivators' cave in Dulong Lake, desiring to acquire it. Before being promoted to 9th rank aristocratic family, the system couldn't refresh relevant information. But now, with the blessing of the 9th rank aristocratic family's luck, I believe that information about the 8th rank aristocratic family, the Gongsun family, can also be refreshed. Immediately, a thought came to mind. Exchange information. Buzz. The panel trembled. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. With a blessing of luck, your wife Meizhen's spirit pet, the two-headed blue-eyed giant python, has successfully broken through to the 2nd level. 2. With the assistance of the family's luck you have blessed, your 4th sister Fu Changli has successfully broken through to the 9th level of key training. At the same time, his spirit pet, the 2nd level fantasy JP Queen Bee, has also successfully broken through to the 2nd level and mutated, growing a pair of milky white wings. 3. When you were conferred, your ghost servant Chu Chan, blessed by luck, had successfully broken through to the middle stage of the 2nd level. 4. Chapter 174, 9 Heaven's Star Art, Bone Spirit Cold Fire, Family Meeting. Fu Changsheng was delighted when he saw the first 3 pieces of intelligence. Counting Meizhen's two-headed, blue-eyed giant python, his 4th sister's phantom JP Queen Bee, and his spirit pets, Zhaoqing, the millipede mother, the autumn cicada, and the spirit-devouring insect, there were 6 2nd-level spirit pets in the clan. I wonder if 2nd-level spirit pets count towards the 15 Foundation Establishment cultivators quota for advancement to an 8th grade family, he had forgotten to ask? If so, then his Fu family, plus him and Molan, would have 8 spots. 7 more would satisfy the requirement. I'll ask Hongyu when the time comes. He suppressed his doubts. Fu Changsheng read on. 4. Inside the ink box and the palace on the north side of the inner layer of the Dulong Lake ruins, there is well-preserved and condensing water. 5. The Gongsun family has been preparing for years for the ruins owner's heavenly grade body refining technique, the 9 Heaven's Star Art. 6. The Dulong Lake ruins also contain a bone spirit cold fire left behind by the cave owner. The bone spirit cold fire can freeze everything and is ranked 86th on the list of strange fires. For cultivators practicing ice-attributed techniques, refining this fire can increase the success rate of opening a purple mansion by 30%. 7. A total of 10 pieces of information were exchanged. When his eyes landed on the 4th piece of information, Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. Dan condensing water is a valuable commodity. According to Elder Qin, a single drop of Dan condensing water can increase the success rate of Dan condensing by 30%. If he could obtain the Dan condensing water from the ruins, then Shi Shutong and Mei Zhen's success rate in refining foundation establishment pills would be greatly improved. Such a key ingredient for foundation establishment is truly hard to find. Therefore, Fu Changsheng decided not to use the elixir until he was certain of his success. Furthermore, to increase the chances of success, it was undoubtedly best to first allow Mei Zhen to break through to the second-level alchemist stage. Shi Shutong had previously refined a second-level, low-grade key-restoring elixir in the Yuntang tribe. With a recipe, he could purchase a few furnaces of key-restoring elixir and have Mei Zhen refine it when he went to the Wanning Chamber of Commerce in 3 days. Only by successfully refining the foundation establishment elixir could their clan hope to complete the 15 foundation establishment elixir positions within the shortest possible time. Otherwise, relying on the Wanning Chamber of Commerce auction would take who knows how long. His gaze fell on the 5th piece of information. Seeing the words heavenly level cultivation method, Fu Changsheng gasped, muttering, "What's so powerful about this 9 heaven star art that it can actually reach the heavenly level?" No wonder the Gongsun family had invested over a decade in this area. If this news leaked, I'm afraid all the cultivators in the Great Zhou will flock here, unleashing a bloodbath. The intelligence doesn't even provide the exact location of the 9 heaven star art entering. The ruins would then depend entirely on chance. Upon seeing the 6th piece of information, Fu Changsheng's throat rolled. Bone Spirit Cold Fire. A 30% success rate for Purple Palace cultivation. Furthermore, this strange fire was ranked 86th on the leaderboard. Others might not be able to refine it, but Molan possessed an ice-attributed spiritual root. Bone Spirit Cold Fire must be obtained. Fu Changsheng took a deep breath, calming himself before continuing to read. However, the following information was mostly irrelevant, unlike the previous pieces of information. After 2 days of rest in the guest room, he suddenly felt a vibration emanating from the aristocratic jade seal within him. With a thought, the seal floated before him. At this moment, a spiritual light surged from the seal. Fu Changsheng carefully recalled Xiao Xianzhe's instructions, then remembered that the display of the aristocratic family seal was a foreshadowing of the upcoming 9th rank aristocratic family conference. Forming a seal with his right hand, Fu Changsheng cast a spell into the aristocratic family seal. Instantly, a hazy white light enveloped him. The next moment, he felt his consciousness descend upon a circular dojo. A pillar of light suddenly descended from the left side of the dojo. The person wielding the light was none other than Lin Xianfu. The aristocratic family conference was a projection of consciousness. This was Fu Changsheng's first encounter, and it felt somewhat strange. Lin Xianfu, standing by, bowed and said, "Fellow Taoist Fu, congratulations on your Fu family's advancement to the 9th rank." "Thank you, Brother Lin." Fu Changsheng glanced and saw that the others had not yet arrived, so he quickly transmitted a message. "Brother Lin, do you know why this meeting has been called so suddenly?" Lin Xianfu raised an eyebrow in surprise and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Fu, you are so uninformed. You were in Wanning Market and had no idea what was going on. Just half an hour ago, the Shangguan family was officially canonized as an 8th rank family, although the decree hasn't been issued yet. But I've heard in advance that your Fu family and I will be placed under the Shangguan family's jurisdiction. The former 8th rank Gongsun family will still govern the He, Xiao, and Ping families, while the 8th rank Shi family will still govern the Kui, Qi, and Hong families, being able to be under the jurisdiction of the Shangguan family." Fu Changsheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, Uncle Feng now controlled the Shangguan family, so at least they wouldn't embarrass the Fu family. However, he was a little puzzled. "Brother Lin, based on what you said, wouldn't the Liang family be the only one left under the rule of the 8th rank Nanguang family? That's the logic. As for how the 4 8th rank families negotiated with the suppression bureau, I'm not sure." As the two spoke, beams of light descended. In a flash, the heads of the other 7 9th rank families arrived one after another. Among them, Fu Changsheng could sense 3 murderous and hostile gazes directed at him. Looking up, he saw the Ping, Xiao, and He families. Although clan leader Ping was seriously injured, his consciousness was intact, so the others were unable to make sense of the situation. Meanwhile, the other party quickly communicated with clan leader Xiao and He, "Brother Xiao, Brother He,
What are your thoughts on the Fu clan's promotion to the 9th rank? Clan leader Xiao, still furious about clan leader Ping's escape during the attack on the Yangang tribe, which resulted in one Xiao clan member dead and one injured, snorted coldly, refusing to acknowledge the other party. The newly appointed clan leader He, however, was a smooth and diplomatic figure. He quickly transmitted, "My two brothers, I'm sure you've heard that the Fu clan has been transferred to the 8th rank Shangguan clan. Fu Changsheng owes a debt of gratitude to Shangguan Feng, the current head of the Shangguan clan, and his daughter. With the Shangguan clan's protection, we should refrain from any rash actions." Clan leaders Ping and Xiao were even more dismayed upon hearing this. Clan leader Ping, in particular, had just learned that the Fu clan had completely plundered Pingshan County, under their jurisdiction. Unfortunately, the Ping clan only had one capable foundation establishment cultivator left. Even if he felt immense dissatisfaction and grievance, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. His only hope now lay in the upcoming opening of the Kanglin's secret realm. Whether the Ping clan could turn things around depended on this one tremor. Patriarch Xiao shared this sentiment, so he nodded slightly. After everyone gathered, the Kui clan's head spoke first. "Everyone, we have gathered here today to congratulate our Huainan Prefecture's 9th rank family on the addition of a new member, the Fu clan, and to discuss the distribution of the profits from the 5 shops in Wanning Market and the Wangui Abyss. Do you have any suggestions?" In the past, the Shangguan clan had supported the 9th rank family council. Now that the Shangguan clan had departed, the Kui clan, as the most powerful, naturally assumed the position of head of the 9th rank family. The Kui clan, governed by the Shi clan, an 8th rank family, had always maintained a low profile, usually remaining silent during the family council. However, with the Shangguan clan's departure, the Kui clan was the first to step forward. However, the Kui clan's strength was evident. Given the Kui family's relatively favorable attitude, the other 8 clan heads had tacitly accepted their position as the new head of the 9th rank aristocratic family. As soon as clan leader Kui finished speaking, clan leader Ping immediately followed up, saying, "Since the Shangguan family has departed, we can simply allocate their profits to us according to the original distribution ratio. Why would we need a distribution plan?" The implication was that the newly promoted Fu family wouldn't be considered 9th rank at all. Clan leader Liang glanced at Fu Changsheng and chimed in, saying, "Clan leader Ping is wrong. With the departure of an old family and the influx of new blood, the distribution of benefits naturally needs to be redistributed." Their Liang family had recently promoted a member to the foundation establishment stage. Their strength was even greater than before, placing them in the top 3 of the 9 great aristocratic families. Naturally, a redistribution of benefits was necessary. Clan leader Ping said in a muffled voice, "The Fu family didn't contribute to the construction of Wanning Market and the Wangui barrier. Even if they were promoted to the 9th rank, they wouldn't be entitled to a share of either benefit." The Ping family was already declining. Their strength is far less than before. Naturally, they fear a redistribution of benefits. Clan leader Liang sneered, "Clan leader Ping, if I remember correctly, the Wanning Market was built by the Imperial Court, and the Wangui barrier was also spearheaded by the Imperial Court, with the 8th rank aristocratic families providing the primary effort. At the time, your Ping family was merely a supporting force. According to you, then the 5 shops in Wanning Market and the income from the Wangui should all be paid to the Imperial Court and the 8th rank aristocratic families." Clan leader Ping was so enraged that he was almost speechless. For a moment, the Xiao and He families, who sided with the Ping family, opposed the redistribution of benefits, as their power had been greatly diminished. The entire council erupted in chaos. Finally, clan leader Kui coughed. He waited for everyone to pause. Then he spoke, "I have a proposal. According to information provided by the Suppression Bureau, the Demon Cave will erupt again within 10 years. Given this, the profits of the 5 shops in Wanning Market will remain untouched for the next 10 years. Furthermore, the profits from the Myriad Ghost Abyss will be reinvested into the operation of the 5 shops. When the Demon Cave erupts, we will distribute the benefits accordingly based on the Imperial Merit points earned by each family in the Demon Cave. If you agree, please vote by show of hands." Patriarch Kui made the final decision. Before he finished speaking, the Qi and Hong families, already in his camp, raised their hands in agreement. The Liang family was powerful, and this proposal offered them no disadvantages, so they naturally followed suit. Thus, 4 families suddenly agreed. Only the Ping, He, Xiao, Fu, and Lin families remained.
The Ping family currently had only one capable foundation establishment cultivator, a recent one, so they naturally disagreed with this proposal. The Xiao and He families, whose combat power had declined significantly, also remained silent, disagreeing with the proposal. The remaining families were the Lin and Fu families. Lin Shai and Fu hesitated. After all, the Lin family only had two foundation establishment cultivators, so this plan wasn't a good decision for him. He wanted the profits to be shared equally among the 9 families, so he didn't raise his hand. This meant a 4-to-4 split. The crucial vote fell to Fu Changsheng. Clan leader Lian quickly transmitted a message, "Clan leader Fu, what are you waiting for? If you don't raise your hand now, then the Ping family elder will have to exclude you, and you might not even receive a penny of profit." Meanwhile, clan leader Xiao and his 2 companions quickly discussed the matter and then contacted Lin Shai and Fu. Finally, Lin Shai and Fu quickly transmitted a message to Fu Changsheng, "Fellow Taoist Fu, clan leader Ping just transmitted to me that the 3 families have agreed to share the profits equally. As long as we and your family agree, the 5-to-4 split will be passed." Lin Shai and Fu was a little excited. After all, sharing the profits equally among the 9 families was the solution that would allow the Lin family to reap the most. The other member of the Fu family, whose foundation building clan had only recently completed it, and whose overall strength was inferior to that of the Lin family, naturally assumed the Fu family would absolutely approve of this decision. The Xiao clan leader and his 3 companions shared this sentiment. Therefore, without waiting for Fu Changsheng's reply, they spoke impatiently, "Everyone, we, the Xiao, Ping, He, Lin, and Fu families, have unanimously decided to divide the profits equally among the 9 families." As soon as these words left his mouth, a flash of anger crossed the Lion clan leader's face. He glared at Lin Shai and Fu, "Clan leader Lin, when the Shangguan family was here, we 3 families were allies. Now that the Shangguan family is gone, why are you siding with the Ping family? Change your tune immediately, even before the resolution is passed." Lin Shai and Fu pretended not to hear. He was now under the Shangguan clan's jurisdiction, while the Lion clan was under the Nangguan clans. Since they were in different factions, the alliance naturally fell apart. Moreover, alliances are built on the principle of self-interest. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Lin Shai and Fu, clan leader Liang snorted coldly. The 3 Kui clan members exchanged glances. Patriarch Kui looked at Fu Changsheng and said, "Patriarch Fu, you didn't say a word during today's meeting." This was Patriarch Kui's first meeting as an abbot. If he was humiliated, his prestige would vanish. So, out of the sight of everyone, his lips barely moved. He had barely finished speaking when Fu Changsheng announced, "I agree with Patriarch Kui's suggestion of dividing the benefits according to the Demon Cave's imperial merit, 5 against 4. Thus, the 3 members of the Ping clan's plan were thwarted. Patriarch Ping was stunned for a moment, then, realizing what was happening, gritted his teeth and said, "Fu Changsheng, your Fu clan only has 2 foundation establishment cultivators, and one recently achieved a breakthrough. Are you crazy?" In his desperation, Patriarch Ping no longer cared about appearances. If he really followed the first option, the Ping clan would be at the bottom of the list, and by then, they wouldn't even have a bowl of soup. Clan leader Liang's anger faded into joy, fearing further trouble. He quickly said, "Brother Kui, since clan leader Fu has stated his position, this meeting is concluded. I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." Before he could finish his words, the beam of light dissipated with a bang. Clearly fearing a delay, the decision might be reversed. Clan leader Kui and his companions also departed one after another. Clan leader Ping glared at Fu Changsheng fiercely, gnashing his teeth, but he could do nothing about him. Although he hated to admit it, the Ping clan was now the weakest of the 9 great clans. With a wave of his sleeve, the clan leaders dispersed. After everyone had left, Lin Shai and Fu asked, "Clan leader Fu, why did you make that decision just now?" In his opinion, an equal division among the 9 clans was the best for both of them. Fu Changsheng smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, the world of cultivation is based on strength. There's no such thing as a shared pot in the secular world, and even less so among cultivators. Fellow Taoist Lin, farewell." He had several encounters with Lin Shai and Fu. He had also discovered the other party's style of doing things. Perhaps it was because he had worked so hard to establish a 9th-rank aristocratic family that Lin Shai and Fu was hesitant in his actions. Just like last time. They had originally agreed to go to Kain Valley together, But they changed their minds at the last minute. Or this time. The three Haika families had previously wanted to unite to attack their Fu family. Even if they were not mortal enemies, they were definitely not allies. But Lin Shai and Fu believed that their Fu family had no position. However, the Haika family's actions had earned him a favor from the Kui family, which was a pleasant surprise. In fact, even if the Kui family did not take the initiative, their Fu family would not agree to the equal division plan. Now that their Fu family's strength included a second-level spirit pet, they could be ranked in the middle among the 9 ninth-rank aristocratic families, so naturally they did not agree to an equal division. After their spiritual consciousness returned from the dojo council, Fu Changsheng felt his head buzzing. It took a while to calm down before he adjusted. A few days passed. As expected, he received the good news from the court regarding the advancement of the Shangguan and Fu families. It's time to go and obtain this Hanun pill. The 5-day deadline had expired. As he emerged from the guest room, he happened to see Shangguan Hongyu emerging from the adjacent room. Fu Changsheng bowed and said, "Miss Hongyu, congratulations on your advancement to an 8th-rank aristocratic family. Congratulations, everyone." Shangguan Hongyu's phoenix eyes flashed with a smile, and she said, "Changsheng, when do you plan to return to your fiefdom? We'll travel together then." Fu Changsheng felt a warm feeling in his heart. Clearly, Shangguan Hongyu was worried that he would be ambushed if he returned alone, as she had last time, so she offered to return together. After all, Shangguan Hongyu's status was different now. She was an 8th-rank aristocratic family. If the other 9th-rank aristocratic families saw Shangguan Hongyu traveling with them, even if they harbored such thoughts, they would definitely not dare to attack her. After all, there were only 4 8th-rank aristocratic families in the entire Huainan prefecture. Despite the court's strict prohibition, higher-ranking aristocratic families could not attack lower-ranking aristocratic families. But secretly, there are countless ways to make you suffer, leaving you speechless. A new official has 3 major hurdles to tackle. No one wants to provoke the Shangguan family at this time. Fu Changsheng bowed and said, "Miss Hongyu, if you have nothing else to do, I'd like to go to the Wanning Chamber of Commerce now, and then I'll leave." "Okay, then we'll meet at the market exit in half an hour." "Okay." Leaving the inn, Fu Changsheng headed straight for the Wanning Chamber of Commerce. The shopkeeper on the first floor greeted him with a smile. Fu Changsheng held out a letter and said, "Shopkeeper, please help me get the elixir. Fellow Taoist Fu, I've prepared it for you long ago. Please come this way." The shopkeeper lifted the curtain and invited Fu Changsheng to the backyard. At this moment, a servant entered, carrying a tray with a white leaf-patterned elixir bottle on it. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Fu, this is your Hanun elixir. Please examine it carefully." Fu Changsheng nodded slightly and waved his sleeves. The pill bottle instantly floated towards him. He opened the lid and saw 2 soybean-sized, white pills with a hint of green inside. They were undoubtedly genuine pills. Fu Changsheng took the pill bottle into his arms and said, "Shopkeeper, do you have any spiritual herbs for refining ki-restoring pills?" Chapter 175 The Second Vassal Family, Refining Foundation Building Pills. Important information. The Wanning Chamber of Commerce even held an auction for foundation establishment pills, so naturally, they also had the spiritual herbs needed to refine ki-restoring pills. The shopkeeper, slightly surprised, asked, "Fellow Taoist Fu, excuse me, are you an alchemist?" "No, my wife is, so that's what happened." The shopkeeper didn't detect any trace of an alchemist's elixir on Fu Changsheng, and thought he'd misjudged him. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Fu is truly blessed to have married a second-rank alchemist." Finally, he continued, "Kyanling grass, one of the main ingredients in the ki-restoring pill, requires a special growing environment, requiring extremely hot conditions. Therefore, it's slightly more expensive than other second-rank, lower-grade spiritual herbs. 1 serving of ki-restoring pill spiritual herbs costs a total of 500 lower-grade spirit stones. How many would you like, fellow Taoist Fu?" "4, please." Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag, emptying out his remaining few spirit stones. At that moment, he finally understood just how much spirit stones it takes to cultivate an alchemist. Even if it were only 4. If Mei Zhen had practiced alone, she might not even have been able to refine a full batch of ki-restoring pills. However, with Shishu's assistance, 4 batches would at least recoup her investment. After the payment was made, the shopkeeper took out a token and handed it to Fu Changsheng. "Fellow Taoist Fu, This is our Wanyan Chamber of Commerce's VIP badge. From now on, if your family has extra elixirs or other items that are inconvenient to sell, you can bring them to our Wanyan Chamber of Commerce. With this VIP token, you'll receive a discount on both purchases and sales. Thank you, shopkeeper. Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment, but still accepted the token. At this moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ling, you have purchased 4 key restoring pills for your family, earning 230 family contribution points. The next moment, the family contribution points on the dashboard instantly changed from 5,370 to 5,600. Seeing these values on the family dashboard, Fu Changsheng felt a surge of security. After leaving the Wanyan Chamber of Commerce and arriving at the market gate, they waited for a moment before seeing Shangguan Hongyu approaching from West Street. The two reunited and returned to their fiefdom together. Arriving at the fiefdom, they saw it festooned with lights and colorful decorations, a scene of jubilation. The clan members, noticing Fu Changsheng's return from afar, immediately ran back to the council hall to report to Fu Molan. Elder Molan, the head of the family, has returned, along with senior Shangguan Hongyu. Fu Molan, having already received the news, nodded slightly, then hurried to the mountain gate to greet them. The Shangguan family had been promoted to the 8th rank, so their reception for Shangguan Hongyu was even more enthusiastic. Shangguan Hongyu declined, but after enjoying lunch at the Fu family's house, they departed and returned to Xianlong City. They saw Shangguan Hongyu off. Fu Molan produced a gift list. Patriarch, a few days ago, after we were enthroned, all the other noble families, with the exception of the Ping, Xiao, and He families, sent congratulatory gifts. Their affiliated key training families also sent gifts. This is the list of their gifts. Fu Changsheng glanced at it and noticed that the 9th rank families had all sent lower grade, 2nd order spiritual materials. The Kui family, however, presented a 2nd order, upper grade jade kangstone, clearly signaling a friendly relationship. The remaining dozens of key training families had all given 1st order spiritual materials. Molan, simply register these spiritual objects and store them. There was nothing he could use here. Then he slapped his storage bag, and with a flash of light, a box floated towards Fu Molan. Confused, Fu Molan took it and looked, only to find that it contained a Gulo fan. Master, this is for self-defense. You haven't yet refined your own natal magical weapon. This Gulo fan is both offensive and defensive. You can use it for now. If your other tasks aren't urgent, you can put them aside and refine this Gulo fan first. Thank you, Master. Fu Molan was deeply moved. The master had first given her the soul condensing incense to help her build her foundation, and now he had gifted her a 2nd grade, superior magical weapon, also both offensive and defensive. Compared to Yu Qingru, who had come seeking help and was being pressed by her family, she felt truly fortunate to be born into the Fu family. Fu Molan thanked him profusely, placing the Gulo fan in her arms. After casting a soundproofing spell, her expression calmed. Master, Miss Qingru arrived at our fiefdom yesterday, insisting she must see you in person. I've settled her in the Zunfang garden in the outer gate. Master, would you like to meet her? I don't know what's happened to Miss Qingru, but she seems to have changed a lot, and looks quite pitiful. From the intelligence, Fu Changsheng knew what had happened to Yu Qingru. She had failed twice in her attempts to establish her foundation. Add to that the passing of Grandma Yu, and the pressure from the Yu family elders. Under these multiple blows and pressures, most people would have succumbed and resigned themselves to their fate. Fu Changsheng said, I'll go and see her. He had promised Grandma Yu that if Yu Qingru was in danger, he would help her if he could. Emerging from the meeting hall, Fu Changsheng arrived at the Zunfang garden in the outer gate. Yu Qingru was sitting vacantly under a Qiuyang tree when she heard footsteps. She quickly looked up and saw Fu Changsheng. She quickly stood and saluted. Greetings, Senior Fu. Miss Qingru, there's no need for such formalities between you and me. Please sit down. After they sat down, Yu Qingru didn't mince words and said directly, Senior Fu, I would like to lead our Yu branch to become a vassal of the Fu family. Would you be willing to accept me? The Yu family belonged to the Haika clan. But now that the Haika clan was in seclusion, they had long since disregarded their subordinate forces. Yu Qingru was a 2nd-level formation master. The other party was willing to join the fiefdom. Fu Changsheng naturally agreed, saying, Miss Qingru, this is a blessing for our Fu family. Yu Qingru finally relaxed her nerves at this remark. Senior Fu, to be honest, Ever since I failed my foundation establishment attempt, I've been imprisoned by the clan. It was with great difficulty that I escaped. Therefore, if I want to take the clan members who want to leave with me, I need someone from the Fu family to go. Don't worry, Miss Kangaroo. I'll have Molin accompany you throughout your relocation. Thank you, Master Fu. Yu Kangaroo breathed a sigh of relief. Molin was at the foundation establishment stage, and with her intimidating presence, even if the Yu family's old men had their tricks up their sleeves, they would be futile in the face of sheer strength. The two chatted for a few moments. Fu Changsheng then took his leave, leaving Molin to take over. Being both female cultivators, they facilitated communication. As he emerged from the outer gate, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind again. Ling, you have recruited a key cultivating family with a formation heritage to your fiefdom, earning 400 family contribution points. The family contribution points instantly changed from 5,600 to 6,000. The previous time they recruited the Li family, the tea farmers from Huli Mountain, they had earned 300 contribution points. This time, perhaps because Yu Kangaroo was a second-level formation master and had a family formation heritage, they had received an extra 100. Fu Changsheng gave Molin instructions before leaving the fiefdom, riding the green python back to the clan's homeland, Luofang Mountain. Arriving at the secret chamber, he immediately summoned Mizhen. Liu Mizhen was a little puzzled, as the clan had no urgent matters to attend to, and she didn't understand why Fu Changsheng had returned, but she was still happy to meet him. Husband, the two-headed, green-eyed giant python I gifted you has already reached the second level a few days ago. This was mentioned in the intelligence. Fu Changsheng, knowing this, smiled and agreed. He then cast a soundproofing spell. His face grew solemn. Mizhen, how is your alchemy progressing? Thanks to the alchemy experience you, my husband, provided as a third-grade alchemist, and Elder Shi's generous guidance, I had Yongshang purchase 2 key restoring pills for me from the Nanyang marketplace earlier this month. The first batch failed, but with Elder Shi's guidance, the second batch successfully condensed the pills, resulting in 2 pills. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. With this, Mizhen had reached the level of her lower-grade second-grade alchemist. Given this, the foundation establishment pill formula could now be presented to Mizhen for her careful study. He slapped his storage bag, and in a flash of light, a dozen boxes floated toward Mizhen. Mizhen, these are the 4 key restoring pills I purchased at the Wanning Chamber of Commerce. Practice with them and consolidate your lower-grade second-grade alchemy skills. Thank you, my husband. Seeing that Fu Changsheng was still thinking of her even after arriving at the Wanning marketplace, she was still thinking of her. Liu Mizhen accepted the 4 spiritual medicines with a smile. Fu Changsheng's face darkened, and he quickly transmitted his message. Mizhen, I rescued Elder Shi from the Yuntang tribe, and the Yuntang tribe had previously exchanged the formula for the foundation establishment pill at the ghost market. Liu Mizhen's body trembled as he immediately understood Fu Changsheng's implication. She shook her head and said, Husband, the more people know about this, the more dangerous it is. You shouldn't have told me. After all, the Fu family didn't have any spiritual medicine for foundation establishment. Thinking of this, Liu Mizhen's pupils shrank, and she looked at Fu Changsheng in disbelief. Husband, are you saying that we have the spiritual medicine to make the foundation establishment pill? If that were true, then if the pills were successfully refined, the Fu family would have several more foundation establishment cultivators, effectively establishing a strong presence within the 9th rank family. Liu Mizhen was so excited that she trembled. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. Mizhen, I've come back to tell you this. Also, from today on, you will hand over all your chores to my eldest brother and concentrate on researching the foundation establishment pill formula with Elder Shi. At the same time, use this time to improve your alchemy skills. Also, this time at the Wanning Chamber of Commerce, I learned that condensing water can increase the success rate of second-tier elixirs by 30%. I'll try to find a source of condensing water. When you and Elder Shi are ready, we can add the condensing water and begin refining the foundation establishment pill. Husband, I understand. After Liu Mizhen's excitement faded, she felt a greater sense of responsibility. If the refining was successful, she, her 4th sister, and Runzi could all attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage in the short term. This would give the clan 3 more foundation establishment cultivators. If a single furnace of foundation establishment elixir could yield multiple pills, they could be reserved for qualified members of the clan who could reach the foundation establishment stage. Upon returning to his fiefdom, Fu Changsheng immediately announced his retreat. The Dulong Lake ruins were about to open. Even if he wanted to retreat and refine the true essence pill, he didn't have the time. However, before setting off, he thought and said directly, "Exchange for information." Buzz! The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. The Dulong Lake ruins formation can be breached in 20 days. 2. To prevent outsiders from entering the ruins, the Gongsun family has specially set up 2 sets of protective formations at Dulong Lake. 2 formation masters presided over the formations, and 4 foundation establishment members guarded the outer perimeter. The Great Elder led a team of 2 late foundation establishment cultivators to enter the ruins. 3. Less than 30 miles northwest of Dulong Lake, in Qingayan Valley, there is a group of pythons. Mixed among them are 4 late-stage second-stage silver-armored horned pythons. The female silver-armored horned python had just hatched 3 cubs half a month ago. 4. Your apprentice Fu Yongfu successfully broke through to the rank of first-stage top-grade talisman maker. 5. He exchanged 10 pieces of information. The first few are quite informative. Fu Changsheng studied it carefully. According to the intelligence, the Gongsun family had excess resources at the Dulong Lake ruins and was determined to secure them. 6 people, including 2 formation masters, were stationed outside the ruins. 3 more were inside exploring, meaning 9 foundation establishment cultivators were deployed. This force was more than enough to attack any 9th-grade family. Fu Changsheng broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for the intelligence, he would have been brutally beaten to pulp had he ventured there. His eyes narrowed slightly as he caught sight of the 3rd piece of intelligence. He had an idea, but even so, he couldn't possibly enter the cave ruins alone. He immediately cast a spell into the communication jade talisman. After a few quick words, the talisman's aura faded. In the secret chamber of the Shangguan family's forbidden area in Anyang County, Shangguan Feng, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, heard a rapid buzzing sound from his waist. A spell was cast on the jade talisman. After listening to Fu Changsheng's message, a solemn expression flashed across his face. He was seen entering spell after spell into the jade talisman and speaking a few words quickly. Not long after, Shangguan Chen appeared outside the secret room. After the door of the secret room opened, Shangguan Chen entered and bowed, saying, "Grand Elder, well, 7th brother, please take a seat first." Shangguan Feng activated the secret room's magic circle. After a moment's silence, he said, "7th brother, do you still remember the information spread by the Gongsun family about the existence of the remnant spirit of a dragon in Dulong Lake?" Shangguan Chen nodded. Shangguan Feng continued, "After my recent investigation, I've discovered that the rumors of a remnant dragon spirit in Dulong Lake are a cover-up. My reliable informant at the Gongsun family reports that the Gongsun family has deployed 9 foundation establishment cultivators, including a formation master, to Dulong Lake. This shows the treasures within the Dulong Lake ruins must be of considerable value. Furthermore, according to the informant, the formation hidden within the ruins will be breached within a month." Shangguan Chen hadn't expected such explosive information. He calmed his excitement and spoke in a steady voice, "Great Elder, are you planning to send your clansmen to Dulong Lake to compete with the Gongsun family for this opportunity?" The Gongsun family had dispatched 9 foundation establishment cultivators. If the Shangguan family wanted to fight, they would need to deploy at least 9 to have a chance of victory. Sending out 9 foundation establishment cultivators at once would be a devastating blow to the Shangguan family if anything went wrong. Seeing the Great Elder's clear intentions, Shangguan Chen frowned and said, "Great Elder, this matter is of grave importance. I'm afraid we need to convene a meeting of the elders to discuss it." Shangguan Feng waved his hand. "Once a meeting of the elders is convened, word will inevitably leak out. If that gets to the Gongsun clan, and they take precautions, then our attempt to capture the ruins will be extremely difficult. I summoned you here in secret to keep us secret. During this time, I used my authority as Great Elder to dispatch Shangguan Wei's faction and summon you back to the clan for this cave ruin." Shangguan Wei had been in seclusion for 20 years and had recently emerged. Upon learning that his Taoist partner, Zhang Zhenb, had absconded with the funds, he remained remarkably calm and privately reorganized his former team. Furthermore, Shangguan Hong, with whom he had previously maintained a good relationship, had also reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage last year. Instigated by Shangguan Wei, the forces led by Shangguan Hong were clearly intent on competing with Shangguan Feng for the position of Great Elder. After all, who is the Great Elder? In the future, if the family has any Purple Mansion resources, they will undoubtedly prioritize this person. Therefore, currently, there are only 6 Foundation Establishment Elders on Shangguan Feng's side. Shangguan Feng learned from Fu Changsheng that the Gongsun family's Great Elder had also personally visited the ruins, and he vaguely felt that the Dulong Lake ruins might contain a Purple Mansion opportunity. Therefore, no matter what, he felt compelled to give it a try. He quickly transmitted a message. "Seventh brother, you." Shangguan Feng transmitted a few words. After hearing this, Shangguan Chen's frown relaxed slightly. He responded and cast an invisibility spell, leaving the secret room. Dulong Lake. Amidst the numerous magic arrays, the Gongsun family's Great Elder sat in the wooden cabin. Gongsun Mu, a beaming face, pushed open the door and entered. "Father, 8th uncle says the magic array at the ruins can be broken in 2 days." The Great Elder Gongsun's eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly fluttered open. The Gongsun family had been planning for nearly 20 years, investing countless manpower and resources. Finally, this day had arrived. He immediately dodged and left the cabin. At that moment, he saw a billowing dust billow over Dulong Lake. A desolate beast condensed, and the formation master's flags and plates fell into the dust. The raging sandstorm subsided, and the condensed desolate beast disintegrated with a loud bang, transforming into vortex. Gongsun Gong, presiding over the formation, showed a look of joy on his pale face. He turned and bowed to the Great Elder, saying, "Great Elder, the formation at the ruins has been broken, but the entrance will require several days to stabilize. Judging from its size, I suspect this site isn't just a simple ancient cultivator's cave dwelling, but rather a ruined paradise or the remains of an ancient sect." Upon hearing this, the Great Elder of the Gongsun clan was overcome with excitement, though his face didn't show it. Instead, he looked around at the crowd and said, "I know you've all worked hard stationed here these past few years, but the more critical the moment, the more we must not let our guard down, or our efforts will be in vain. Once this is concluded, rest assured that the promised rewards will not be reduced in the least." Yes, Great Elder, in the secret room of the Fu clan's fiefdom. After Fu Changsheng sent a message to Shangguan Feng, a few days passed. He waited for a reply, then waited until dark and windy night. Together with Molan and Yu Qingru, they slipped out of the enclosed territory's secret escape passage, leaving the enclosed territory silently. Using invisibility, they arrived in front of a tree hole on Mount Wuren. A magical light curtain surged through the tree hole, and a gap appeared. Fu Changsheng dodged and disappeared into the tree hole. The magic circle outside instantly closed again. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.